Oh, tell me please, how do you think you are that you can treat me as you please? You think I'm gonna be crying over you? You think I'm gonna be dying over you? With all your lying and spying and denying, you think I'm gonna be crying and dying over you? Get a clue, I've had enough of you. I don't care what you do, just do it and be gone. We're through, we're done. You better run, this isn't fun for me anymore. So hit the door, leave me be before I get angry. You're already a memory, fading fast, not gonna last. I'ma block you on socials, block you on DMs, block you from my life. Yeah, you heard me right, I've had enough of you. I don't care what you do, our friends are gonna stand by you. Ha, fine, you can take them too, cause I'm through. You think I'm gonna be crying over you? You think I'm gonna be dying over you? With all your lying and spying and denying, you think I'm gonna be crying and dying over you? Get a clue, I've had enough of you. I don't care what you do. You lie to me, you cheated on me. You were never there for me when I needed you. Yeah, we're through, I packed your stuff while you were out last night with her. With her, it's in the trash out back, and if you run real fast, you might be able to get it back before it's hauled away. Either way, I promise I'll be okay. You think I'm gonna be crying over you? I want you gone, we're done, we're through. I've had enough of you, no more. You better hit the door, leave me be before I get angry. You think I'm gonna be crying over you? You think I'm gonna be crying over you? You think I'm gonna be dying over you? You think I'm gonna be dying over you?
Oh, boys and girls, where the fuck is our webcam? What's up? How y'all doing? I think we're gonna speed one a lot of shit today. Let's start with Genshin first. Let's start with Genshin. Okay. We're gonna start off with Genshin then. Let's go. Are there any events I gotta do today, or am I just good? Alright, Abyss reset. Oh, thank you for follow, Zero. Appreciate it. There's an event I gotta do. Oh shit. I'm pretty sure Abyss reset too. Yeah, it did. Fuck me. Alright. First, let's condense some resin. Oh, I'm hungry as shit. Alright, let's do this. I'm gonna speed run daily today. I gotta do stuff in the morning, so. This came to follow, have fun. Later is Boss Zero. Oh wait, I forgot.
Add Astra. Thank you for add Astra.
I think I gotta confirm my resin, which is fine.
everlasting as the moon.
Condense. Oh, this is cute.
This is where you fall. Laid bare. Seize the skies.
Flames, purge!
Skyward! Scatter!
Two more runs.
Transfixed. Make way for the time to shine.
Oh.
Laid bare. Commendable. Witness my rise. Transfixed. Skyward! Seize the skies.
Let the world collide!
Dawn, break forth!
Whoa, what the fuck? I am finally making
L
sense.
L L I L
Oh,
L
you scared the
L
fuck out of me,
I
Barco.
L
What's
L
up?
I L L L I L L L I just subscribed. I am
appreciate
finally
it.
awake for a sensei stream. Feels good, man.
Yes, you are. I am slightly early today. I would have been earlier, but I had to pick out clothes for tomorrow. So, yeah. I would have been much earlier than this. Enjoying vacation? That's good. How many days of vacation? Oh, my days. How many weeks of vacation you have left? Till the 20th? Till next week, Tuesday. That's a short vacation. You should have taken like a whole month off or something, yo. Well, I guess 2 weeks is fine too. I guess 2 weeks is fine too. Nah, can't. Back to school. School is back in like what, September? No, September something. Could have sworn it was September. You back to school earlier than September? In Florida, it is this month. Damn. That sucks. I go back to work in September because that's when school goes back, right? So it's like, damn. Come on, monkeypox! Give us the quarantine. Imagine.
should prepare.
I would love a monkeypox quarantine. Give us like a little month off or something. Shit. Straight up. I would like a little month off, honestly. It's fun, just like not having responsibilities for 2 months. It's great. It's honestly fucking great. What are the enemies? Other than that, how's life treating you? What you been doing on your vacation, Barcode? Done any sightseeing, traveling, or just fucking around, just like me? Hmm? I'm trying to figure out what I should pick. I went to SeaWorld, going to Chicago in a few days. Nice! Very nice. How's your girlfriend? Is she going with you or are you going by yourself? I wonder if I should bring Kazuo.
Everything's a priority, love gets left behind. Scattered promises like dust that's hard to find. My heart's just an option, a choice you never make. In a world of priorities, love's the one that.
I don't know who to pick here. I really don't know who to pick here. By yourself? Oh, okay. Did your girlfriend have vacation or something? Yes, we do. I'll hate them. Actually, hold up.
Searching for what you can't keep, my heart starts to sink.
Yeah, right in.
Patience wears thin, love's hard to begin. When everything's a priority, can love fit in?
I guess you can do Gani.
Not just a whim in your
Just
endless
read about
chaos. Promise me the world in your endless sea. Where do I stand when everything's a priority? Everything's a priority. You promised me the world in your endless
You didn't want to go to Chicago? Yeah, I can see why. What's in Chicago that you're going? Like, is there an event happening there? Stay safe, Barcode. Actually, stay safe. If you're going to Chicago, stay safe.
Strike cloud confirmed.
Strike a pose! Let my name echo it!
Dawn, break forth!
Make way for
Teamwork is strength! Ha! Let the world come
Just going for fun to eat food. Into the bean, etc. Oh, okay.
skyward. Yeah, skyward.
Yoo-hoo! Going in!
Seize the skies.
Dawn, break forth! Dawn, break forth!
Teamwork is strength! Strike a pose! Time to shine!
Make way for
You come down. Meet Obama? Is Obama in Chicago? Chicago? I didn't know that. Should be? Is he doing a rally or something for Kamala Harris?
Access denied. All hail.
As one with wind and cloud.
Yoo-hoo! Let my name echo in song.
Settle down. Be sanctified. Silence.
Clouds high. The birds come.
Let the world collide. Born of ice and frost. Blaze over.
The tides beckon. Settle down. An oversight on my part.
As one with wind and cloud.
Strike a pose. Time to shine. No touching. All hail.
Silence. Be sanctified. Settle down.
Clouds high. The birds come.
Let my name echo in song.
The tides beckon. You are not welcome.
Shine down.
The Temple of Wisdom.
Solidify. Diffract.
Oh, that reminds me. Are you voting this year? Barcode?
Everyone's well-pleased.
I feel like every year we have like some shitty ass candidates.
Illusion shattered.
It's never any good candidates every year now, huh?
Process of elimination.
Apparently no one likes Kamala Harris, no one likes Trump. It's like, damn. What can you do? What can you do? You're gonna rock in a hard place.
Shine down.
Hey. Make yourselves at home.
Diffract. Here you are. You are not welcome.
Illusion shattered.
Everyone's well-pleased. The Temple of Wisdom.
Scatter.
I try to drown the noise inside, but it only pulls me deeper in. If I told you the truth, would you even stay? I never
Why do I feel like I'm tasting shaving cream on my lips? Oh, right. Because I shaved it. This is good. Alright. Let's do our Abyss real quick and then we'll go next game. Where is Le Abyss? They will do some swords of convolularity.
because being who I am inside is the loneliest I've ever known. I'm screaming but no one hears a sound.
I feel like I'm supposed to do something. Oh, right. I'm supposed to look at my team comp. Right.
See, I'm fading away. But you're too far, or maybe it's just me.
Marco, when you get to Chicago, take some pics of the food you're eating. I want to see. I want to see what Chicago has to offer. Chicago, Illinois, or just Chicago in general? Make me jealous. Well, tomorrow I'm going to a wedding dinner anyways, so I'm sure you can't make me that close, right? Surely not. Surely not. What is What is this week's Abyss rotation? When a character attacks, burning opponents, they crit rate increase. Oh, and the crit damage. Oh, burning buff. Burning buff. What are the enemies? It's not like I have lemon on my hands. I don't know why. Good thing I am drinking lemonade juice, but still. I think we just put Denjo on the second side, no? Yeah. I'm pretty sure we just Denjo that shit. Ah, yeah, whatever. I got it.
I wish somebody listened as much as I go through hell. I wish I had somebody to call when I'm not okay, but I am all alone, still stuck in place. I wish somebody loved me as much as I hate myself. I wish somebody listened as much as I go through hell. I wish I had somebody to call when I'm not okay, but I am all alone.
Everybody stand back!
Stray clouds converge.
Ways to the wicked.
Man, far, yo. Can you like get closer? Thanks. Oh, god damn it. I got chaos by my own mobs.
From the moon, I see stars in the blue sky. They shine like diamonds, a dream come true. I'm an alien, curious for more. I look at planet Earth, what magic it reveals to me. Lights dance in the deep void, each star a story, each star a world. Curious, I slowly approach towards that.
There is no
Get down to business. Solidify.
I travel between galaxies and constellations. I sail between worlds, following emotions. Attracted by that blue, which smells so.
Let's light it up. Make way for the
Time to shine!
I know, they're water. I don't care.
To the wicked.
Who froze me? Oh! I'm like, what the fuck?
teamwork is trick. Illusion shattered.
The process of elimination.
The sky is a painting, each star a secret, each star a whisper. I see the earth in my heart beats, I'm ready to discover the world in an instant. A different world traveling immense.
Here you are.
The stars guide me, whispers to me, the earth calls me, and I'm ready.
Seize the skies.
Let my name echo in song! Show it!
Dark, break forth.
Towards earth,
I see everything.
Stabilize.
Make yourselves at home.
Scatter.
Whoa! What the? Whoa! 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 Jesus Christ. I saw my HP evaporate there. What the fuck happened there? Calm down, buckaroo. Jeez, Aloo. What the fuck?
Everybody stand. Yoo-hoo! Let the world collide. How dare you!
Stray clouds converge.
Dawn, break forth.
Oh wait, that was too much. Yeah, that was too much. That was too much damage.
Illusion shattered.
The Temple of Wisdom.
Gather. A process of elimination.
That was also too much damage for no reason, honestly.
Let's light it. Yeah. Yeah.
Shower me with praise.
Yeah. Skyward. Make way for the Adeptus. Teamwork is dreamwork.
Race to the wicked.
Yoo-hoo!
Dumbass mom side.
Stabilize. Here you are.
Your journey ends here, Lord of Sun.
Time to shine.
Your sacrifice is ready.
Yeah. Skyward. Scatter.
Whoa! 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 Calm down. Calm down. Settle down there, fellas.
Pound into the ground.
Everybody stand back.
Yeah. Scatter.
That works. That actually just works. Okay.
Shine down.
Everyone hold hands.
Yeah, they fast as fuck, huh?
Solidify.
Make yourselves at home.
Scatter.
The song's actually pretty good. Actually a pretty good song. This one of those.
Stray
What I think it
clouds
is.
converge.
Strike a pose. Let the world come out.
Flames, purge.
That's a pretty good song, right?
There is no escape.
Hey,
Gather. This is order.
Illusion shattered. Torn to oblivion.
That was a good song. What song was that? That was actually a good song. Unironically.
With the not marauders, what will return?
I kind of want to buy
The night forever burn.
Space Marines too.
Down to business.
Warhammer 40k.
Yeah! Skyward!
Unironically.
Everybody stand!
Seize the skies!
Here. Here.
Your coming was foretold.
Flames.
For the
Purge.
eternal oasis!
Lemonade, echoing song!
Yeah! Yeah!
What song was that? Midnight Marauders? That was actually a decent ass song. I ain't gonna front. Let's listen to that song again.
Shine down!
My hope is...
Solidify.
The process of elimination.
I'm dead.
Gotcha.
The Temple of Wisdom.
There is no escape!
Order guide you.
I see everything.
Scatter.
Not bad song, honestly.
Teamwork is strength. Shower me with...
Stray cloud converge!
Waste to the wicked.
Yeah! Skyward! Skyward!
Out of my... Let's light it up. Strike a pop.
Seize the skies!
My hope is... sharing my knowledge.
Gather.
Hey,
Illusion shattered!
Solidify.
Diffract.
This is a banger ass song. I ain't gonna front. I like this song. I don't know why.
going in.
Stray cloud converge!
Let the world come alive.
Waste to the wicked.
Aww. This one.
Shower me with praise.
Yeah! Skyward! Make way for the...
Everybody stand back.
Dawn, break forth.
This is a pumping ass song. I ain't gonna front.
Make yourselves at home.
Here you are.
I see everything.
Shine down.
I will have order.
The process of elimination. Flicker.
Stabilize.
Hey, sharing my knowledge.
Inazuma shines eternal. Ha.
Gather. This is order.
Everyone hold him.
Diffract.
See ya.
With the fires of the night forever burn. For the midnight marauders who never yield. In the night's embrace, our fate is sealed.
Yeah. Scatter. Skyward. Skyward. Yeah.
Yoo-hoo! Time to shine.
Yeah. Stray clouds converge. Teamwork is strength.
Flames. Purge.
Oh, Wolf Boys.
Lay waste to the wicked.
Everybody stand. Let the world come alive.
Seize the skies.
Whoa, you can do that?
Illusion shattered.
The Temple of Wisdom.
Solidify.
Oh, it's this thing again.
Stabilize.
Shine down.
I will have order. Gather.
Hey, sharing my knowledge.
It's my last day.
Yeah. Yeah. Skyward. Let's light it up. Make way for the.
Waste to the wicked. Flames. Purge.
Let my name echo in song.
Teamwork is strength. Yeah. Stray clouds converge. Care for me. Dance with me.
No sacrifice. Dawn. Break forth.
Everybody stand. Strike a pose. Time to shine.
Make way for the. There is no escape.
Oh is this shit?
Solidify.
Here you are. Deflect.
Shine down.
Stabilize.
Hey,
Oh shit, hold on, I gotta restart this. Cause I somehow got my writing killed.
Let's get down to business.
Skyward! Stray cloud converge!
Flames. Purge.
Skyward!
shower me with the... Don't let the world come alive! Going in!
Seize the skies!
Waste to the wicked.
Dance with me!
No sacrifices ready.
Be a good audience, won't you? Skyward! Scatter! Stray cloud converge!
Teamwork is strength!
Flames. Purge. Gold.
Ooh.
Illusion shattered!
Gather.
Everyone will win!
Scatter. This is order. A process of elimination. We're done.
Cool. And we're done. I just realized I have one of these. Oh shit, this expires soon. I might as well use it. Yeah, I think I have one of those. Let's do another resin one. Actually, hold on, we don't have to. Did I do the weekly boss this week? I forget. Let's just burn our resin on that instead. I did not. Alright, let's go do it. Surprised I forgot to do this.
Afraid? Or do you not even have the courage to be afraid? Now that's more like it. Everlasting fall of darkness, destruction shall rise. Have a taste of purgatory.
Oh shit.
Seize the skies.
Shower me with the...
Dawn. Break forth.
Is it my turn now? Closer now. Not bad. You've proven to be a worthy opponent after all.
Surprised I dodged
My
that.
blade is all that
I didn't think
remains.
that's how it worked.
Let my name echo in song.
Stray cloud converge.
Flames, purge!
Sunturn is only the beginning.
Then you're dead. See ya. Oh, I'm trying to think. Oh yeah, one more from here. Right here, real quick.
Shower me.
Laid bare.
Damn, he died real quick. What the fuck?
This is where you fall. Overruled. Skyward.
I can't reach him in time.
Strike a pop.
Go back here, pussy.
It's a night to remember. Friends all around, good vibes in the air. We're dancing till the sun comes up, no slowing down. Celebrating life, yeah, with love all around. Turn it up, the beat's so high. Raise a glass to the sky. It's my day, it's our night. Let's make it last, let's do it right. It's my birthday, make a wish with me. Hit that like, share the love, let it be. This beat's our anthem, feel the unity. Come on, make a wish and dance with me. Candles flicker, the night's just begun. Laughter echoes, we're all having fun. Relatives, friends, together as one. This party's a vibe under the moon and the sun. We're unstoppable, this rhythm's our guide. Feel the pulse, let it flow inside. The crowd's alive with every beat we ride. Tonight's a journey, take it side by side. It's my birthday, make a wish with me. Hit that like, share the love, let it be. This beat's our anthem, feel the unity. Come on, make a wish and dance with me.
I think I'm done. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Let's go do some Swords of Convalera real quick, boy. Actually, not yet. No, actually, let's do Swords of Convalera. Because I got new character banner. Let's do some swords. Let me change the category. Alright. Let's do some polls, my dude. Alright. I guess we should start polling. Let's play the poll music.
I opened my eyes this morning, sun shining bright. Knew I wasn't gonna go to work, had to get out of sight. Grabbed a towel, sunscreen, and a chair, and disappeared to the ocean air. AI magician playing hooky. Ooh, rather do the beach boogie woogie. Sandy toes and salty hair.
Well, let's do this shit. Yeah, this song is loud. Let's do it. So cool. Ooh! I got a spark! Wait, what is it? 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 I got barrel. I got barrel. I guess we go again.
까마득한 밤을 유지해 태양은 쭉 잠들고 그냥 내가 시키는 대로 Here we go, get 'em up 이름까지 잭처럼 boom up 준비된 컷 그냥 앞에 no not 아무것도 눈이 자꾸 살짝 살아간 그 맘이 커질수록 자꾸만 바뀌는 mirror 차가운 안개가 널 감싸면 기억하지 못하고 눈 감고 있어
Come on! Was that 60 polls? Summon. What is this? Does this give me more polls? I'll use my gems. How many posts have I done so far? 105 summons. No? This is in 105 summons. How many have I done so far? I think it's 70 polls so far, if I recall correctly. So this would be 80th. That's a shiny for still. 90th. A 100. Did I get it? Oh, so it is on 100 pity. Yeah. So 100 posts total. A 100 posts total for Edda. It was indeed 100 posts. Yeah, Edda. You share feedback. What the fuck are you supposed to share feedback? I mean, not bad. I mean, I lost 50-50 bills in like 20 polls. Because I got barrel duped, so it's like, I can't even be mad. I can't even be mad. Yeah, I can't even be mad. So total, 100 polls.
形勢を変えうる機会。
ジン販売機オープンだにゃ。今日のおすすめ商品を見てら。
その方の考え。
I agree, Kat. I agree. Oh, let's. Yeah, I agree.
その方の考えが聞きたい。
Who needs a juicer? I guess I have a barrel dupe now, right? What's that change? 12% at map, as it said. 6% chance to gain 1 mana level 2. Oh, okay. Cool. I guess I should start duping up barrels, I guess. Where is Edda? What bow? What bow? Increases skill balance after dealing damage to a single target inflicts a random level 1 debuff. Increases damage by 10%. Maybe this? I don't know. What bow does Edda use? I guess I should look up a guide. What bow does Edda use? Let's look it up. Let's look it up real quick. I have a fuck ton of bows. I'm being unlucky. Another event rewards. Where is the add-on site? Oh, we got Edda. What bow does Edda use? Recommended equip. Ilya combat bow. Oh! Can increase damage. Oh, because she does assist attack. Right. Steel core heavy cross. We don't can be used with skill to have a heavy gun against shields. Vault increases the amount of. Wait. This is good? What the fuck? Really? They're not longbow martyrs. Because either this or this. Aryan combat bow. I guess because of the assisted attack. Makes sense. Or you could do medium line. Alright. Recommended tarot cards then? Or accessories? Oh, I know just the thing. When attacking from high ground. Because she does boxes, so like yeah. So this is actually pretty good. True lens. How destruction. So one of these actually works. Or like the injury shit. Oh, Wheel of Fate. Oh. Wheel of Fate or like devil thingy, whatever. One of these also actually works. I see why this though, because like you get to juice up with assisting attack. It makes sense. It makes a lot more sense. Okay. It makes sense. So what about her skills? What does she come with? Gains kills break before attack. Okay. Let's juice her up.
どうもありがとう。
Let's juice up everyone. Hold up. Everyone should be level 43.
目的を達するには力を。
団長殿、感謝します。
Also, I guess I should feed the fucking
何か力
thing.
ありがとう。
おう、きっとミゲルが喜ぶ。うちのためにいろいろしてくれ。
上出来その信じていただきありがとうございます。
Oh yeah, we do have like dupes we can like feed to these guys now. Got dupes you can right you. No one else, right? Oh. Abyss. Nice. That's a butterfly. Okay. I think we good. Oh, never mind. I was gonna say we good, but I forgot. We got another one. Lights. Yeah, I have the least dupes of him. That's wild. That's interesting, actually. The least dupes of Might. I'm not complaining, but that's interesting. Even Blade got more dupes than Might. Everyone's all duped out. Okay. Where is my Edda? What do they recommend? What element is Edda again? She's light, right? Oh, I see.
どうもありがとう。
Summons a box. Increases attack by 30% in no when attacking enemies with a shield. Did I just get both? I'll get the box. I'll get the box.
この力でもっとたどうもありがとう。どうもありがとう。
Oh, reduces speed by 150 by 1,000 and magic defense by 40%. This is good. Hit the barrel, no?
この力でもっとたくさん。どうもありがとう。どうもありがとう。
So which one would this be? Okay, so we take this then.
この力でもっと
Because we got the box. Oh, we need more of this. How much of this do I have? Primordial dust.
どうもありがとう。
Whatever.
どうもありがとう。
Hmm. This is good? I feel like this is better, no? Unless 50% attack. Well, I guess you get to move again after going on your box. I want to see what's up for this. Ooh, this is actually pretty good. Holy shit! Wait, this is also good. Other allies within 4 towers of Edda restores one energy when she performs an assisting attack. Her damage increases the maximum number of times the effect can be triggered. Oh my god, what the fuck? This is good for physical defense down. But I'm pretty sure... Like... I'm pretty sure... August has a physical defense down debuff already. So, like, if I plan ahead and August has physical defense down anyways, I don't really need this. This is a good passive. You can move around. Now the question is, do I take this? If the enemy has a shield, it ignores 40% of their defense. I guess we'll just see first. Like, do we have room? We don't even have room. That's the main issue. We don't even have room. Not as good as this. Okay. I remember there was a debuff item, right? What was it? Not this. Disaster bottle. We can also run this. But I do. Oh shit! I don't have enough of this. No, I do. You can test it out. But I wonder if the thing is up today. This is level 45. We'll have to grind that shit soon. Is this open? No, it's not. This is the other one, I think. At least I'm pretty sure this is the other one. I'm trying to remember which one this one is. We can try it, but I don't think this one will work here. She only works with Weapon Trials 1. We can try it. Oh, this is the you can't use range one. Yeah, she doesn't work here. This is the other one. This is literally the other one. Okay, let's go do the event real quick. Since we're on here, let's go do the event real quick. Let's go do the event. Banquet invitation. Act 1. Oh wait, let me finish reading this guide real quick. Someone else here walked up to him and used shot to listen to what the views in the banquet. Damn, there's mad motherfuckers here. What the shit? Really? It's like a combat, but actually just go chat. Oh, we just talking to the whole cast? I guess we are. I don't even own this chick. Momo? Why won't you be attending? Oh, you want to be the bodyguard. Fucking hell, really? Sophia edgy as fuck. More edgier than Talion. This is cute. This is actually really cute. I ain't gonna front. Nice. Act 2. Another cutscene? Cool. Oh, she is attending. The hangman table. Nungo, Nurgle, and Sophia. Or Safia. Oh yeah, I forgot she was also ex-hangman. Roya? Damn, this table kind of tense. Oh, he dipped. Cole's like, why is no one talking? Are they playing statues? Fucking Cole. In that case, Cole mustn't talk either. No one wants to talk. That sucks. I said more than half the questions correctly. Am I playing as Luffy?
計画通り
What is the capital city area? Shit! Okay. Fake that. What do you mean? I didn't take the area route. I took the Union route, alright? In Spiral Destinies, I took the Union route. We Googling this shit. We are Googling this shit. Oh, it is Monway Castle. Oh, I was gonna pick Monway's Castle. Okay, I was gonna pick Monway's Castle. Cause I heard about it in the war.
賛成だ計画通り
What is the name of the hub that connects Monway, Sid Castle, Waverman City? Oh, hell no. This one I actually don't know. Crossroads Keep? Was it Crossroads Keep? Oh, shit! I knew participating in the war helped. Hey, this one I didn't have that Google.
計画通り
Question: which town is the nearest to Crossroads Keep? Oh, fuck. This one I actually don't know. I have to Google this one. Is it the mines or is it the Swords of Convaleria? Is it, I think it's one of them, right? It's either the mines or Swords of Convaleria town. It says the town of Convaleria. So it was this. The town of Convaleria.
問題ない計画通り
Only what is the approximate population? How am I supposed to know that? I'm googling it. 300,000. I should have went with the area route if I had known. I went with the Union route. Hopefully, the Union route isn't the bad ending though.
計画通り
For Spiral of Destinies, because I'm still not finished with it. The Treaty of Area. There's another question after this? Ooh, tactical combat. That's what I'm good at. Let's go. Tactical combat. Tactical combat. Am I supposed to beat these motherfuckers up? Oh, I am. Okay. What is this? Well, I can't really reach you, so. No, maybe? Oh, it makes you go do that again. I see. Oh, I'm playing as Dantalion. I see. I just realized. We're not winning this, are we? Bro, this fucking healer keeps healing him. Holy shit. Oh, actually, we won this. Never mind. Ooh, you get poles. Okay, hold up. This is what we just did. Cutscene. Aw, your bro's a chef. Yeah, you guys are in Lyceum. Oh, you gotta wait for 1 day, 11 hours. Okay, so what acts you gotta do? So like, I'm confused. So what do you gotta farm? Cause you gotta wait till a day or something. Oh, is it this? Oh, okay, let's do this. You gotta bring in Gloria and Etta, right?
心
Did
配
she
しない
get
で
a bonus?
自分の身は自分で守るから
Yeah, alright. Let's start. Who else gets a bonus actually?
許しはないすまない
無礼は許さん。滅びよ。無駄な動きだ。
すぐ次しない次
どれがいいかな。マジックだよ。
Wait, who else gets a bonus?
おバカさん一人減ったね。
疲れた家に帰っていい
What's the next one? Who else gets a bonus? Only Gloria and Etta? Only Gloria and Etta. Ooh! 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 Oh, everyone here that has a gold star. Okay. That gets a bonus. Got it.
共に戦おう。ありがとう。指示を願います。
Oh, are you not gonna fall off the map?
下がれ。すまない。
Oh, I guess you can't fall.
切る。
無礼は許さん。滅びよ。無駄な動き。
すぐに次。次。これこそ干渉ね。みんなの指揮もだ。
This is an easy one. What was Edda's trait again? It is yeah, okay. Mm.
共に戦おう。あれ？指示を願います。 許しはない。私に続け。
They got purple wolves. That's wild. That's wild. They got purple wolves.
手打ちにして無駄な動きだ。
ターゲットを教え
Yeah,
て。
look.
すぐにやる。次。次。
Maybe I should have bought Inanna instead, because this doesn't really do anything here. She's too slow, Barrel, I mean. Even with move up and march command, she's still too fucking slow. God damn.
私の番ね。
Wait, that... Oh, that kills it. That actually does damage? What the fuck? It does 20% damage. Yeah, okay. Alright, we'll wait.
指示を願います。下がれ。すまない。了解。 楽に死なせてやる。
A knockback?
無礼は許さん。
You got knockbacks? Interesting.
手打ちにしてくれ。握りつぶす。
ターゲットを教えて。死ぬ。次。え？もう終わったの？使ってないものがたくさん。
So instead of barrel, we're thinking Inanna.
ご信任いただき感謝します。
Yes. This will work perfect.
共に戦おう。感謝いたします。 指示を願います。許しはない。
Very nice.
諸君、私に続け。仰せのままに。
無礼は許さん。
Then I just... Yeah.
手打ちにしてくれ。握りつぶす。
素晴らしい勝利です。共に戦えることを
Very
光栄。
nice.
共に戦おう。指示を願い
Come
ま
on. Crowd around. Everybody crowd around.
す。許しはない。諸君、私に続け。仰せのままに。
ルレーは許さぬ。滅びゆ。無駄なあがきだ。ほう。
ターゲットを教えて。
Damn, you guys are actually too far. Fuck. I guess all I can do is just like right here.
私の番で。
Oh wait, 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 no, 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 I'm not too far. I'm
タ
not
ーゲ
too
ッ
far.
トを教えて。
I can get this guy. It just won't be a side attack. That sucks.
分かった。次。
私の番で。こっちに来ないで。
You got attacked twice?
何
That's
か
about not
私
enough
にお
range.
手
That's
伝いできること
interesting.
は。
That is interesting.
頑張って。私がついていますから感謝する。許しはない。すまない。
火の打ちどころのない戦術か。指揮ももう。
共に戦おう。感謝いたします。指示を願います。許しはない。諸君、私に続け。了解。はっ。
ルレーは許さぬ。手打ちにして無駄なあがきだ。ほう。
ターゲットを教えて。
I'm too far for anything.
分かった。
私の番で。こっちに来ないで。分かったわ。何か私にお手伝いできることは。頑張って。私がついていますから。ありがとう。
Yeah, you gotta move far, huh?
コルはちょっと疲れた。家
That's it? Complete an Elysium training act with an extra reward. What does that mean? Complete one banker souvenir exchange. Hmm? Oh, this they mean. Okay, yeah, okay, why not? What time is it? Oh, it should have reset already. Technically. Oh, okay. Let's go again.
共に戦おう。ありがとう。指示を願います。
They mean assist mode. Do they mean this? Auto mode?
諸君、私に続け。
ルレーは許さん。
ターゲットを教えて。次。
私の番ね。何か私にお手伝いできることは？ありがとう。分かったわ。
ルレーは許さん。
甘く見ない。素晴らしい勝利です。
Okay.
共に戦えることを光栄に思います。団長殿。
What does they mean by clear any? Oh, it's in interval, not in like. Oh, okay, never mind. That's what they meant. Okay. Okay, fair enough. So you just farm this stage for like the currency essentially. Do I have stamp? Oh, I do have stamina regions. The temporary pots. It. Okay. How that does this still matter? Ah, I got a ton of these. I'm getting scammed here. Hey, spend all stamina. Fuck that. Okay. Actually, hold up. It's reset, no? Shouldn't we technically yeah, there we go. Did I just get a magician's dream? Legendary?
その方の考え。その方の考え。
You find out.
その方の考えが聞きたい。
That's not it, but nice rolls. I don't think I got it. Did I? I don't see. Unless it was gold. Oh, no, I did get it. Okay, let's roll this. Ah, I got P defense. That sucks ass. I'm breaking that down. Yeah, that's not cool.
その方の
I guess we'll do a once a day memory retrieval shit. What is her thing again? Why was I farming her dupes? Get to heal 2 allies. Okay, maybe that's one.
感謝いたします。
指示を願います。許しはない。すまない。
無礼は許さん。
何か私にお手伝いできることは？
指示を願います。了解。
無礼は許さん。
何か私にお手伝いできることは？
Sidestep me? A cheeky cunt.
頑張って。私がついていますから。
感謝します。
Didn't even know you could do that. Sidestepping me and all that.
許しはない。諸君、私に続け。仰せのままに。指示を願います。下がれ。すまない。
Weapon trials. I wonder if I could use Edda for this one. Unironic. Maybe? I don't know.
"心配しないで。自分の身は自分で守るから。
共に戦おう。
いいタイミングだ。
That's pretty good, actually.
指示を願います。仰せのままに。
団長の判断を聞こうか。
Does it counterattack? Interesting.
どれ。ほう。
どれがいいかな。マジックだよ。だるま
私の番で。
転んだ。
何か私にお手伝いできることは？頑張って。私がついていますから。ありがとう。
あれ？ベラが強くなった。
こっちに来ないで。分かったわ。今助けるよ。
指示を願います。許しはない。了解。
団長の判断を聞こうか。手打ちにして
いいかな。
He's something. Is he actually magic defense down? Yes.
いいタイミング。
Damn! You gotta chill.
無礼は許さぬ。手打ちにし
ベラは死にたくないよ。勝利はすぐそこよ。そこ。分かったわ。今助けるよ。何か私にお手伝いできることは？頑張って。私がついていますから。あれ？ベラが強くなった。もう痛すぎ。
Maybe we should have gone and
無礼は許さぬ。
hit this, I guess.
滅びよ。
That works.
ベラは死にたくないよ。マジックだよ。おバカ勝利はすぐそこよ。あれ？ベラが強くなった。分かったわ。今助けるよ。何か私にお手伝いできることは？頑張って。私がついていますから。あれ？ベラが強くなった。
What am I gonna do? Ain't gonna do shit, so I'm gonna go bring this home.
指示を願います。許しはない。
団長の判断を聞こう。手打ちにしろ。無礼者が。
どれがいいかな。
Actually, no. Because I'm pretty sure magic attacks
団
work,
長の
right?
判断を聞こう。
It does.
滅びよ。
どれがいいかな。私の番ね。何か私にお手伝いできることは？頑張って。私がついていますから感謝します。
いいタイミングだ。
下がれ。諸君、私に続け。
What the fuck? Am I supposed to break the shield, maybe? I guess I'm supposed to break the shield?
指示を願います。下がれ。
団長の判断を聞こう。
どれがいいかな。ドドンと。私の番ね。そこ。分かった。何か私にお手伝いできることは？
Actually, I want to see how much is your defense right now.
いいタイミングだ。無礼者が。
So you're supposed to pick the shield.
これが払うべき代償。
You are supposed to pick the shield.
勝利はすぐそこです。共に戦おう。感謝いたします。共に戦おう。
But how you survive that then?
裏切って。指示を願います。許しはない。
団長の判断を聞こう。滅びる。
どれがいいかな。ドドンと。私の番ね。何か私にお手伝いできることは？頑張って。私がついていますから。
いいタイミング。
It's not enough. You have to pick the shield. Fuck. It really is not enough. Main issue is how do you survive that?
何か私にお手伝いできることは？頑張って。私がついていますから。
いいタイミングだ。
今助けるよ。
マジックだよ。
It is a shield break mechanic. It is a shield break mechanic. Okay. Because if I did that magic damage there, I don't break the shield. Alright, whatever. I'll just sweep on level 50 trial then. Got this dog shit. It's good to know, but damn, that's rough. That is rough. You get a double. Alright. Oh, I get a little advantage. No extra rewards? Is it because I did it before reset? I probably did it before reset. Yeah, that might actually be it. I did it before reset. I mean, after reset, not before. So I have to wait for like it to reset. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Does that mean? Yeah, well maybe. Okay. You have to wait for reset for the double rewards. I will just do this instead. Come on, double piece. Not double piece.
その方の
I just wanted a double
その方
piece.
の その方の考え。その方の
I guess we do a
考え
PvP
が
dailies and then we'll go to the next segment.
その方の考えが
Hit me? Who hit me? What the fuck, really? Even in platinum? I mean, platinum. Radiance? That's wild. No way. Did they reset this yet? No, they didn't reset this yet. I guess it resets in like 13 days or some shit. 11 days. Okay. Resets in 11 days. Oh, you know what we could do? We could put Etta in. Hold on. We could put Etta in the over Warrior, maybe? I don't know how this will work, but I don't know how this will work actually. I guess we'll find out in PvP defense, I guess. I mean, yeah, in PvP offense. What am I saying?
心配しないで。自分の身は自分で守るから。共に戦おう。ありがとう。
Is there a trap? We're about to find out. Oh, double trap. Oh, okay. So, what? Just gonna go around? Okay. I'm gonna just go around.
了解。
無礼は許さぬ。
Have fun with that.
ターゲットを教えて。
I'ma go around.
分かった。どれがいいかな。
Ironically, I'm pretty sure I can do this.
私の番ね。何か私にお手伝いできることは？頑張って。私がついていますから。ありがとう。
おバカさんが一人減ったね。
Yeah.
やだやだ。
指示を願います。仰せのままに。
There's a fire trap here too. Very smart. Honest.
まだ。
無礼は許さぬ。
Very smart. I'm still deleting you.
手打ちにしてやる。無駄なあがきだ。ほう。
ターゲットを教えて。 どれがいいかな。
Ooh, I have no energy. Fuck. I have no energy. I can't just hit that. Damn. Ooh, you ass. Lucky I don't have any energy right now.
それまだ
私の番ね。こっちに来ないで。何か私にお手伝いできることは？頑張って。私がついていますから。
Oh shit, you knocked me off!
正義の旗は倒れはしない。
Oh, I didn't think you could do that. I did not think you could do that.
下がれ。まだ
無礼は
In hindsight, I probably knew, but didn't think about it.
ターゲットを教えてすぐに次
私の番ね。何か私にお手伝いできることは？いやあ、今助けるよ。甘く見ないで。ありがとう。正義の旗は倒れはしない。下がれ。すまない。
無礼は許さぬ。
命令してすぐに
私の番。何か私にお手伝いできることは？頑張って。私がついていますから。勝利はすぐそこです。共に戦おう。感謝いたします。許しはない。すまない。
無礼は許さぬ。
私の番ね。そこ。何か私にお手伝いできることは？勝利はすぐそこです。共に戦おう。ありがとう。
無礼は許さぬ。
Can I reach him here? I cannot.
手打ちにして無駄な
私の番ね。こっちに来ないで。何か私にお手伝いできることは？
He put me in
勝利は
cover
すぐ
still,
そこ
huh?
です。下がれ。
無礼は許さぬ。
What turn is it? 10 out of 10? Okay.
勝利はすぐそこよ。
They really got real defenses now, huh? Fire traps on the side and shit. That's wild. That is wild.
共 共に戦おう。ありがとう。
That's a tanky ass fence, huh? Wait, what the fuck? Okay. I just realized, where is everybody?
指示を願います。
I'm like, wait, what the fuck?
了解。
無礼は許さん。
ターゲットを教えて。
Alright.
どれがいいかな。
Both of these fences though. Okay.
マジックだよ。
私の番ね。分かった。何か私にお手伝いできることは？そこです。心得ました。ありがとう。
I have no idea what's going on here, other than they have a free defense, I guess.
指示を願います。
Yes, they have a free defense.
下がれ。仰せのままに。
無礼
Oh,
は
you
許
can reach
さん
from there? That's interesting. That's actually really interesting. So you can reach from there.
手打ちにしなく
That's cool.
ターゲットを教えて。
You do some tanky ass fences. What the fuck? Wait, these are some tanky ass fences.
やだやだ。
私の番ね。こっちに来ないで。何か私にお手伝いできることは？頑張って。私がついていますから。
エラが強くなった。マジックだよ。おバカさんが一人減ったね。
These are some tanky ass
指示を
fences.
願います。
I want to destroy this fence now.
許しはない。
無礼は許さん。
I want to destroy this fence now.
滅びる。
私の番ね。分かった。何か私にお手伝いできることは？
I guess I'll hop up.
これで良いのです。
Beating up the base.
感謝します。
ターゲットを教えて。すぐやる。どれがいいかな。やっほー。
指示を願います。許しはない。
無礼は許さん。
What's up, Angry Mama?
私の番ね。分かったわ。何か私にお手伝いできるこ
I'm
とは？
glad we can skip 2 units. What 2 units? You mean Simona and Etta? I got Etta. I got Etta for weapon trials. Solely because of weapon trials. That's it.
頑張って。
I got her in 100 pulls. I got Barrel in 20 pulls. Then I got Etta.
どれがいいかな。
Lugun's in. Oh, you mean in Aether Gazer? Yeah, true. Actually, true. Yeah, I'm skipping those two too. Yeah, you're right. I forgot Aether Gazer. I thought you meant this game. You meant another game. Yeah. I'm skipping both of them as well. You're right. I am skipping both of them. I'm skipping Lu and Ziming as well. Which I'm glad I am. I went to SSS Ver so bad. Who? S rank Verdandi or B rank Verdandi? Because S rank Verdandi is not out. You can't S rank for shit, my dude. What do you mean you S rank Verdandi so bad? S rank Verdandi's not even out. S rank, she's not even out. She's not even out, my dude. She's not even out.
共に戦おう。感謝いたします。
Pretty sure I gotta break this.
指示を願います。
Can I? Oh, yes I can.
下がれ。
Yes, I'm surely I'll have no tickets after Dog Scorpion. Probably not, but yeah, sure, why not? Yeah.
無礼は許さん。
I guess I'll break this. These are some tanky ass fences, yo. Matter of fact, I'm going this way. I want to light these motherfuckers up, but I can't. I'll have to light up these fences.
私の番ね。
Cool.
こっちに来ないで。甘く見ないで。うん。何か私にお手伝いできることは？頑張って。私がついていますから。レラが強くなった。
When did this work out?
ドドンと。指示を願います。下がれ。すまない。
無礼は許さん。
Okay.
手打ちにして。
Oh, you lucky son of a bitch. Oh, you're so lucky.
どれがいいかな。よいしょ。
私の番ね。そこ。
What's the thing again? I forgot. What did I give her? Oh. You can chill here.
何か私にお手伝いできることは？頑張って。私がついていますから。レラが強くなった。
See ya.
諸君、私に続け。
無礼は許さん。手打ちにして。
ターゲットを教えて。すぐに。
No healers for you. And no range DPS for you.
次。どれがいいかな。
Let me get this bitch here.
どどんと。私の番ね。
一人減ったね。
Did I reach that? I can't even reach that.
何か私にお手伝いできることは？頑張って。私がついていますから。指示を願います。切る。指示を願います。 共に戦おう。 仰せのままに。ターゲットを教えて。
One step closer to the end.
どれがいいかな。私の番ね。分かったわ。何か私にお手伝いできることは。頑張って。私がついていますから。ベラが強くなった。ドドンと。
無礼は許さん。
Probably could have waited a turn.
指示を願います。許しはない。
無礼は許さん。滅びよ。
ターゲットを教えて。分かった。どれがいいかな。だるまさん。私の番ね。
I don't know why I did that, but well,
何か私にお手
I
伝い
did
できる
it.
ことは。これで良いのですね。
いいタイミングだ。
指示を願います。切る。
無礼は許さん。滅びよ。
don't know if it's worth putting Edda. I mean, Edda's good, but I think she's a skill. Maybe we'll take instead of like. Nah, I will leave it. Leave it.
共に戦おう。
Interesting defense.
ベラが強くなった。
Why even bother healing? What the fuck? Surely there's a trap here, right? No trap. Interesting.
指示を願います。
No trap.
許しはない。仰せのままに。
無礼は許さん。
Go ask Lucky I can't reach you there.
滅びよ。
ターゲットを教えて。
I'm gonna go from behind.
どれがいいかな。マジックだよ。おバカさんが一人減ったね。私の番ね。
Fair, 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 fair.
こっちに来ないで。
I should bring the other skill. That way I can like pop from here. Cause not enough range. Let's have the other skill.
分かったわ。何か私にお手伝いできることは。頑張って。私がついていますから。
いいタイミング。
感謝します。
手打ちにして。
今助けるよ。
ほう。
That must have hurt.
指示を願います。下がれ。すまない。ターゲットを教えて。
Ooh, I'm coming for you over here.
次。
Oh wait.
どれが がいいかな。
Nah, it can't be shit. Because they slowed me down. That sucks. I'll wait.
だるまさんが転んだ。私の番ね。
Unfortunate.
分かったわ。何か私にお手伝いできることは？
Attack buff, anybody?
頑張って。ありがとう。私がついていますから。
We can just nuke this idiot.
手打ちにしてほう。
どれがいいかな。マジックだよ。私の番ね。
Yeah, I need that skill.
分かったわ。
The long range reach.
何か私にお手伝いできることは？ 心得ました。指示を願います。ベラが強くなった。許しはない。
無礼は許さん。手打ちにしてくれ。無駄なあがき。
ターゲットを教えて。死ぬ。楽に死なせてやる。指示を願います。 切る。
無礼は許さん。滅びよ。
どれがいいかな。私の番ね。分かったわ。何か私にお手伝いできることは？頑張って。私がついていますから。
いい。
ありがとう。
それ。
ターゲット。指示を願います。共に戦おう。
いいタイミングだ。
共に戦おう。ありがとう。
無礼は許さん。手打ちにして。
Man, I'm hungry. I didn't eat shit today. I actually did not eat shit today. Oh my god, what the fuck is this defense?
共に戦おう。
Okay. I'm not even gonna question it.
指示を願います。
Actually, let me boost. Son of a bitch! You got me with the trap. Good one. Fucking hell, you actually got me with the trap, didn't you? Fair enough.
ターゲットを教えて。
You ain't getting me with this one though.
どれがいいかな。マジックだよ。おバカさんが一人減ったね。だるまさんが転んだ。私の番ね。
Yeah, that shit was fun.
甘く見ないで。
Your ass lucky on that bolt skill right now. I should have changed it. I forgot to change it. I should have changed it. Actually, matter of fact, hold up.
頑張って。私がついていますから。感謝します。
Now we're nuking. Now we're nuking.
私に続け。指示を願います。下がれ。仰せのままに。
無礼は許さん。手打ちにして無駄なあがきだ。ほう。
ターゲットを教えて。すぐに分かった。どれがいいかな。マジックだぞ。だるまさんが
私の番ね。うん。何か私にお手伝いできることは。頑張って。私はついていますから。
いいタイミングだ。
指示を願います。仰せのままに。
無礼は許さん。滅びよ。
ターゲットを教えて。すぐにどれがいいかな。マジックだよ。
Oh yeah. You see the American trailer is looking juicy? Yeah, I saw it. I can't wait. Next week, right? I actually cannot wait. I'm actually happy. Looks good. I saw it yesterday. It actually looks juicy. I don't know if the place is one of these skills. I mean, I guess this one, no? Let me update this real quick. Save. Then let me set defense again. Take out. Take out Roya. Hold in. Yeah, about 4 days, 22 hours. Yeah, I can't wait. I can't wait. Oh wait, I could upgrade stuff now, couldn't I? Yeah, I can upgrade stuff now. It's good to upgrade. Yeah. I don't see why not. Don't think there's anything else for me to do. Yeah. Okay. We're gonna do some 8 the Gazer, then we'll do some Limbus MD Hard. Yeah, let's do some 8 the Gazer. Where is my emulator? Actually, I should log on details. I'll log on details afterwards. Yeah, I'll log on details afterwards. I gotta do my chores. I haven't done details in like a day. I kind of want to buy Warhammer 40k Space Marines too. It's actually looking pretty decent. But I heard the co-op is wonky, as in like it doesn't work. Or it works sometimes. So I'm not sure. Not I got a wedding dinner to go tomorrow. Well, wedding brunch, whatever the fuck it is. Tomorrow in the morning. Then everything comes out in 4 days. I'm hyped. Oh, we could just turn on music. I just realized. I want to eat something. I'm now hungry, but I don't know what to eat.
Searching for seashells
I don't know what to eat. I am hungry as fuck.
waves crashing, birds singing, a perfect day, perfect day. Matching magic happen, nature's own way. La la la, la la la, la la la, la la la. I had a kid's birthday party, but I didn't go. Was gonna teach those brats some magic tricks, but now they'll never know. This magic life is exhausting, I needed a break. Time for me to play Houdini and make my great escape. Grabbed a tail, sunscreen, and a chair, and disappeared to the ocean air. AI magician playing hooky. Ooh, rather do the beach boogie woogie. Sandy toes and salty hair. Searching for seashells without a care.
Not bad.
Waves crashing, birds singing, a perfect day, perfect day. Matching magic happen, nature's own way. La la la, la la la, la la la, la la la, la la la. Hey, magician playing hooky. Rather do the beach boogie woogie. AI magician playing hooky. Rather do the beach boogie woogie. AI magician playing hooky. Rather do the beach boogie woogie. AI magician playing hooky. Rather do the beach boogie woogie. Waves crashing, birds singing, a perfect day, perfect day. Matching magic happen, nature's own way. La la la, la la la, la la la, la la la.
That's a big ass X mark.
See me sashay on the floor, can't resist. You want some more, but darling, this is how I do. My groove's got nothing to prove. No need to throw that shade. Just step up, don't be afraid. We're all queens in the scene, so let your fears be seen. Don't be jealous of my jam. I'm just serving who I am. Got that fire, got that glow. Come on, ladies, to the show. I see you eyeing, craving spice. The honey, my vibes seem nice. Don't just watch, it's your turn. Feel the heat, let it burn. No need to play it cool. Just play, you know the rule. We're all stars, dressed to kill. So show 'em all your thrill.
Where's the sign-in shit? So I can get my shit. Whoa, 2 more days and I get that shit. Boom. Can I buy stuff? What is this? Oh. How much do I upgrade it? 2 more runs. Okay. What's up, Mimichi? How you doing? Ah. Did you get Eda, Mimichi? I got Eda within 100 polls. I got Barrel in 20 polls, then I got Eda in 80 polls, so I got 100 polls total. Gonna do SOC event. The SOC is mad easy. You do the story, then go to the other tab, and then you do the event dungeons. Now I don't want anyone. I want Cole. Imagine if we gotten Cole off the banner. I'm joking. Obviously, I'm joking. But yeah, at least you get polls. You can polls from the event as well. You get rewards. So good luck. You know how to do the event, right? Main story tab for the event story tab, and then the dungeon tab is on the other tab. They get mad good shit in there. No, I'm clueless. No, you're not. Surely you know how to navigate the UI. There's 2 tabs: the main story campaign tab for the event, and then the second tab under it is like the event dungeons that you can do. I was just slowly learning. Okay. I'm cold, but also hungry. But I also have a wedding day to go to tomorrow at 10 a.m. So in like 9 hours, I think, or 10 hours. Right? Hold up. Yeah, 9 hours. Literally. I don't even want to go. I don't even want to go. I don't want to go. I want to stay home and play games all day. Straight up. It sounds as much as degen as that sounds. I just want to stay home and play games all day. I want to do that too. Yeah. Become a neat. Yeah. I don't wanna have responsibilities. Imagine being a mature adult. That sucks. Imagine being a mature adult. So 2 more upgrades and then we're done. How many days left? 11 days? Damn, okay. The song's kinda mid. No offense.
Hey, how are you? I hope you're alright. Look, I'm sorry about that fight. I know I wasn't right. I kinda lost my mind. I hope you're doing fine. Sometimes get so needy, I get so greedy, and
I always forget which one you gotta do. I think it's this one, no?
like I need
No, that's not it.
I hope you feel me and forgive me, 'cause all I really want is you.
It was this. There we go.
What I'm gonna do if I lose you? Babe, I'm so sorry. I get so worried. Look, I know it isn't right, and I'm sorry about that fight. My mind goes crazy. I need you to save me. I need to know I can count on you. Can I count on you? I never had nothing, never had love. Always looking for something, and it's never enough. Sometimes I kinda lose my mind. I get so needy, I get so greedy, and I need you to need me like I need you. I hope you feel me and forgive me, 'cause all I really want is you. Don't know what I'm gonna do if I lose you. Can you feel me? Oh baby, oh baby. I get so crazy. I need you to save me. I never had nothing, never had no love. It's always been so rough for me. I feel so broken and all alone, even when I'm with you. Oh baby, sometimes I kinda lose my mind. I get so needy, I get so greedy, and I need you to need me like I need you. I hope you feel me and forgive me. I get so crazy and need you to save me. Baby, please, please. I get so needy,
Do it again? No.
I get so needy, I get so needy for your love.
Will I have to do spell capture? Oh, I didn't get little watch. Okay, guess I have to. Okay.
All of the bad things gathered in place.
Wait, why did I hit try again? Did we do recurring dreams? Oh, this unlocks some. Okay. Ice team. I actually do have an ice team, unironically. I actually do have an ice team. There we go. I already fucked up because I thought I was playing Tsukiyomi. I already fucked up the rotation. I pressed S3 instead of S1 into S3. Oh god.
Heartbreak, track 2, betrayal, skip, skip, skip. But it's all to no avail. Every song tells the same old story. Love is pain, pain is all there is. Can't escape this auditory purgatory. Is there nothing more than this? Hey there, what's with the frown? Why are you letting these songs bring you down? Leave me alone.
I'm trying to think. As it zone, I think it reset. Yes, it did.
Maybe there's more than just that song. Perhaps I've had it wrong all along.
Oh, this song. Okay.
Dalla luna vedo stelle nel cielo blu, brillano come diamanti, un sogno che si avvera, sono un'aliena, curiosa di più, guardo il pianeta Terra, che magia che mi svela, danzano luci nel vuoto profondo, ogni stella ha una storia, ogni stella ha un mondo, curiosa, mi avvicino piano verso quel pianeta strano.
Where's the boss at? Fucking again.
Viaggio tra galassie e costellazioni, navigo tra i mondi seguendo emozioni, attratta da quel blu che sa di verità, la terra mi chiama e io risponderò, lo so già, danzano luci nel vuoto profondo, ogni stella ha una storia, ogni stella ha un mondo, curiosa, mi avvicino piano verso quel pianeta strano. Mondo diverso, scopro il tuo universo, vengo da lontano, il viaggio è un verso, canto come sirena, la mia voce è piena di sogni e di misteri, nel cielo sereno, viaggio tra galassie e costellazioni, navigo tra i mondi, seguendo emozioni, attratta da quel blu che sa di verità, la terra mi chiama e io risponderò, lo so già, danzano luci nel vuoto profondo, ogni stella ha una storia, ogni stella ha un mondo, curiosa, mi avvicino piano verso quel pianeta strano. Mondo diverso, viaggio il tuo universo, seguo il mio destino, curiosa e intensa, le stelle mi guidano, la luna mi sussurra, la terra mi chiama e io sono pronta.
I might have to buy this, but I'll do it next time. I'll save up for like the future characters. I think we're done here, right? I'm trying to remember if I have to do DV this week, but I don't think so. We have 11 days. We have 11 days. We can do it next week. Well, 11 is like a week and a half. So we can literally do it next week. Right, okay. We'll do it next week. I think that's it. Oh, there's still some Limbus. I gotta do MD hard. I gotta do MD hard. Yes. Limbus.
I saw you shining from afar like a diamond in the dark, a caviar star. The dream I never knew I had. Now I'm hooked, yeah, it's kinda bad. Your aura's dripping with luxury, got me thinking about what we could be. Soaking velvet, you're the finest art. Got me craving just a little part. Every move you make it so bizarre. You're a universe, a shooting star. I'm just a traveler here to explore. Wanna know what's behind your door? Can I taste your
That's right.
caviar star? Dive into your world wherever you are. Sip the sweetness of your mystery. Let me in, girl, set me free. Can I taste your caviar star? In your galaxy, you're the brightest by far. I'm ready for this luxury ride. Take me to the other side. Every word you speak is like a melody. Got me lost in your gravity. You're the
I guess I should save my post since everything's coming out in a week, well, 4 days.
Can it look you make it so bizarre? Your universe, a shooting star. I'm just a traveler here to explore. Wanna know what's behind your door? Can I taste your caviar star? Dive into your world wherever you are. Sip the sweetness of your mystery. Let me in, girl, set me free. Can I taste your caviar star? In your galaxy, you're the brightest by far. I'm ready for this luxury ride. Take me to the other side.
실력 최대치. 승객이 딱콩 한 방 먹였어. 보시다시피 앞에 무방비해진 개체가 있네요. 부디 그래선 안 되겠지만 이 틈을 놓친다면 관리자님의 역량에 대한 계산을 재검토해야 할지도 모르겠네요. 효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요.
저거 봐, 쟤 휘청거리고 있다.
Well, I'm cold. I just realized my AC is. What's the temperature? Yeah. I don't understand unless I don't have enough charge. Is that why? Yeah, whatever.
우리가 우세한 상황이야. 내 앞을 막을 자는 없어.
I am so cold right now. So cold right now. Holy shit. Hold on. God damn.
좋아. 알맞게 모기덩어리를 털어냈네. 그러니까 이제 방을 내볼 차례겠지. 다음은 어디요? 완벽한 한방. 시원한걸?
야호. 이기는 편, 우리 편.
Buongiorno signore, son qui per voi. Sono dell'olio di olive pregiato, sai. Vorrei parlare, se può ascoltar, di un'offerta che fa il caso tuo. Chi parla? Non sento bene. Di cosa si tratta? Mi dica lei. Non voglio comprare, lo dico già. Son troppo vecchio, mi lasci in pace qua. Capisco, ma solo un minuto. Questo olio è speciale, un vero aiuto. Per la tua cucina è il miglior sapore da provare subito senza indugiare. Ma quanto
Not kind of mid.
모델 45-3 충전. 전투 준비 완료. 먼저 끝내고 돌아오는 친구는 맛있는 거 사줄게. 물론 회사 카드.
In the hush, where the shadows tease, velvet lines and a playful squeeze. No need for words, just a
I hate this boss. He's off insanity.
먼저 끝내고 돌아오는 친구는 맛있는 거 사줄게. 물론 회사 카드로. 사실은 이런 고무부실은 제가 아니라 세키라들의 역할이긴 했죠. 관리자님들 여기로 저는 어제는 수십 명의 몫을 해내고 있으니까요. 오, 머리 좋다 탓해. 샷이 완전 좋았어. 카루, 기다리는 건 못해. 100초만 기다려 내 앞을 막을 자는 없어. 출력 최대치. 완벽한 한 발. 시원한걸?
공간을 뭉갠다.
나도 그렇게는 안 했을 것 같은데. 단체, 많이 피곤해? 보시다시피 앞에 무방비해진 개체가 있네요. 부디 그래선 안 되겠지만 이 틈을 놓치면 관리자님의 명령에 대한 계산을 재검토해야지도 모르겠어요.
야, 맞잖아.
I sure hope this doesn't hit. I'm pretty sure I just got hit by everything. We won though. Alright, I'll take it.
대충 다 착살된 모양인데 빨리 돌아가자고. 이 정도면 의뢰하는 거.
We do MD hard. What time is it? Oh shit, we have time? I'm surprised. Alright, we're gonna do MD hard, then we'll do a YouTube segment, probably a long one, and then I'm gonna take a nap before I go to the wedding event tomorrow, I guess. Looking at these buffs, do I give a shit? Kinda wish these buffs were like more insane. Oh, let's do some indie hard. We're doing charge again, right? I guess I gotta move this over to make it small. Oh, the pick here. I gotta look up the dinghy for charge combos. What is the combo for charge shit again? Risk guards, material interference force. So I need risk guards and material interference force. Okay. This has risk guards. What is this? Guess we'll take this because we need the risk guards. I'm in cold. God damn. Hold on. Alright, let's go get some random ego gifts. Damn, really? Shit. I ain't with shit. But I guess skill power plus one. Let's go watch a video. I'm gonna check some of these out.
정리를 시작하겠어.
사실 이런 보호구실은 제가 아니라 세피라들의 역할이긴 하죠. 관리자님도 알다시피 저는 언제나 수십
Living turn. Hold on, let me make Limbus a little bit bigger. So I just realized this room to make it bigger. Okay. Kinda cold still. Hold up. I kinda wanna watch this because I hate these basilisks.
저거 봐, 쟤 휘청거리고 있다.
That shit was dumb. I hated this shit.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
Yeah, J-Gun, Evil Eye. Yeah, I couldn't kill them.
좋아, 알맞게 멋진 덩어리를 털어냈네. 그러니까 이젠 광을 내볼 차례겠지.
only have 1 HP.
충전 기능 점검. 사슬의 정리. 공간을 신뢰한다. 제압 완료. 승객 보관 중.
Special effects? Wait, what? Play out. For a while, stickers they do not call death level, making them as good as infected ones. Oh, you could avoid them using damage what time skills. Wait, what? Interesting. No, the next time I use special dot effects. What's the best food show ever show? Where is it? Love that show. Best food review show.
Boom. Okay.
I can't wait till it's gonna make me hungry. What the other one? Yeah, it's an hour long.
Twizzlers. They're and this beef stew costs only $1.50.
7 levels of Vietnamese.
Right now, I'm holding.
Yeah, that's good. I guess I also watched the thing that I was gonna say I was gonna watch. What was it called again? No, there's recommended videos actually.
The year's 2011.
4chan versus Mexico's most dangerous cartel. Okay. Guess we can watch this too.
Isn't a woman and thereby isn't a feminist. He's just.
Hey guys, welcome back.
Town, I touch down, they toss me Glico. We in a club turned up, man, where the freak hoes? Hey, Bob, bitch, I'm a. Even out of town, I touch down, they toss me Glico. We in a club turned up, man, where the freak hoes? Hey, Bob, bitch, I'm a big pig. Up the price on the bitch, now it's a big fee. Level honeys come all blue, them bitches crispy. I ain't gonna lie, I make this bitch when I was tipsy.
What the fuck?
Fresh about the.
Hey, hold on for a second. Where did y'all get this Spider-Man from? Wish? Well, I wish y'all return his ass. That ain't no damn Spider-Man. He got bit by a bed bug or something. This nigga is getting sturdy. I don't think Peter Parker ever
What's
did
up,
that
Munichi?
in any Spider-Man movie. Y'all paid this nigga in the biggest bottle of Hennessy, and it's halfway gone. If y'all don't save them fucking kids, he's literally the only one having fun. Them kids look concerned. Mister, you not Spider-Man. Well, shoot a web then. I bet if the kids told him to shoot a web right now, he'll spit. There it is right there. You want another one?
I'm
Who want
doing
another
the
one?
event
You want
training
one?
stuff. Nice.
Yeah, I must have traded some cigarettes or something for this nigga. Dude, this nigga got on ballet shoes? Somebody call the police. That is one of them damn kids' uncle. And they know they embarrassed because this happens every time their birthday come around. Every year. The nigga was supposed to be Green Goblin last year and he came dressed as the Grinch. This is what happens when you throw a party on a budget. A tight ass budget. You get a damn, not even a superhero. This is a Hennessy hero. I don't even think he got the costume on right. I feel like up under there he ass naked.
At least it wasn't so high. At least it wasn't so high. But they suing. They 100% suing.
Hold on for a second. Is he okay? Yes, do what the lady said. Please call the ambulance. He done hit everything on the way down. Head, neck, everything got hit. This not even funny, man. Like, I really hope this man is okay, because being a daredevil, it takes a lot. You gotta have guts to get up there and do some nonsense shit like that. You are walking on a spinning wheel. That's not even the human's natural comfort zone to be walking on. I don't even like walking on ledges. If it got a creak to it, I'm not walking on it. Ooh, that shit moving, let me walk around it. But here's where I messed up at. I laughed a little bit because I thought that was a part of his act. Oh, he was into it. He had the Michael Jackson hat on. He snapped above his head. His hands was moving. I thought he was doing the right thing. And then when he was falling, nobody really reacted on time. Even Curious George Daddy under the spinning wheel, I don't know if that's him or whoever that is in the yellow, he didn't even react on time. You had to hear a noise that didn't sound a part of the performance. And like, what the hell? Did you hear that? Oh, he done fell off the wheel. I don't even know what you're supposed to do to heal somebody from falling off a 20-foot spinning wheel like that. Like, as soon as he hit that last part and his neck snapped up, I know his soul left the chat immediately. That man's soul probably somewhere in RuneScape or Narnia or somewhere. We don't know, but we just hope he's okay. And one last thing before I get up out of here. If y'all gonna have somebody doing some serious stunt devil shit like this, at least have the decency to give them some proper updated music, because that 1950 ass carnival music, oh, I laughed my ass off. I'm sorry. I had a healthy laugh. It is 2021. There's no reason that should still be on the playlist for carnivals. Especially with daredevils up here risking their life. Can they go out to some pimping shit at least? If it is to happen. Like, cause at this moment, he's laying there. We don't know what's happening. The crowd don't know what's happening. He's laying there injured. Probably paralyzed. And y'all got this Mickey Mouse ass shit playing in the background. That's like playing the Mickey Mouse theme song at somebody's funeral. It don't work. Y'all could have played that man some Bone Crusher, Never Scared. That would be my go-to song. He probably would have did that shit way better. Spinning on his head, flips. Y'all done distracted him though with this Mickey Mouse ass carnival music. Cut it off.
At all. No, sir.
Hey,
I
thought
thought he looks fine. The dude looks fine.
And forget what they talking about. You fresh as hell, bruh. I hate seeing people try to put other people down for no reason. You got that shit on, sir. I wonder what the hell they got on. They probably look like Sheen action figures and
Got a collar shirt on, jeans. He looks clean. Like, what the fuck?
Rainbow Store mascots. Let me tell you why you fresh, bruh. Cause you got your own swag, and that's what's up. This a chill ass fit, cause you got the crispy polo on. Everybody wanted that when I was growing up, nigga. I ain't even have a crispy polo like that. All my shit was wrinkled and came from Play-Dohs. I had hand-me-down shit. You got your shit fresh off a Ralph Lauren mannequin, my nigga. I fucks with that. All my polos came fresh off one of my brothers. Then you got the crispy ass denim jeans on, like it complements the blue, the baby blue in the polo shirt perfectly. You don't care about no designer. You ain't riding no trends. You just rocking that shit you grew up on. I get it. Everybody know, all the OGs know this shit was it back in 2012, 2014. Shit, it's still it for real. People just overlook it cause social media and all that. But back when I was growing up, nigga, if you had a nice polo shirt and it was striped and it was crispy like this, oh nigga, you getting all the hoes. And you had a G-Shock watch for your accessories, nigga.
Oh, he's talking about the G-Shock watches. Okay. You really OG.
Mama had money. They mad cause you color coordinated. You ain't no ugly dude. Pause. You feel me? No homo. You a handsome guy. Feel what I'm saying? Look like you take care of your kids. You probably smell good. Feel what I'm saying? Probably own your own shit. And they gotta find something to hate on. They gotta find something to tear you down cause you a black man. You feel what I'm saying? And they talking shit at Whataburger. Who the hell get fresh to go to Whataburger? Nigga, I can tell you got money cause you got 2 large drinks, nigga. In this economy, 2 large drinks? Come on, man. I don't even get the combo no more. Shit is hard out here. I barely get the fries. Tear some of them. Y'all can eat some of them motherfuckers as long as you take it off my bill. I'm just making this video to say this. Keep doing you. You feel what I'm saying? Stop trying to prove yourself to motherfuckers out here because they don't accept what you got on, what you rocking, your style. They don't accept you. Don't nobody give a damn, nigga. I'm rocking True Religion. True Religion supposedly went out of style back in 2015, 2016. I ain't never had no True Religion growing up. I got it today. I don't give a damn if it's out of style. Shit, you might catch me rocking USPA on the next video. Well, nah, that's stupid too, low. I can't do no
Back to Sword of Convallaria. In today's video, we just had the new event go live, which is this one here, the Elysium training. Now, I've made a calculator that basically you can enter in your certain data and you can find out how much stamina you need to run in the event, how many times you need.
Oh, I just realized something. What is the combination for the charge recipe again? Holy shit, I forgot. Risk guards and material interference force. What tier is material interference force field? Is that tier 3? I'm just gonna look it up. I'm just gonna look it up. Ego gift combinations. Is this tier 3? Material interference force field? What tier is that? 0 to 10. I wish this shit was like better. What tier is material interference force? It is tier 3. Okay.
Need to run the non-boosted stages to work it out. So I'll show you guys how you do make your own in takes your own story playthrough thing where you have additional achievements that you want to do all of them to get all these extra free cakes. Now, once you hit a certain level in the banquet invitation, which doesn't take you too long at all, you unlock Elysium training. Now, you want to do this on day 1 especially because this is going to be very important. So as soon as you unlock Elysium training, you're going to come through and you're going to work through them one stage at a time and get down to number 6. Number 6 is the max, and as you can see, it drops the highest amount of cakes. Very important. Now, the one thing you also want to be doing whenever you are in this Elysium training, you want to be using as many of these multiplier characters as you can. As you can see, we've got Edda and Gloria, and then we have all these other units. Basically, if you don't have Edda, but you have Gloria, use Gloria and 4 of these units. If you have Gloria and Edda, use Gloria, Edda, and 3 of these units. That is the basics you want to do, because these bonus multipliers stack. So essentially here on level 6, you can see it's got 800. If I use just Gloria and Edda in my team, that will actually be 1600. Because you got 50% and 50%, which is basically just doubling it. Now, keep in mind, we do also have extra rewards, which is where my calculator comes into play. Because you get 2 extra rewards per day, so it's going to matter how many days are left in the event that you can get these extra rewards, and then calculating how many normal runs you need to do so that you don't overdo your stamina and do too many runs to where you have too many cakes that you're over clearing the shop and wasting that stamina. So that is what is very, very
important. That's what it's about.
Red are things that you can modify, and in green are look at my spreadsheet. So I've entered all those things in the shop into this. Then I've entered the
I don't care. What else can we check out, boys?
The Los Zetas cartel is one of the most powerful organizations in the modern world. Known for their brutalness, this Mexican cartel had been responsible for numerous massacres.
Man, there's so many Mexican cartels, is wild. Not a day goes by do I see another Mexican cartel.
Wiping out whole villages of people. From lavish drug kingpins to even a human trafficking ring, Los Zetas is filled with highly trained individuals, many of whom were former members of Mexico's special forces. At this point, Los Zetas owned about a third of Mexico, along with many paid-off politicians and businessmen. They even had a web of taxi drivers who would feed them information so they could keep tabs on where their enemies were located. Los Zetas used their immense power and wealth to stay in the shadows, hidden from the public view. Because of this, the Los Zetas cartel felt truly invincible. However, they would soon be thrust into the spotlight when 4chan's hacker group Anonymous declared war. But before we get to that, our story goes back around a year prior, at the end of 2010.
Oh, wait, what's this? The time 4chan uncovered an Egyptian cult? This seems more interesting. I will check it out afterwards as well.
During this period, Anonymous was massive. They were well known and respected by almost
TikTok's most brain dead challenge, No Poop July. There's no fucking shot people's actually doing No Poop July.
everyone around the world. The only people that didn't respect Anonymous were the evil individuals and organizations that were deathly afraid of them. But those are stories for another time. Anyways, Anonymous decided to launch something called Operation Paperstorm, and they even released a video alongside it, explaining their goal to the public. The original video is quite long, so I'll only play the important parts.
Greetings, citizens of the world. We are Anonymous. I want to talk to you about an important topic, or rather, an important change. In the world there are many wars with weapons, but there are more silent wars, which aim at the destruction of your fundamental rights. This silent war carried out by governments and private entities also want to make it more difficult for you to inform yourself about the events that are happening around you, filtering what you can and cannot search, say, or think. This is not only a waste of government money, but they also mess with the basics and freedom of the internet by trying in every way to privatize and censor information, websites and the free thought and word of the people. Anonymous, this is a revolution, and it's time to make a change. A change, no matter how small we can make it grow. This is an idea and you can't kill an idea, so take your mask, take to the street, and go public flyers, posters, stickers and spread them throughout your city. Come and participate in the event.
Anonymous felt that the information today was being censored and manipulated before it reached the public. Big corporations, governments, and even bad actors were doing everything in their power to spread their agendas, and it was getting to the point where it was affecting one of the last places of free speech, the internet. Because of this, Anonymous called upon people from all around the globe to partake in Operation Paperstorm, which aimed to spread awareness of the problem and even expose the corruption that is happening every day. A website was created to officially kick off the event so that users could download the original flyers and even share pictures of their art. The flyers detailed what everyone was expected to do. The plan was that on December 18, 2010, users would take to the streets and post pictures of anything they wanted to tell the world.
I'm just cold
so no
right
one
now.
would get caught. They would all wear masks and strike in the middle of the night. When the world would wake up the next morning, they would see all the flyers and posters that members of Anonymous spread. It was perfect.
Until?
At the end of the day, Operation Paperstorm was extremely open-ended, and Anonymous just wanted to rise up together to stop the suppression of free information. So 4chan's Anonymous began printing out the flyers. Anonymous users participated everywhere from the Netherlands, to Istanbul, to Germany, to the UK, to the United States, to Russia, to even South America. Operation Paperstorm was quite literally a global movement. And even though none of these Anonymous users knew each other, and they all probably had different backgrounds and upbringings, for that night, they were all united for a common cause. Anonymous did everything from exposing billionaires, to recruiting more people, to even displaying brave individuals in history, showing defiance against the system. This is what Anonymous was trying to portray, that they would stand up to anything for the good of the people, even if everyone else was being complacent. Operation Paperstorm would be a mild success, and users across the globe were able to show exactly what cause they were passionate about. However, one brave user in particular, who went out to protest during Operation Paperstorm in Veracruz, Mexico, would soon have their life changed forever. Not much is known about who this individual is, but one thing is for sure, they printed out flyers that the Los Zetas didn't like at all. So in the midst of Operation Paperstorm, while this member of Anonymous was posting these flyers, they were kidnapped by the Los Zetas cartel. Anonymous would soon find out that one of their members was missing, and they were not going to let this slide easily, especially since the Los Zetas cartel encapsulated everything that Anonymous thought was wrong with the world.
Oh, so they picked a fight with the wrong guys. They wasn't even the main target. Oh, then they became the main. Oh,
so it began.
Interesting. Okay. I'm cold. I'm actually cold. Give me a second. Let's not the AC for now. I'm fucking cold.
On October 6, 2011, about 10 months after Operation Paperstorm,
oh,
Anonymous
2011.
released a video on YouTube
This is 13 years ago.
to the leaders of the Los Zetas cartel. The original video is in Spanish, but I found an English version that was released alongside it.
Anonymous from Veracruz, Mexico, and the world, we want you to know that a member has been kidnapped when he was doing Paper Storm in our city. We demand his release. We want the Army and the Navy to know that we are fed up with the criminal group Zetas, who have concentrated on kidnapping, stealing, and blackmailing in different ways.
Shit,
One of them is charging every honest and hardworking citizen of Veracruz who busts their ears working day after day to feed their families. We are fed up with taxi drivers, commanders, and police Zetas officers of Exalapa, Cordoba, Orizaba, Nogales, Rio Blanco, and Camarones, who are chickens and have made themselves the most loyal servants of these assholes. For the time being, we will not post photos or the names of the taxi drivers, the journalists or the newspapers, nor of the police officers. But if needed, we will publish them including their addresses, to see if by doing so, the government will arrest them. We cannot defend ourselves with a weapon, but if we can do this with their cars, houses, bars, brothels, and everything else in their possession, it will not be difficult. We all know who they are and where they are. You made a huge mistake by taking one of us. Release him. And if anything happens to him, you will always remember this upcoming November 5th. Knowledge is free. We are anonymous. We are Legion. We do not forgive. We do not forget. Wait and see.
Okay. Those were some big words.
Anonymous was furious that one of its members was captured by Los Zetas. Because of this, they threatened to publicly release the names and addresses of the cartel supporters unless they safely released their captured member, and they had until November 5th, about a whole month, to do so. If Anonymous released this information, it would absolutely cripple the cartel and would leave many of the members exposed to Mexico's federal government. This video sent shockwaves across Mexico, and people from all around the world were interested to see what would happen next. Anonymous then started the hashtag OPCartel on Twitter, which stood for Operation Cartel. They then waited for a response from Los Zetas. And waited, and waited. But after a few weeks, Los Zetas didn't respond to Anonymous, so they decided to release their first leak. They posted a website exposing—
How did they know it was Los Zetas though? That's what I want to know. Like, did someone tell them it was Los Zetas, or like discovered it and investigated it on their own? Like, oh, we saw a couple of Los Zetas men take or kidnap the Anonymous member or whatever. How did they figure it out?
The first
like that was the original culprit that did it.
Of Los Zetas. A man named Gustavo Rosario Torres, who was a Mexican government official at the time. A few years prior, he was accused of receiving $200,000 from a cocaine deal. And Anonymous not only confirmed this, but accused him of being completely bought out by the cartel. The video, along with the leak, was a massive threat to Los Zetas, and they felt like they couldn't appear weak. The question is, though, how do you fight back Anonymous being completely bought out by the cartel?
What you mean, Yumichi?
The video, along with the leak, was a massive threat to Los Zetas, and they felt like they couldn't appear weak. The question is, though, how do you fight back Anonymous? They are people from all walks of life, all around the world, without a central unit to target. It's quite literally impossible unless you want to start hunting them down one by one. But even that would be a massive challenge, especially when these users are using proxies to hide their locations. Los Zetas made it very clear that if Anonymous began exposing the people who worked for them, there would be a massive loss of life. Not only would they kill the person who was exposed, but they would even try to track down members of Anonymous. Intelligence agencies such as Stratfor warned that Los Zetas would hire their own computer scientists to track down anyone who posed a threat. Los Zetas have actually done this in the past by hunting down various journalists who continuously talked badly about them. This created a massive divide in Anonymous. Some users wanted to keep going and expose everything about Los Zetas, while other users thought that it simply wasn't worth it at all, and were afraid that the cartel would try to kill them and the people they exposed.
Hashtag OPCartel is dead. I do not wish to endanger other Anons.
Due to the safety risk imposed on all Anon. Hashtag OPCartel is dead. Repeat hashtag OPCartel is dead.
Although most users decided to back off, the Spanish-American users of Anonymous were too passionate and decided to proceed, even if it meant they had a chance of dying. They released a blog on the anonymous Ibero-American website, talking about their plans to expose the cartel, to try to dismantle it once and for all. They also urged the less experienced members of Anonymous to stay away for a while. so that they wouldn't get tracked down and killed. Anonymous then explained that there was a special task force made, which contained some of the best hackers that Spanish America had to offer.
Ooh, that's spicy. All right.
Anonymous then made another blog post, sending different messages to the cartels, the Mexican government, and lastly, the people of the world. This post was a rallying cry to let everyone know that they were angry and meant business. They wanted change so that the Spanish parts of America would be a better place to live, without the violence and corruption that the citizens had to deal with. It appeared as if Anonymous was not going to back down, and it was going to be an all-out war.
So who won?
However, only a few days after this post, everything seemed to change. Another blog was posted to the site, and what it contained was interesting. The member who was kidnapped by Los Zetas was released from their custody and returned safely home. Although he was badly bruised, he didn't have any long-lasting injuries. The blog also explained that Los Zetas had a message for Anonymous, which they told the member before he was set free. For each name Anonymous released that was connected to the Los Zetas cartel, they would execute 10 people, starting with the family of the Anonymous user that was kidnapped. Because of this, Anonymous came to the consensus that it wasn't worth putting all of these innocent people in danger, so they decided to leave it be. Strangely, many different articles speak about this, and they all say
So it was a tie. They released the guy, and they didn't release the information, so it was literally a tie.
That there was no evidence that a member of Anonymous was even captured in the first place. There were no police reports of missing people that fit the lost member during that period. Who knows if someone was actually kidnapped or not, or what any of these organizations' true intentions were. But one thing still stands. The final post ended one of the most insane internet standoffs of all time. Our story begins in March of 2013.
Isn't Pesley the channel? Wait, hold up. Oh, I did see this before. I was like, yeah, I recognize a user named Pesley. Because we watched this one before. 4chan's most unsettling mystery? Okay, yeah, let's watch this. Unsettling, woo. Yeah, unsettling.
When an anonymous user posted about a mysterious Egyptian-themed private residence on 4chan's X, also known as its paranormal board. Unbeknownst to the users, this post would be the beginning of one of the strangest internet rabbit holes of all time.
What
one
the fuck?
which would put the small town of Damascus, Oregon in the spotlight. From brave explorers to strange cultish behaviors to even count.
Should I be watching this with my lights off right now? Fuck.
대부분 분야에서 저는 최고의 성능을 내는 AI지만 응원은 조금 더 준비 시간이 필요합니다.
Endless amounts of illegal activities. The story of Oculus Anubis is truly fascinating, and this is how it all began.
Hello, X. I don't post here really ever, but I'm here to seek knowledge, or a better understanding of what this place could be. I live in Oregon, and this place is located in Damascus. The name of it is Oculus Anubis. I'm pretty sure it's a cult of some sort. I've seen online they have permits to build tunnels. A lot of local kids around here and my friends go to the gate to take pictures, but recently have been getting followed by a white SUV. The police have now stepped in. The address is 1700 SE, Forest Hill, Damascus, Oregon. The gate is at the end of the road. Thanks, X.
The anonymous user would then continue to post various pictures from Oculus Anubis, which depicted strange gates, pyramids, and statues. 4chan quickly became interested. This was the type of post that would happen only on special occasions, where users could venture deep into the internet to see what really this is all about. So that's what 4chan did. Right away, users had so many questions. Was this really a cult? Could this be a hub for human trafficking? Or maybe they were just getting trolled, and the anonymous user was making all of this up. But as users on 4chan began to research, it slowly became clear that Oculus Anubis did exist, and there was something really strange happening here. Quickly, 4chan users began discovering more and more information about the mystery, so one user decided to compile their findings.
1700 Southeast Forest Hill, Damascus, Oregon, basement type, finished. All those fucking residents, $180,000 in revenue.
Strange, they had an extensive list of residents and a bunch of money coming in. Oh, and a finished basement to top it off. Let's keep digging. After looking into the address, Fortune also found it on Zillow, which was supposedly bought in 2008 for exactly $1 million US. The location is difficult to see from satellite imagery, but one user was able to perform an analysis of it and had some pretty interesting insights. The user found that there was smoke coming from the ground, which builds upon the theory that there is a finished basement. Although most of the area is covered by trees, the user was able to see that there was a house on the property, along with another building, but this one was unfinished. So it was clear that within the property lines, there were at least multiple houses, along with a basement portion. Going back to the list of residents who lived on the property, one user made a strange connection. Many of the people that were listed there had the same last name, Neil. Another user would discover that the property owner's name was Sharon Neal, so 4chan kept digging deeper.
What's strange is that this business is listed as a corporation that sells satanic products, and has 180K in revenues but no storefront. What's also strange is that legally, they are registered to sell optical goods, not satanic stuff. Here's the kicker. It was established in 2009. The property was repurchased in 2008, so it wasn't established until 1 year after they purchased the property. Sharon Neal is the principal in this corporation. But why a corporation and not a sole proprietor?
4chan also found that Sharon Neal was also associated with a few other companies. An eye care company called Eye Care Centers of Oregon, and another company called Organization on Matters of Diplomacy. At this point, 4chan believed that there was something else happening behind the scenes. Why were all these people living there? And why was Sharon Neal associated with all these mysterious companies that simply didn't have much information online? On top of this, where was the $180,000 in revenue coming from? Various anonymous users would speculate that Sharon was using these companies as a front for money laundering. Before we continue, a quick word from our sponsor for today's video, Aura. 4chan's ability to dig up information on just about anyone got me thinking about what they could find on me. So I recently searched up my personal email address online. I found that my information had been exposed by not just one, but 9 different data breaches. This is exactly why in alerting me out of this place. No information, free trial, Sharon, and find her home address. Thank you so much, Aura. One anonymous user would look more into Sharon and find her home address. Well, at least that's what they initially thought, until users looked closer into it and found that it was actually her business, Eye Care Centers of Oregon, which turned out to really exist.
There's an eye care center there which is very related.
Interestingly enough, if you look up the address on Google Maps, you'll find that it is completely blurred out. But why? After some more research, they ended up finding Sharon's actual property, which was right next door to the Oculus Anubis location. So it's likely that Sharon is living there with people, next to the unfinished building from the satellite pictures, which seems to still be in construction. 4chan was also able to find the business phone number listed, so they decided to call. After hearing the voicemail, one user found that the business belonged to Dr. Dean Neal, an optometrist, who also had a website for the business.
I found the site, guys. It's a Neal.
And his office is just 20 minutes from the site. 4chan then made another big discovery, which would change the conversation about Oculus Anubis forever.
Type in the address. You'll be surprised. Heated underground tunnels.
Although the link to proof is lost in time, many users would comment on this find, so it's safe to say it's real. So this means that the property not only has a finished basement, but also has heated tunnels throughout the location, which would help explain the smoke coming from the ground in the satellite pictures. At this point, 4chan was now fully convinced they had found an obscure cult. One user thought it could have a connection to the Sekak Ma'at, another strange religious organization in Portland. On their YouTube
like from 8 the Gazer
channel, you can get a sneak peek inside their temple, along with some snippets in Portland. On their YouTube channel, you can get a sneak peek inside their temple, along with some snippets from the members. Although interesting, the temple is far away from Oculus Anubis, and the only thing that connects the two is the references to ancient Egyptian culture. After some 4chan users looked deeper, they couldn't find any notable connections.
Hold up, I'm trying to see. What is this? None of these resources are good, huh? Oh, okay. Let's take this.
Actions, so that lead was scrapped. Although, at this point, it was obvious that Dr. Dean Neal, Sharon Neal, and possibly other members of the Neal family had a big role in this organization. They just had to keep going deeper into the rabbit hole. However, things would quiet down in the thread for the rest of the night, and the search would pick back up on the following day.
This is
but
stage
this
3,
time
right?
with a bang.
This is stage 3. Is this stage 3? This is not stage 3, right? This is stage 2. Is this stage 3 or stage 2? I forgot. I wasn't paying attention. Do I need this? I don't know if this is stage 3 or not, is why I'm asking. Talk luck by ads? Oh no. I'll wait for now. We are on stage 3. So this is stage 3. Okay, hold up. It is stage 3. It is stage 3. We are on stage 3. We are indeed on stage 3. We are on stage 3. Can I make the fucking shield? It's a charge eagle, right? I can try making it. I can help you. I'll make your run easier. Shut up, Yumichi. I can try to YOLO it, I guess.
No poop July.
There we go. I guess I can try to YOLO it. Wound clear it. This shit. And this shit. What if I add this? No, it would not matter. Okay, so it has to be this. I didn't get it! Didn't get it. Well, shit, never mind then. Time to restart the run, it don't matter. It don't matter. We'll cope with whatever we got right now. I need ego gifts so I can make more fodder. Hope was added again, yes. Go back to the video.
One user decided to call Dr. Dean Neal's practice during office hours. They then posted a video on YouTube documenting what had happened.
Hi, is this Dr. Dean Neal's office? Hi, I was wondering, are you guys some kind of cult? Well, yeah.
Yeah, they didn't seem to like that as much. But still, at least users on 4chan were doing everything they could to get to the bottom of this mystery. This big step inspired other users to call the office as well, and the madness quickly began to unfold. Although many would fail, there was one user who was able to use his charm and good manners to get a small sliver of information that 4chan thought was very interesting. While on the phone, the person at the front desk seemed to slip up and referred to the Oculus Anubis people as they, which alluded to some type of real thing that was associated with Dr. Neal's practice. The call is long, so I'll only play a short portion of it.
Last question. I apologize. Do you know anything about the Oculus of Anubis? Because this is the number that's supposed to be for them, and I was just wondering because I need to make an eye exam, but I saw that and I was a little confused.
What is it called?
Oculus of Anubis? I mean, that roughly translates to Eye of Anubis, so I mean, that would kind of be like 2020, but I was a little confused. I didn't want to call the wrong place.
Okay,
So you might want to look into that if you guys aren't that.
I know that sometimes they do go by Oculus, but it's like a DBA name type thing.
Oh, they?
More users were beginning to reach out to people in the community and other businesses associated with Oculus Anubis and the Neils. They were making real progress. One brave user, named Sarah Lynn 11, was able to make it to the compound and take some up-close pictures. This is what she shared. After these images were posted, 4chan just became more obsessed with Oculus Anubis. Why go through all the trouble of creating these magnificent statues and Egyptian architecture? It just didn't make any sense. 4chan began to dig deeper into every avenue they found, and even called the company that played a role in some of the designs, which was named Grummel Engineering. However, the anonymous user who called admitted that they panicked and misspoke, and after, the engineering firm wouldn't provide much information at all.
완벽한 한방. 시원한 걸?
Even the security company that they used, Nighthawk Alarm Services, didn't provide any information. 4chan, getting frustrated, decided that they would do what they do best, troll. So they called every pizza place in the vicinity of Oculus Anubis and told them that they would pay with cash at the door. Unfortunately for 4chan, they couldn't even do that. It would be out of the delivery range of all the pizza places in the area. At this point,
no
things in the
pizza
thread were beginning to
deliveries?
slow down. So one anonymous user decided to sum everything up that happened so far.
I guess I'll bump one last time. Try and keep this thread alive for a bit longer. So let's recap just for remembrance. They have more than one building. Everyone on that block has the last name Neil or another pseudonym. It is not their real surname. Heavily involved in eye care and some investment firms. Sharon Neil seems to be one of the bigger players in their business. Dean is also to be noted. The house was built in 1975, or a year after the Circle of Anubis was established in Oregon. Heavy neo-pagan and Egyptian occultism. Symbols all over the property. A tunnel system that is heated and ventilated extensively. A mansion or a manor with a concrete foundation that was adapted into a basement. Oculus is a business, or a front, however, that was started by Sharon after previous eye care businesses. Near constant surveillance. This will be added to the forum in some form, I believe, along with everything else posted here tonight.
They must be bored as fuck.
At this point, the legend of Oculus Anubis was mostly known by only the locals and members of 4chan, but it would quickly begin to garner some wider attention online. Although there would be threads here and there on 4chan, there wouldn't be much progress. However, various bloggers and mystery hunters would be mystified by Oculus Anubis, and now there were more people than ever interested to see what this was all about. Now, it wouldn't just be an obscurity on 4chan. Video creators like Strobe Light Productions would venture to the small town of Damascus to ask locals to see what they knew about this mystery. And in 2016, around 3 years after the initial 4chan threads, they would do just that.
He went from Egypt and then he really loved it. So he made all that stuff. I've actually been there, in there.
Inside?
Yeah, and
Did
they
you
have
like
like a kids playground and stuff.
Okay, did you like sneak in or?
He's not, yeah. And my friends were neighbors with him. It's creepy.
Yeah.
It's just fun to go down there.
We just went that night to like check it out, and like the like big statue wasn't lit up or anything, so it wasn't as creepy. But no, it's just like ominous, and it's super weird how it's in like a super kind of like you're with a bunch of houses, and then all of a sudden it's there.
Strobe Light Productions then went to the front gates, but the whole place was littered with security cameras and no trespassing signs. So there's no way they were getting in to investigate. So they decided to ask some of the neighbors to see if they had any information.
Hi, Kunze. We're doing a short documentary.
Okay. I don't have a lot of time, but that's fine.
Sure. So how long have you lived in this area?
Over 20 years.
And do you know the owner of that gate?
Not really.
And there's been a lot of people that have come to like take pictures
Yeah,
of it.
they've annoyed
They've
the
annoyed you
neighborhood
guys.
a lot. Yeah. And I don't know if it's due to him
Okay.
And so we resent him a lot for bringing this to the neighborhood because kids freak out and they, middle of the night, honking their horns and waking the family up, and yeah, we didn't move out here for that.
And again, just nothing suspicious other than just the kids coming in here and, you know, honking their horns.
Well, no, I can't really speak for that. You can look and see what's been posted by the courts.
Wait a minute. What did they say about what was posted by the courts? After looking into some court records, along with various local articles explaining what had happened, it was clear that there had been some insanity going on behind the scenes, and it all goes back to Dr. Dean Neal. Apparently, Dr. Neal had been committing fraud through his optometry business by selling fake insurance, making patients pay for services they didn't need, and even evading taxes. Dr. Neal was estimated to have stolen around $8 million, and he used a majority of the stolen money to build the Oculus Anubis compound. The plan was to build a giant mansion with more statues, gates, a tennis court, and even a helipad. However, everything would come to a sudden halt when something absolutely unexpected happened. Dr. Neal was found dead in 2015, and on his death certificate, it said that he suddenly died from a stroke. Because of this, he would never have the opportunity to finish the Oculus Anubis compound, and he wouldn't have to face any punishment in court. After Dr. Neal's death, his empire slowly began to crumble. Without Dr. Neal at the helm, the only person who could take over was Tony Neal, his son. Tony was able to keep everything intact for a while, until he fired one of the surgeons working there, who refused to help him commit fraud. The surgeon who was let go decided that enough people got scammed, so he went to the police, hoping that the whole operation would fall. The FBI investigated, and Tony, along with any accomplices, were taken to court. During the court hearings, Tony's lawyer attempted to convince the jury that he was innocent. He claimed that Tony was highly autistic and didn't actually know he was doing anything wrong. On top of this, when he was younger, he was sexually abused by someone associated with the family, which was argued that his dad used to control him to do his bidding. According to the court records, Dr. Dean Neal was a terrible father, always getting drunk and then abusing his wife and son. At the end of the hearings, the judge would say this:
"You are not dumb. You were certainly under the thumb of your father, but you knew right from wrong. So, you have culpability."
Tony ended up having to serve only about a year in prison, and also had to pay millions of dollars in reparations, which would bankrupt him. His wife Natalia would file for divorce and attempt to claim the Oculus Anubis property as her own. She also began to live in the finished house on the property, along with her mother. But there were a few issues with that. Dr. Neal's ex-wife Sharon was also trying to claim the property as her own, so she was living at the house as well. Because of this, Sharon and Natalia were in constant conflict under the same roof, both claiming that the other one was living there illegally. After a long series of court appearances, they ended up getting the power shut off and then foreclosed in 2018 when they were unable to pay the bills. However, it would take years until the property would be sold. In 2022, Oculus Anubis was listed on sites like Zillow, but it was later bought at an auction by a mysterious trustee from the US National Bank in California later that year. But who bought this property, and what do they plan to do with it? If you do some searching online, you'll find that today, there's currently an Oculus Anubis website up, which was made in 2023. And let me say, it's awfully
2023, last year?
Strange. This is what it says on the front page.
Oculus Anubis, a religious nonprofit, is guided by our sacred mission to uphold justice, secure and preserve our sacred space, and offer a haven for spiritual exploration and healing. Trauma may spread through generations, but so can healing. We acknowledge the past and present as we craft a better future through various endeavors, including fundraising events, yoga, and other initiatives. Transparency and inclusivity are among our core values, and we integrate our spiritual values into our actions. We invite all to join us in this sacred journey.
Below this, there's a section attempting to get people to donate to their cause. The website's goal is to accumulate $3 million from these potential donors, so that they can finish building the whole complex and turn it into a spiritual wellness center. Who knows if a donation will even secure you a spot here, but if you donate and they reach the $3 million, this is what it'll buy you.
Crystal tunnels to light up your spiritual journey from building to building. Wellness shops, led by our licensed professionals. We even have sculpture gardens where you can enjoy our transcendent art and exotic nature all around you.
Oh, and they used AI pictures to show what a couple things would look like. Honestly, after looking into this, everything just seems fishy. It wouldn't be surprising if this was just another scam run by the Neal family, or possibly someone else trying to cash in on the hype of this mystery. So I did some more research and came across various pieces of information online. One of the most notable was an incredible blog by an internet investigator named Eric Hu. Eric delved deep into Oculus Anubis and found some pretty interesting stuff on it. Eric was interested in the website as well, so he decided to check the California and Oregon databases to see if Oculus Anubis was registered as a nonprofit business. After checking the California database, he found that it was listed as a nonprofit, which was filed in July of 2023. Eric would remain skeptical because he couldn't find the filing on the IRS website. However, after checking the website, I found Oculus Anubis Sanctuary on it, so it's likely it just didn't update during that time. Because of this, the charity actually has some weight to it, so it's possible that it isn't just a scam after all. Especially since the name on the filing isn't Sharon or even Natalia, it's someone named Jasmine Shanks, but more on that later. After scouring more of the web and going through some of Oculus Anubis' old Facebook pages, Eric was able to find an old webpage called IsisTempleMoon.com. There's actually a working archive for it available. The website flickers with stars twinkling in the background, and is reminiscent of the early days of the internet. The site is mostly a tribute to ancient Egyptians and some of the gods that they worshipped. On the information page, they list a mission statement, which reads,
Isis Moon Temple is a real working temple, as well as a virtual temple for our wondrous Lady of Egypt, goddess of heaven and earth, Queen of Set. The High Priestess and High Priest of the temple preside over all ceremony and ritual of celebration and festival throughout the year, and keep the perpetual flame on the high holy altar of a Set burning. The priesthood also offers information, training, and guidance to those who wish to worship our goddess Isis but do not hear the call to the priesthood, and to those who are new and seeking the great goddess Set. It is our privilege to offer this training and guidance through the services of the Isis Moon Temple Outer Court.
The site's creation date is unknown, but I found some online forums that go all the way back to around 2001. So I bet this is one of the earliest cultist groups on the internet, and it's possible it was created even before that. What's interesting about this is that Eric believes the Oculus Anubis website is a modern adaptation of Isis Temple Moon, because it seems to be recycling some of the same messages, and it also has many of the same spelling errors. Eric's post would go on for a bit longer, discussing some more of his findings, which included a weird connection to the singer Michael Allen Harrison, along with more discussions about the feud between Natalia and Sharon. Eric would then end his post and head out for the night. Not even 24 hours later, he would get a direct message from someone who would send a chill up his spine, Jasmine, the person behind the new Oculus Anubis site who wants to buy the property. They scheduled a call for 6 p.m. that night, and even though Eric would record the conversation, Jasmine remained cool and was eager to clear anything up. While Jasmine planned to buy the land to begin working on the sanctuary, the property was still in some type of legal limbo. When she contacted the bank that bought the property, they told her to be careful while visiting it, because they weren't ready to remove the current inhabitants by force yet. When Jasmine got to the property to investigate and plan, she was greeted by a very aggressive Natalia and was threatened to leave. Apparently, Natalia and Sharon are still living there, along with a few other Neals as well. Jasmine then goes on to claim that she has received countless threats from the Neal family, and she believes that they are white supremacists and even might be human traffickers, but more on that later. Strangely enough, there is even a rival website to Jasmine's, which is called Pyramid Forest. On the website, it reads,
Pyramid Forest is poised to be a world-class vineyard and an extraordinary event and experience venue, providing unparalleled sensory and emotional journeys.
The website has a similar vibe to Jasmine's, just as if it was copied over and changed slightly. Looking into the filings for the company, it was apparently owned by someone named Vlada Neal. Great, another Neal. And guess what? The director of the company is Sharon Neal. So this is literally just Sharon making a competitor's website to add some validity to her claim to the property. On top of this, the address listed on the filing is just some random stretch of highway, and the investments were listed as less than $1,000. Everything about this just shouts scam. But all this aside, Jasmine believes that there could be something really strange happening behind the scenes with the Neals in this property. She believes that they are involved in human trafficking or some other illegal activities. This is based on one of the companies they still own, which is still bringing in money, named Sunny's Organic Farms. But everything on the property is run down or dead. Some other sources Eric found claim that there are empty chicken cages that had dead animal carcasses within them, and this is where Jasmine believes that the Neals would keep the kids while they were being human trafficked. Although, nothing is confirmed, and I don't want to point fingers at people who probably aren't human trafficking at all. It just wouldn't be fair to the Neils. On top of this, it's possible that Jasmine is making all of this up just to get back at the Neils. But I will say, everything surrounding this just seems strange. And that's where we're at right now. Everything is still in just some weird limbo, where a bunch of the Neil family members are still just squatting there and doing their best to stay under the radar. And I want to say this just as a warning. Whatever you do, don't go out to Oculus Anubis, even if you live nearby. These people can be dangerous and unpredictable. Along with this, it seems like they're on edge with everything going on. Eric and Jasmine stress this a lot in their post, and because they've dealt with them before, I trust that they know what they're talking about. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed the video. Comment below what your thoughts are.
I gotta pee first. What I gotta do? I gotta go pee first. Give me a second.
카론, 기다리는 거 못해. 100초만 기다려줄게.
I'm back. Wow. Wow. Okay, go pee, smile. Okay, I did. It's actually pretty cool outside. What are we watching? Okay.
By Surfshark. On June 15th, 2008, a bizarre post would appear on 4chan's B, also known as its random board. The post author attached an image and challenged users to solve the code concealed in the picture. Unbeknownst to the users at the time, this post would be the beginning of one of the most mysterious scavenger hunts of all time, leading anonymous users to sketchy areas in real life to retrieve strange packages with puzzles that the 4chan community would be determined to solve. This is the story of Project 905, also known as the Basement Hills Project. It all began with an anonymous poster that went by the alias of Oversight, would say this.
No doubt you found yourself alone on a weekend. We've all felt it, striving to do something with yourself, and definitely knowing what to do. Of course, it's for some reason or another that you can't go out and live life, breaking the umbilical bond with your computer monitor. You don't have friends. That's why you spend your days here. What if I presented you with a challenge? Not only a challenge, but salvation at the end. A chance to leave your house, to jump headfirst into something you don't fully understand. The first and last time you'll ever endeavor into the unknown. And at the end of this, you'll find
He doesn't
exactly
since he's late during
what you've
weekends.
been looking for all
No?
along.
But
Your
okay.
life will flow with the same ease as do the lives of all those who you envy. This seems nonsensical, impossible perhaps, and nothing I say here will change that. The only way for you to prove me wrong is to find what lies at the end. B. I present you with Basin Hills, a gentleman's challenge. Should you come to solve it, everything I've promised will be yours. Your first step is attached. Everything you need to know is here. Good luck, and I hope you filled your tank.
Oversight also posted a picture alongside the post, which consisted of a seemingly abandoned building out in the woods, with some text near the bottom. At first, users on 4chan thought this was a troll. They didn't think there was anything more behind what the anonymous user said. However, things quickly began to get interesting. When one user opened up the file in a text editor, there was a secret message hidden within the title of the image. It read,
Oh, do mind the contrast. The desired few mingle with the many.
After finding this, some users on 4chan believe this post could have been just a bit more than some random troll. Actual effort was put into the message. Because of this, 4chan began looking deeper into the file that was provided. They found the same clue in the subject and comments field, and the author was listed as someone called Icon. Shortly after, one user decided to alter the contrast to the image to see if they could find anything interesting. Miraculously, they were able to reveal some coordinates that were hidden in the skyline. Putting the coordinates into a GPS tracker will give us the location that leads to a specific point of what seems to be a building off a small highway off the coast of Miami, Florida, which also seems to be the same building in the picture provided. But that's not the only thing users were able to find hidden in the image. They were also able to find what seems to be AUG equals 1 in the lettering at the bottom. One user would eventually figure it out. AUG 1 would have to mean one thing, August 1st, which was coming up within the next month or two.
Okay.
Users on 4chan now had a time and a date. All they had to do now was show up there to see what would happen.
Hold up, I'm losing Clash, so I need to figure out how to do this. For some reason it's unopposed. Okay. Can I just beat this Clash with an ego? Wow! 32, huh? Dude, I can't even evade this shit. Oh my god. Can someone else take it? Cause I'm fucking like dead. No one. Oh, hold up. One can take it. Still no good, huh? Alright, Really? Honestly? At that point? YOLO.
But quickly after, Oversight released another post, which said,
A package awaits at the cradle.
Unfortunately, at this point, everything would seem to stop. No one who lived in the area wanted to go out and venture to the coordinates to find the package. And who blames them? This is 4chan we are talking about here. Whoever decides to go out and find the package could be walking into a death trap, or they easily could get kidnapped, or even worse, killed. Everything about Project 905 would slowly die down, until it was silent for months, and all remnants of the puzzle would fade into obscurity, until one small thing would happen that would bring the project back into the spotlight. Before we continue our journey, now a quick word from our sponsor for this video, Surfshark VPN. Using a VPN is something that I think everyone online should do. It keeps your IP address secret, making it nearly impossible for hackers or criminals to track your criminal stream of country. VPN, you will get an its response post again.
Anonymous.
Surfshark VPN.
Now Nord
Oversight decided to post again, and this is what he said.
The package is still there. Anonymous, I'm disappointed in you. They're going to demolish it soon. Oh, and before ED goes down forever, we have a website, project905.com.
Users on 4chan were immediately captivated. Some remembered the puzzle months ago, while others began to get caught up in the mystery. Early versions of the website are lost in time, but from user accounts, the website supposedly contained the original image, along with the coordinates. But hidden on the site is a URL pointing to a detailed map, which leads to the package. And within the source code of the page, another user found a secret message.
You'll know when to contact me. Oversight at project905.com.
4chan knew that at this point, there was only one thing left to do. They had to convince one of the brave users in the area to go out and retrieve the package. One user in particular knew that if he didn't do it, then it's likely 4chan would never fully know the secrets behind Project 905, so he did the unthinkable and went out to retrieve the package. On August 15th, 2008, about 3 months after the initial thread, another post on 4chan surfaced. This would reveal that an anonymous user who goes by the alias of Tom had gone to the coordinates and recovered the package. He did so alone, unarmed, and without notifying anyone beforehand. This is what he said in his post.
Good news and bad news. Bad news. Apparently, some anonymous users thought it would be funny to call in a bomb threat on the package. As I speak, the Monroe County Bomb Squad is in the process of destroying package number 1. There are at least a dozen police cruisers and 2 bomb squad trucks in front of an alternate entrance to the location. Of course, once they finish their controlled demolition, all they'll find is a lone CD and a note from Oversight. The good news, I got the package. I headed out earlier today around 8 AM, and after braving the bugs, which were terrible, I found the building specified. If I were in a hurry, I wouldn't have noticed it. Just a small black box placed under some sort of metal apparatus. Pick attached is the package. Inside the box was a plastic bag containing 2 identical blank CDs and a note from Oversight congratulating me on finding the package. I took one of the CDs, put the note back in the bag, closed the box, and booked it. The place seems to be under demolition, so there were work crews around and I didn't want to get caught. As I got into my car, I saw the first of several police cruisers blow past me, with sirens blaring toward the alternate entrance, which I assumed was used for the demo crew. I went to get something to eat, and on my drive back past, I saw all the cop cars and bomb squad. So upon arriving home, I debated on whether to actually put the CD in my computer. I thought for sure it would be a rickroll or a virus that would make my computer catch on fire. It was a video, a strange video with numbers and shit. I don't know what to make of it, but maybe you guys can do it. I will post the YouTube link in a few minutes as soon as it's done processing.
It's a shield. I needed this.
The video contained a long series of flashing math problems, many of which are mathematically incorrect. The video also contained a hidden picture, which was placed at one frame at the beginning of the video. So 4chan did what they do best and began working on figuring out what all of this meant. It wouldn't be long until one user found that when you subtract the correct answer from the one given, we are left with a string of numbers, or 25.3611, and negative 80.5585 to be exact. The user plugged those numbers into a GPS tracker, leading us to a new location, an abandoned building complex southwest of Homestead, Florida. Looks like we have our new location. News quickly spread that Package 1 had been retrieved, and the Project 905 website was swiftly changed. The site appeared to be blank at first, but upon highlighting the page, the message, "It's in the math," was displayed. The title of the page was also changed to, "Hope you don't mind getting wet." It quickly became clear that the picture that was flashed on one frame of the CD contained the next package, and the location of the picture was the coordinates retrieved from the math problems. Unfortunately, for the users that lived near that location, one of them was going to have to venture into the mysterious water to find the next clue. And who knows what could be lurking down there. Oversight could have done something to booby trap it, or he could have even poisoned the water. But one thing was for sure, whoever would have to retrieve the next clue would have to be truly brave. An anonymous user by the name of Madpill posted in the thread that one of his friends, named November, lived nearby, and according to November, there was no news of a bomb threat called into that location, as Tom originally explained in his post. Because of this, Madpill claimed that Tom's find was suspicious and argued that his story wasn't adding up. So Madpill stated that his friend November would go check the location to investigate, and he would do so as the thread was still up. So November drove to the location, and what he found was extremely interesting. He took a look around to see if the other CD was still there, or if there was any evidence of anything. He reported to MadPill that the area looked burnt. Although it was unclear if a bomb squad came in there, it was clear that there was some sort of demolition going on, just as Oversight initially warned about. After November looked around the site, nothing was found. Unfortunately, there was no trace of the other CD that was supposedly left behind. He then took pictures of the area and posted all of them to Photobucket for users on 4chan to check out. Later, in the same thread, something absolutely bone-chilling would happen that would change the narrative of Project 905 forever. 3 photos would be posted, and it was clear that Oversight was the one that uploaded them. He uploaded 2 pictures containing November walking to the location, along with a snapshot of November's car. This meant that Oversight was there the whole time, lurking in the shadows, while he watched November walk to the site. Interestingly enough, users thought this was reminiscent of the Saw movies, whereas the killer would watch his victims struggle from afar as they complete their deadly tasks. Users in the thread were freaked out, especially November. Maybe it was a bad idea to announce on 4chan that he was going to investigate. Good thing he decided to go in the middle of the day, instead of at night. It's possible Oversight would have acted differently if that was the case. Either way, now things were getting real, and members on 4chan were more determined than ever to solve the rest of the puzzle, to figure out what Project 905 was really about. At this point, there was only one thing left to do. Someone had to venture into the water to recover the package. After about 24 hours of speculation, someone finally decided to go out to get the package, and soon after, a thread would pop up on 4chan's X board, discussing what had happened. The post is extremely long and detailed, so I'll summarize the main parts of what happened. MadPill and November met up in the morning of August 16th, and they brought their female friend with them, who they refer to as Feminon. It was a long drive for them, but even longer drive for the people they decided to meet up with. 2 other anonymous users from North Florida drove 9 hours to participate in finding the next clue. Their online aliases are Denovis and Surgical Strike. All of these brave 4chan users are around the ages of late teens to early 20s. They set up headquarters in a nearby hotel so they could easily maneuver to and from the new location, which MadPill calls the Complex. He also describes it as massive. When they got there, 3 of them went to the complex: MadPill, November, and Surgical Strike. Denovis and Feminon stayed in their cars to keep on the lookout. Although, after sitting in the car for a bit, they noticed something strange in the bushes across the street. But before they could investigate, they saw a strange-looking man jump out and run to his dark blue Honda CR-V. The man sped away as fast as possible, and Denovis and Feminon knew it had to be Oversight. So they did the unthinkable and drove after him. Oversight was not messing around though. It was clear that he had no intention of getting caught, so he went as fast as humanly possible. But Denovis was a good driver, and they were right on his tail. This quickly turned into a high-speed chase, with Oversight even reaching up to 130 miles per hour on the expressway.
Really?
Unfortunately, Denovis wasn't able to keep up, so in the end, Oversight was able to narrowly escape. However, Feminon was able to get a glance at him, and she was able to reveal some vague new details about this mysterious man. He is white with short dark hair. Meanwhile, the other 3 Anons were having no luck finding anything, and they were forced to take the other car to the store to purchase a better flashlight. They did so and headed back, arriving later that night. They knew from the picture that there was only one place the note could be located, a flooded part of the building, so they headed to the basement. After shining their flashlights around, it was clear that they were in the right place. All they had to do now was brave the cold water, and one of them decided to take a large leap to do it, so they jumped in. After searching around in the water for a bit, they were able to discover package number 2, so they rushed back to the hotel room to celebrate, to see what it contained. When they opened up the capsule, there was a message that read,
Base Road on Tamiami Trail. Take first right. Take second right. Look for the flag. Package number 3 in the woods. Behind the flag.
This clue appeared straightforward, but MadPill and company said they are not sure if they are up for the next challenge. He says there is a possibility that some subset of the group will go, or perhaps an entirely new group will venture to see what awaits for the next package. But it was clear on 4chan that whoever goes to find it should be wary of the mysterious Oversight. Was he a good guy, but just a bit strange? Or did he have malevolent intentions? No one knew. Oversight would later change the website to say, "Why is the man more important than the work?" And he would also change the text on the front, which would now read, "After August 21st. Denovis and Surgical Strike went back home, but MadPill, November, and Feminon decided that they were going to finish what they started, so they went to the new location at around 4 AM. Unfortunately, after wandering around for 2 hours, trying to follow the clues, they found nothing. But it was clear that the clue wasn't ready yet, since Project905.com was changed to say, "After August 21st, implying that the package could not be found until after that date. Members on 4chan speculated that Oversight wished to wait until after that date because of the incoming hurricane that was going to pass through the area. Some time would pass, and on Friday, August 22nd, a new team of people would go out to find package number 3.
Damn, the mystery
team
team
consisted of Zayn Azil, Habit, a tree stump, Chicago Anon, and Slam Pig. The following is a post from Chicago Anon describing what happened.
We took 2 cars, a Jeep, and a Toyota. As we headed down Bass Road, we took the first right turn, then the second right turn, but we couldn't find the flag. Instead, we traveled down the road and came upon Oversight. This is where he was hiding to take pictures of us, etc. We looked at him, and he looked at us. Pictures of him were taken. A tree stump got out of the Jeep Liberty in front and stood there motionless. Oversight said, "You've gone too far. Get back in your car." It was at this point he started smoking a cigarette and sped off. We did not attempt to follow him, but we noticed he had removed his license plates. At this point, we were where we thought the third package would be, so we began looking for a flag. This, of course, was not the correct area, so over an hour of our time was wasted. After dicking around and getting eaten up by bugs, we decided to leave and re-enter the area to retrace our steps and see if there was anything around. We pulled over at the location in picture 1 and found the flag. Behind it was the USB flash drive. We ran to the back of my car and viewed the contents of the drive.
The flash drive contained a song on it, 905 by The Who. Unfortunately, due to copyright, I can't play the song, but it wouldn't be long until anonymous users would find an inconsistency on the disc. At 152 in the song, there's a splice, which is a recording from the black box of Flight 592, where they could hear the horroring last moments before the plane crashed in 1996. Users figured out that if you went to a specific part of the website and typed 592 into a text box, it revealed a set of coordinates along with the date and time. Users knew that it had to be the mysterious package number 4, so they got to work. After looking up the coordinates, users found that it would lead them to another destination in Florida. This time, it would be at Picayune State Park, near some sort of bridge and water. As users began to prepare to obtain the next package, the unthinkable would happen. Oversight would come forward and announce that the project was now over. He would set up a meeting for only one to attend. For some reason, he chose to meet with It's a Tree Stump, who helped him find package number 3. Oversight messaged him the time and location. However, It's a Tree Stump locked himself out of his car and never made it to meet with Oversight. It is unknown whether this is true, or if It's a Tree Stump decided it would be a bad idea to meet with Oversight one-on-one, but one thing was for sure, Oversight was upset. Oversight decided to message the community directly. This is what he said.
My name is Oversight, and I made a mistake. Before I tell you what Project 905 was, I will tell you what it wasn't. It wasn't an elaborate troll, a psychopathic attempt to kill participants, nor was it a quest to find a bag of shit. 905 was a test of my mind, a test of my ability to plan, improvise, and execute, a test of my sanity, and I failed that test. I had convinced myself my subjects were flawless. I didn't anticipate their mistake, so I was caught out of my element, and I made a mistake in game where mistakes are unacceptable. The project is over. I've met with the other members. We have agreed to donate money to a defense contractor, hopefully used to manufacture bombs. You will never find me. It's over.
And just like that, Oversight would disappear just as mysteriously as he came to light. He stopped posting, and his true identity was never revealed to the public. Although Oversight had a chance to explain himself, and he did in a way, the true intentions and plan of Project 905 may never fully be revealed. Project 905, or the Basin Hills Project, still remains an obscure small piece of internet lore, at least for now.
Oh, I can't even
I
control
hope you
it.
enjoyed the video. Thanks for watching.
Alright, whatever. That sucks.
I might be TikTok's dumbest challenge. Some treat it like a joke, others take it seriously, and while it's giving users hundreds of millions of views, it's also infuriating the entire medical field.
No Poop July is taking over TikTok, and some doctors are hoping users do not take the challenge seriously.
The trend was first started by TikToker OK Cron, who with just a couple thousand followers, posted this initial.
Don't tell me you don't understand 16 candy Mechanic? What mechanic?
Video in July 2020. At this point in time, ridiculous challenges were TikTok's claim to fame, helping OKCron go viral, amassing 84,000 likes. The majority of viewers simply laughed about the concept, but with Cron himself commenting, "Can I make it till the end?" he'd posed a serious question. Was it actually possible to go 31 days without pooping? Another user urged Cron that he shouldn't even try, yet he still proceeded to his second day. By slightly increasing the strain on his face, Cron gained a further almost 500,000 likes, which after again repeating on day 3, showed how instantly popular the challenge was becoming. Other TikTokers therefore began to beg, "Can we please not make this a thing?" Yet OKCron dismissed him as a hater who'd already failed. Then by day number 5, the challenge was also criticized by Reddit, and while some commenters asked what goes on in TikTokers' heads to make something like this, others thought it was hilarious. How did I not know about No Poop July until now? By day number 8, OKCron himself squeezed out a little smile, yet by day 10 the struggle had returned. He looks like he's in genuine pain. That's because I am. When questioned on day 11 how am I holding it in, he'd state answer is on the hat, which was branded with the Flex Seal logo. However, this only helped temporarily, as on day 18 he was totally exposed.
I think someone snuck into my house. He's using the bathroom.
I swear this is all a big misunderstanding. A big misunderstanding? It's No Poop July. I'm gonna expose you.
OKCron therefore made a sad announcement. I have failed No Poop July. Understandably, he shared his devastation.
It just slipped. It just slipped. I don't know what to say. It just slipped.
So you shit yourself.
Yet the very next day, he revealed he was still going. Cron had seemingly used his one free poop coupon, which allowed for one emergency dump without disqualification. To ensure it didn't happen again, he'd throw away all his toilet paper, lock up the toilet, throw away all his toilet paper again, and lock himself out of his bathroom. This inspired others to join in on the challenge, which it seemed OKCron didn't really appreciate. Homie trying to act like he started the biggest trend of this month. Copycats, however, couldn't slow him down, as OKCron successfully beat the challenge, or did he? When told you better not be pooping off camera bruh, OKCron responded I'm not, yet Cron's friend then exposed him by showing it was fake.
You might know him as the kid who hasn't pooped for 26 days, but today we found proof that he lied to us.
No Poop July, though. Did you fail? Be real.
Yeah, obviously. Like, I'd be in the hospital, but
It was pretty damn obvious that the whole thing was a joke. I mean,
obvious.
nobody would actually be stupid enough to try this challenge for real.
Surely.
Right? Well, people began to question. What if you drank liquid vitamin, protein, and fats? What if you drank a liquid form of all the resources you need to live? Never eating solid mass again. Could you maybe get away with never pooping again? One person responded, I lasted 10 days. I had to go to the hospital though, and it was 2015. Never tried it again,
10
just
days.
as a different TikTok was also going viral.
This guy held in his poop for 47 days. When he was pulled over, cops realized he ate something right before they came up to the window. He had swallowed drugs that were in his car. And while he was waiting behind bars, Lamar went on a poop strike. He simply refused to go to the bathroom altogether. He didn't go to the bathroom for literally 47 straight days.
This showed that the challenge was in fact possible, supported by a Reddit post giving countless other anecdotes. I've gone 2 months without a bowel movement. It hurts a lot and drains my energy, but it's happened a few times before. Usually it's just around 1 month though. I literally did not go to the toilet for a whole month after I effed up my bowels through laxative abuse. I was constipated for more than 3 weeks while pregnant. It was awful, but I didn't die, although sadly none of these people recorded it for their TikTok. That would be until Shireen and Kathy Dole came along.
So here I am on day 33 of not doing a poo. My tummy is in agony. I have stomach cramps constantly. It is so painful.
She'd been in and out of hospital as she simply couldn't poo.
So I managed to do a big shite, and that's me at the hospital now. I nearly fucking
I love putting my life at risk of views. Yeah, it's pretty fucking dumb.
blocked the toilet fan.
She'd therefore shift her TikToks to document her journey, beginning perhaps coincidentally right at the start of July.
I am just at the bath and look at my tummy. I am bigger than anybody, holding like 2 triplets at 8 months pregnant.
As shown, Shireen looked like she was pregnant, with her involuntary no poop July looking like it'd soon be ending.
I am getting surgery tomorrow. It's taken so long to get here, but I am so grateful.
The surgery was successful, concluding her no poop July on the 21st, whilst other TikTokers like It's MacDougal were still clearly struggling to beat it. OK Cron had returned for another year, with significantly higher production value, although this time receiving much more criticism. Perhaps due to Shireen's journey, Cron's 2022 No Poop July featured an automatic TikTok disclaimer reading, "Participating in this activity could result in you or others getting hurt." Despite this, the challenge went even more viral than ever, gaining over 800,000 likes on his very first episode in 2022. Yes, it's back, but at what cost? By refining and perfecting his constipation face, OK Cron cracked 1 million likes for the first time on day 20, and by day 29, the entire squad was there to offer their support. He'd celebrate its completion by wearing his finest suit, which became his most watched video with over 18 million views. I didn't win in 2020 and I lost in 2021, but this year I did it. Thank you to everyone who supported me along the way. Doctors, however, weren't impressed by OK Cron's achievement.
I'm Dr. Justin Sloan, and I'm here to tell you that there are consequences to not having a bowel movement, and these range from hemorrhoids all the way up to bowel obstruction.
No Poop July jokes are all over TikTok. Some doctors urge users not to try it for real. The NBC article written as the month was finishing read, "Some doctors warn that the trend should remain a joke, saying those who are successful at holding in their bowel movements could cause issues like hemorrhoids and a temporary dependence on laxatives for regular bowel movements. It's a funny thing to joke about, but it's a potentially serious thing to do," said Dr. Stephen Miller, a
Who's gonna clean up the mess?
pediatric gastroenterologist at Johns Hopkins Children's Center. Ironically, however, this media exposure only made the challenge even more popular, but if you follow the graph a little further, you'll see No Poop July was still only getting started. In 2023, even more TikTokers joined the challenge, such as Hulkmania Stanley, who basically just copied OK Cron's formula, unfortunately failing to add anything new. OK Cron himself had also barely changed anything, so despite again winning the challenge and joking about toilet eruption August, it seemed No Poop July was getting old, stale and stinky. That would be until 2024, when OK Cron took the challenge to a whole new level. The month began with a crazy announcement.
The No Poop July video game is officially available for pre-save in the App Store.
He'd built an NPJ video game in which you have to run around shooting various pieces of food. It features weapons such as the toilet paper pistol, a full line of in-game cosmetics, and a new boss for every day of July. Upon its release, Cron would announce, "NPJ is the #1 game in the world.
Amazing game, life-changing, managed to get out of the divorce and take back custody of my kids after showing the judge NPJ."
And No Poop July itself still hadn't even started. In addition to the game, Cron teased the challenge with its own official trailer, which did eventually manage to live up to the hype. Every single day had its own funny outfit, dressing up American for the 4th, as Yoda for the 8th, and Skibbity Toilet for day 22. After the month eventually ended, Cron had officially achieved the MPJ 3-peat, yet he still wasn't finished. He'd announced that he'd made an official NPJ movie, and while this seemed like just another joke, it actually had a super wholesome twist. Cron explained towards the end, toilet paper is often overlooked in donation drives, yet it is one of the most essential and under-donated toiletries globally. He'd therefore spend almost $1,000 on it, explaining since I didn't have to poop for the entire month of July, it would instead be donated to a local charity. Perhaps even more impressively, OK Cron had milked the 31 days for 103 different MPJ TikToks, but I guess it's not a bad idea, given the challenge is seasonal and is also getting old. Viewers have commented the meme has been dead for over a year. Just let it go. Yet OK Cron believes he'll still be doing NPJ in 2089.
That's wild.
Holding a bowl of seafood pho, and it'll soon be topped with this massive spiny lobster.
You see, most people have heard of beef pho with bone broth, meat, and rice noodles. But I've come here to Vietnam's biggest
I kind of want some pho right now. Damn.
city to show you 7 types of pho you've never heard of before.
This is the new generation of pho.
And by the end of this video, you'll experience the pho of every seafood lover's dreams.
It's a pho that might be even better than the original beef pho. No! But first, the ducking best pho you never knew existed. Calvin, this is the first of 7 different phos that we're featuring in this video. Before we get started, I have to ask you, what is pho?
Pho, in actuality, is not the soup. Pho is actually the noodle.
The word pho refers to these soft rice noodles, and in Vietnam, they absolutely must be fresh. It starts with rice, ground and mixed with water to create a batter. This batter goes through several filters to remove clumps. Then it goes through a steamer, transforming from a liquid to giant rice noodle sheets known as bun pho. From here, they're cut into noodle strands and shipped to restaurants citywide.
Usually there's beef or chicken, but today's pho.
You know, I fought this boss earlier.
This right here, duck. Have you ever had a duck pho?
No, that is so wrong.
Start with the duck stuffing. First, blend together shallots,
What's wrong about
garlic,
this?
and pepper. Then combine that mixture with a seasoning powder, fish sauce, soy sauce, honey, their signature seed blend, and Vietnamese pepper leaves.
What I love is that they took their superpowers of duck roasting and they've combined it with the national noodle dish of Vietnam.
Now, onto the duck. Thoroughly coat this fat bird in a blend of diluted honey and molasses. Stuff it with that seasoning mixture. Then let it hang over charcoal for an hour and a half.
For every pho, there are 3 elements. There's the noodle, the protein, and then there's the broth. The broth is very important.
Here they use a traditional chicken broth made by boiling chicken bones for 4 hours, flavored with star anise, cardamom, cinnamon, ginger, shallots, and other pho seasonings. It's time to plate and serve.
What?
Blanch pho noodles and toss them into a bowl. Chop the roasted duck into bite-sized pieces and place over the noodles. Top the bowl with onion, green onion, and cilantro. Then finally, sink it in that fragrant chicken broth.
Soft, pliable, beautiful noodles.
Yeah, I'm hungry.
Good noodles.
The
I'm
noodle
hungry.
is so perfect because it really soaks up all the flavor of the broth.
Next study, let's try this expertly crafted duck breast.
This is really what's separating it the most from a typical pho.
I think as long as
pour
it's
the
duck
sauce
pho, but
over.
not the other way.
I love that idea.
With your
The other way
spoon.
foods. Oh.
I never ate a single duck until I came to Vietnam. And I came here and I thought, this is a meat that's been missing from my life and from my mouth. It tastes delicious.
I love duck also. I like where the chef is going. It's very inventive.
I love the duck breast. It's perfectly roasted. It works well in the
I wanna
broth.
eat
It
this.
would've
I'm
been
hungry.
interesting if they used duck bones. So Calvin, this is just pho number 1 out of 7 different types of pho. We're gonna be trying many different iterations of this dish today. Dishes that not even you knew existed.
It sounds delicious.
But we have too many locations to go to today. So helping us on our mission, Twin.
As an American, I attest that everything is better deep fried. But can we do that with rice noodles? Let's answer that by trying a fried omelet pho.
From the visual, I think it's totally different from what I know. There's no soup.
Meet Twin. Again, she's a Saigonese food enthusiast who's joined us on countless food adventures. And soon, she'll experience Chef Young's omelet pho.
I'm adding egg to the pho noodles to make the strands separate, so when fried, they get crispier. Spreading the pho noodles evenly across the pan makes them even crispier.
5 years of experience are required in order to cook up this version of pho. At least that's what the chef says. After the noodles have crisped up, more egg joins the pan. Then soon after, she takes out the pho noodles. In a new pan, add oil, garlic, and beef. Stir fry along with their signature sauce made of beef stock, fried garlic, seasoning powder, and fish sauce. Stir some more, then add soy sauce, tomatoes, onions, and mustard greens. Plate up the stir-fried beef and bring over those crispy, deep-fried pho noodles.
The dish is complete. Let's enjoy it together.
I'm quite confused how I'm gonna eat it. I'm just gonna freestyle it. I think I'm gonna try this first without the sauce. I think it's like very crunchy French fry. I thought it's gonna be a little moisture on the inside, but actually it's just straight up crunchy. And now I'm gonna try to dip this in the sauce. Since it's really crunchy, it's falling apart.
It reminds me of shrimp. I don't know why.
taste a little bit of tomato and then other veggies as well. Quite savory, quite beefy. And now we're gonna try a bite of everything. The sauce kind of coats the deep fried noodle, and then together I think it's a very flavorful bite. I see that they give me a sauce on the side, so I'm gonna try that now. I think it's fish sauce with some pickled radish. This is a game changer. The reason why is this one is crunchy, a little oily. Because of the pickled radish, it gave a little bit of the acid. It's a much more balanced bite for me. But yeah, I still cannot wrap my head around, you know, when I hear the word pho. Never in my mind that I can imagine something like this.
Seeing as Twin liked her fried pho, Calvin and I are trying it ourselves. However, our version doesn't come in the shape of a noodle. But before that, a quick word from the sponsor of this video, BetterHelp.
Major life changes can lead to some really tough times, whether it's moving to a new city, starting a new job, or going through a difficult breakup. These moments can definitely feel
Bro, why can't I win any of these clashes? We're so fucking dead.
That is where BetterHelp comes in. With BetterHelp, you can connect with a licensed therapist from the comfort of your home who can help you to navigate through these difficult changes. One of the worst feelings in life is feeling like you have no one to reach out to. But now with BetterHelp, you do. Like all of you, I've been through some big challenges in my life. I've been fired from a job, I moved to a new continent, and even now I still have times where I need someone to talk to. Having a supportive ear is crucial. BetterHelp provides that
I'm not
support,
winning this
offering
shit.
a safe, accessible, and comfortable space to share your thoughts and feelings. Also, every BetterHelp therapist is licensed, holds a master's or doctorate degree, and has over 3 years and 1,000 hours of experience helping people like you. Finding the right support with BetterHelp is simple. Start by completing a brief questionnaire to find a therapist who fits your needs and preferences. Once matched, choose to connect by phone, video, or chat at a time that suits you. And if you feel your therapist isn't the perfect match, switching is hassle-free and at no extra cost.
Noodles?
It's that easy. For somebody watching now, you better on your food and start your as being pho. It's called.
Here's restaurant owner Tao showing us the pho pillow recipe that she perfected.
What does that mean?
Rice noodle that are fried, that puff up.
In Vietnamese, it seems so fast, but in English, it's about 15 words, huh?
This pho doesn't feature the rice noodle strands that you're used to, but rather full rice sheets known as bun pho.
So what you do here is you cut the bun pho into squares. Then you deep fry it, and then it becomes a bowl pocket, almost like a pillow.
Oh, I like that. Is this really pho?
Yes, of course. You can think that this is a new generation of pho.
Oh. The pho pockets are accompanied by stir-fried beef. In a pan, add oil, garlic,
Someone died.
carrots, and bok choy stems. Then let that cook with a beef broth.
Well, I'm already
beef
fucking this up, aren't
Now
I?
throw in bok choy leaves.
I might as well
and
forfeit on
marinated
stage
beef
5.
slices. Finally, an ingredient only seen in this type of pho: tapioca starch. The
Jesus
starch
Christ, we're
allows
all on
the
stage
blend
4,
to
by the
thicken
way.
up before it's moved to a serving bowl. Now place those puffy pockets of pho around the meat.
This is a Hanoian dish. This is from the north. Here in the south, it's starting to gain traction. I think this is going to be the new way that everybody eats pho.
That's a bold statement. There's only one place to start, and that is with the fried pho. I'm holding it in my fingers. I can already taste it through my fingertips. I can feel that it's crunchy, crispy, crackling. Can't wait.
Oh. I love the texture. I love that big open air pocket there. This is expertly fried, not oily, but it still keeps that beautiful crunchiness outside.
It's such a satisfying bite. It tastes like toasted rice.
It does.
Below, we have the broth.
The swash.
I think we should just give that a shot before we combine the two.
It really brings a sense of comfortness. And it's like my grandmother came and hugged me and told me, I know those kids stole your shoes and your wallet and your money, but it's gonna be okay. We should take a fudge pillow
and put this stuff inside?
Yes. Tostito has nothing on us.
Oh, that's looking nice. The best of both worlds have combined into one amazing flavor. You've got the texture with the fried pho pocket, and then you've got that delicious beefy savoriness with what's almost become a gravy at this point.
Love it. Here, somebody was being really inventive. Somebody thought outside the box.
Next up, a version of beef pho infused with an ancient aphrodisiac.
This is a pho with artichoke. This is not your grandma's pho.
The pho noodles are made with rice batter, mixed with the unlikely addition of red artichoke extract, turning the noodles from white to pink. And here's Chef Min, inventor of this recipe-bending pho, performing his noodle magic.
I'm going to first blanch the noodles to enhance their elasticity when served to guests. Next, I'm getting toppings. Our biggest bowl includes everything, starting with raw beef, then tendon, then brisket, and 2 specialties of my restaurant, which are steamed artichoke stems and beef rib. Since the rib is huge, I'm gonna cut it up. Add some green onions and normal onions. Finally,
Oh, I'm not confident in this fight.
This special broth is made with beef bones, brisket, and artichoke stems, giving it a unique sweetness.
Artichoke gives you a lot of health benefits. It gives you a lot of vitamin C, but I'm gonna try this to see if it tastes different. A little bit sour, which I did not expect. Very fresh pho, very soft, very delicate. So this is an artichoke stem. Can I eat this? I'm gonna try. Yeah. It's quite firm, cooked to perfection, and it has this earthy flavor. Very interesting. Now I'm gonna try the broth. Here I go. Wow, you can actually taste the artichoke stem. It
Earthy
gives it
flavor,
a
so it tastes
very
like dirt?
unique, slightly sweet taste, and it's quite surprising what people can come up with a twist for pho. And the star for today is a huge piece of beef
Woo!
rib.
Holy shit.
Yay. Very soft, very juicy, tender, falling off the
Damn.
bone, but at the same time, very, very flavorful. I love that.
Soon we'll be trying an outrageous seafood pho, topped with an entire lobster.
This lobster is calling my name.
But first, our 5th level of pho. A pho you can carry in your pocket, eat on a train, or take on
Pho
the go.
roll.
Known as bakun, and in English,
Hey, Hus, you
that
can have all the
means
foods. I'm good.
what
No,
goes
thank you.
into a pho roll.
The main ingredient is fresh ground beef.
First, stir-fry onions and lemongrass. Then add ground beef, flavor with seasoning powder, MSG, and oyster sauce.
Do you know when the pho roll was invented? 30 years ago. So that's pretty new.
On a sheet of pho, add lettuce, perilla leaves, cilantro.
Bro, why
and
am I
stir-fried
losing
beef. Then
this?
roll it up
God
tight. In a pho
damn.
restaurant 30 years ago, a customer arrived after the broth had run out. The owner boldly rolled the meat and herbs into the pho noodles and served that instead, incidentally inventing this masterpiece.
And to this day, you can still go to the origins of where that pho roll started.
While this type of pho doesn't come with the broth, it has its own special sauce to deliver even more flavor.
Know
It's
what?
made by mixing fish sauce, vinegar, sugar, water, and pickles.
Calvin, this is one of my absolute favorite versions of pho. The pho roll, and here she's beautifully wrapped it with a little bit of a leaf. I mean, this is pho.
I'm gonna ignore that
Let's
and
go
go
for it. First,
get
give it a
this
little bit
shit.
of a dip in this fish sauce right here.
Now that's delicious.
That's the best.
This is everything I'm looking for. It's fresh, it's dynamic, it is crunchy, herbaceous.
First, your teeth are ripping through this stretchy, kind of soft steamed rice sheet, but then you're getting this layer of fresh herbs, and then after that, you're getting the beef, which has its own texture, and all of it is so good at soaking up this delicious fish sauce. It's kind of semi-sweet, super salty.
It really complements well. It really complements the delicacy of the bakun. I like how she kept her flavors traditional. This is what you would find on the streets of Hanoi.
And this is brilliant, because before what would go inside the broth is now the outside. It is the cover for all these delicious, fresh ingredients. How do you think Twin's doing right now?
I don't know. Let's find out.
Traditional pho noodles are paired with a savory, rich beef bone broth. But Chef Hai here is about to buck tradition with pho level 6. Introducing Satay Pho, featuring
I
a
lost
thick,
somebody already.
bold,
God
shell
damn,
inspired
why am I
soy sauce.
losing this
bowl
fat
perfectly
fuck?
blends flavors from Vietnam and China.
This is a bowl of pho noodles. I'm going to blanch it.
This satay pho was passed down to Chef Hai from his father in the 80s, and now it's a renowned specialty in Saigon's Chinatown.
Add some bean sprouts, and now I'm going to add meat, brisket, tendon, and this is raw beef. I'm going to pour the broth.
This satay sauce is made by first boiling beef bones for 5 hours. Then it's heavily spiced up with Chef Hai's signature powder. A powder that'll get you high with a hit of ground peanuts, 5-spice powder, sacha powder, turmeric powder, cashew powder, and garlic.
I'm adding green onions and pepper, and this is satay pho.
The first thing that I've noticed is a very rich, creamy sauce. It's very thick, a tiny bit spicy. It still has some pieces of the crushed peanut, which
It's
makes
because
the
I
texture
fucked up
very,
the
very
early
special.
fusions because I tried
Now
to
I'm gonna try
to
a
cheese
perfect
it and I
bite.
didn't,
So
and I ended up
little bit
fucking
of
my
noodle,
one
a
up.
little bit of the sauce, and the beef on top. Wow, it It still had the noodle, the beef, but the broth make it so different from the traditional version that we all know. And now it started raining really heavy, so you know, I'm gonna go.
For the finale, we're going to the same pho restaurant where Bill Clinton went in the year 2000. Here, we'll try out Saigon's most over-the-top seafood pho. A pho that includes an entire spiny lobster, costing more than 16 times the price of a regular beef pho.
Calvin, everything we've done today has built up to this point. It's a pho that might be even better than the original beef pho.
No!
I'm talking about seafood pho. What do you call it in Vietnamese?
Phở hải sản tôm hùm.
Ooh, I'm getting chills right now.
Swiftly dispatch a giant spiny lobster, then boil it in Miss Dao's seafood broth. This broth is the secret to making this dish work. It's made by boiling shrimp shells with fish bones, seasoned with star anise, cinnamon, lemongrass, and lime leaves.
Ma'am, 6 years ago, I came to your restaurant and you introduced this recipe to me for the first time. Do you think this will be good clickbait for my video?
Definitely.
Have you changed the recipe at all?
I put a little more of the phở spice.
I think the one thing you add in is love.
Absolutely. Last time I was here, you filled it with hatred.
To accompany the extravagant lobster, she adds squid, clams, and tofu, also boiled in that same seafood broth. Time to assemble and serve. Blanch pho noodles with bean sprouts, add the squid, clam, tofu, and the seafood broth. At last, crown this seafood bowl with a giant steamed spiny lobster.
Calvin, have you ever seen anything so gorgeous?
I have, well, when I look into your eyes.
First of all, just the way it's laid out, it's presented beautifully.
The color that's popping out from this dish, it is amazing. This is a seafood-based broth.
Instead of boiling cow bones, she's boiled the cow bones of the sea,
which are fish bones.
Fish bones. Oh yeah.
The spices are just dancing in the background.
They've definitely improved the recipe. It was good last time I was here. Now it's like on point. And I do taste the whole spices that she was talking about, but they blend beautifully with all the seafood flavors. The star anise, the cinnamon.
So let's go into these noodles here.
Sorry, buddy. I gotta push you a little bit this way. And then resurrect the hidden pho noodles. There we go. Perfect. It's absolutely soaked up that broth. I love it.
I do.
It's so fresh.
This lobster is calling my name. It's foreplaying with me right now.
It's already been pre-cut. We can just delicately rip it off.
Sonny, this is so heavy. This is chocked full of sweet lobster meat.
Those noodles were so good, but let's pair them with some of this lobster.
Look at that. You ready?
Cheers. Let's go for it. Oh, man.
Dude, I've had so much fun in my lifetime. That one bite was the epitome of freshness, sweetness, umami, all the luxury flavors and textures. That was it right there.
I love a good bite, but I love it even more to see you being swept away, Kelvin.
Aww.
No homo. Today, what I've learned again is that Vietnamese food is about inventiveness and innovation. Even though there's already so much variety within this country, people are still always looking for new ways to turn old ingredients into new recipes.
The landscape of Vietnamese food has a bright future.
Calvin, today we tried 4 different types of pho, and Twin tried 3 different types of pho. All of us right now are going to say which one of these untraditional phos was our absolute favorite, starting with you.
My favorite untraditional pho was the seafood pho. That was so luxurious and so tasteful. That was my favorite.
Next, let's go to Twin.
My favorite for today is the artichoke pho. It's elevated our traditional pho. Also, it adds a lot of health benefits, make women prettier. That's why I picked the artichoke pho.
And we're back. Calvin, I gotta say, my absolute favorite pho today of the 7 is tough.
How did you die?
The fried pho.
You had so much I don't understand,
The flavors were
bro.
amazing and unforgettable. I'm gonna come back here in another 6 years for sure. Or
Fucking
sooner.
kidding me.
I'm at the home of the Ripper, Rutt's Hut. This has been serving hot dogs in New Jersey since 1928. It's considered the best hot dog in America.
I should just gone bleed.
How you doing, Bill?
Good, how are you? I'm a family member of the establishment. Bill Crucifinas. You're at Rutt's Hut.
What's a Ripper?
Deep fried hot dog, the case and rips on it, so we call them rippers. This would be an in-and-outer. This one would be more towards a medium. Well, cremated.
Ooh. This isn't Bergen,
This is Steaktown. A Bergen is too esteemed for us. I don't care where you're from. I've been here long enough to see a guy that's sitting outside in his my box send his driver in to eat. with the guy that has $2.90 in his pocket for one hot dog. What's the common denominator? We're all eating hot dogs, right, brother? I'm gonna give it to you the way I eat it.
Okay.
Relish. This is the way to do it, bro. You know what I tell people? If you die and go to hot dog heaven, you better hope you fucking Let's Hut, brother.
Oh, that's the perfect cook on the dog, too.
Have faith, brother. We're not here 96 years because we're doing it wrong.
I feel like I don't need to say anything else. Follow me for more stories about people and food. I'm at the home of the Ripper, Ruts.
Yeah, now I want a hot dog. Fuck. What is this?
I saw this too. I thought this was pretty interesting.
Oh,
so
it's
this
AI.
is insane. You don't even need to confuse the AI to generate these images. Releasing this as an actual paid product without any safety net is going to result in an expensive legal battle for X and Elon Musk.
Context. Twitter just released Grok 2, their new text-to-image chatbot generator. The drama sparked because at the moment Grok 2 has no restrictions or censorship on the user-generated prompts. Thus, a lot of people immediately started bitching about this gross lack of censorship, without realizing they are the ones giving these horrendous prompts to the AI bot, and then circulating the pictures.
So this guy says people are so subjugated and infantilized by big tech censorship, they can't possibly fathom tools without guardrails. By the way, this is the image.
By the way, since unlike Baldy's here, I don't want to get a community strike. I'll replace it with the most viral and funny ones. Hope you understand.
So this image really, this is kind of a, you know, not necessarily a good one, right? I mean, not necessarily a great thing to post, etc. What the fuck? Yeah, well, this is just how it is. It's crazy to me to think that, like, people are so used to being controlled by big companies that now they get angry when the big companies aren't controlling everybody. That's what's so crazy. Ready for this to be applied to politics?
어디요? 적에게 치명상을 입혔군요. 관리자님은 당신이 생각하는 것보다 대단한 능력을 갖추고 있다고 제가 늘 말씀드렸죠. 저는 언제나 옳은 말만 한답니다.
South Korea is in the midst of a very bitter civil war, one that you might not even realize exists. And no, I'm not talking about the conflict with North Korea. Real-life Lore's office is down the hall, to the right. The civil war I am referring to is the South Korean gender war, a conflict between Korean men, whom the women in this conflict might call male chauvinists or misogynists, and Korean women, whom the men in this conflict might call radical feminists. Now, Mooney, I can hear you say, we have gender war in my country too, why the feminists and the chauvinists are constantly going at it on the internet. South Korea is different. The gender war there has escalated to the point of physical violence, terroristic behavior, and even political upheaval. And the tension in Korea between chauvinists and feminists is so substantial that even the tiniest bump can cause an eruption. This is the story of one such an eruption. A new front in the war between men and women in Korea started over something almost unbelievably trivial. That thing being gacha game art. In case you don't know, gacha games are generally mobile games that implement a randomized vending machine mechanic, or gacha mechanic, so named for the sound a Japanese toy capsule vending machine makes when you turn its crank. In gacha games, you pay in-game currency which can sometimes cost real money and you receive, well, something. That something very often may be a character or character skin that you can then use in-game. The very notion that mobile gacha games could lead to political upheaval is absurd. How does a society as sophisticated and wonderful as Korea's arrive at a point where animated waifus can result in terrorism? This conflict has deep, winding roots in Korea, and we're going to try to approach this topic with a nuanced perspective. To do so, we'll explore both current events and historical context, both his story and her story,
I just don't know what to
understand
do.
why little C's can cause
And I don't think I can, like, I mean, I could try to clash actually. Hold on, let's try to speed it up.
But first, a quick word from our returning sponsor, Brilliant. Moon Channel viewers have enthusiastically told me about how Brilliant has worked for them. and so I'm happy to have Brilliant sponsoring another video.
It's like I'm all struggling
If
on
you,
this shit.
like me, have a lifelong love of learning, yet often struggle to find the time for wholesome growth, Brilliant might be exactly what you are looking for. Brilliant has thousands of interactive lessons ranging from basic to advanced topics. You can learn math or computer science or data analysis with only 15 minutes of interactive problem solving a day, all presented in bite-sized, low-pressure lessons that are as fun as they are captivating. Try Brilliant free for a full 30 days by clicking on the link provided in the description of the video, or by visiting brilliant.org/moonchannel. If you are one of the first 200 people to sign up,
I actually
you'll
can't
get
clash
20%
anything
off
here.
an
Holy
annual
shit.
subscription. That's brilliant.org/moonchannel. Why settle for smart when you could be brilliant? Our story begins in February of 2023 with a small but rapidly growing indie game studio called Project Moon. No relation. If you don't play mobile gacha games, you might know Project Moon from their games library of Ruina, a card battler somewhat akin to Slay the Spire, and Lobotomy Corporation, a roguelite that plays like a combination between Fallout Shelter and Dwarf Fortress, with an SCP Foundation-like setting and a difficulty slider locked to masochistic. Project Moon's earlier games were standouts amongst their competitors for two reasons. The first reason was Project Moon's unique art style, which was simple but very sleek and stylized. The second reason was the lore. Project Moon's games are built around grim but fascinating stories which together create a Project Moon universe of sorts. And so, when Project Moon announced that it was producing a horror role-playing gacha game for mobile devices, there was a surprising amount of enthusiasm. Gacha games are notorious for being cash cows, but usually gacha games are published by big players in the industry like MiHoYo, Psy Games, or Nexon. Creating a gacha game that players will actually enjoy and spend money on is quite an endeavor. It's literally like creating an MMO, not just any team can do it. But Project Moon is not just any team, and they did indeed release their gacha game Limbus Company to very positive reception. Fans of Project Moon were, well, over the moon with Limbus Company, and they promoted it far and wide, with whispers of the game's surprising depth and unique art reaching even the dark, festering grottos of Western gacha Reddit. Limbus Company exploded in popularity, far exceeding the expectations of Project Moon.
I don't know what to do.
I fell for the hype myself and tried it back in early 2023. The game is a little bit like Darkest Dungeon mixed with Project Moon's former game in the
I'm just gonna
library
like
of
take
Ruina,
it.
which I also
I will take the. Actually, you know what?
I determined back
Let's
then
not
that
have
the
you
game
take
was
it.
neat, but too involved for me. I just didn't have the time to play. Evidently, not everyone shared in my sentiments. Limbus Company's player count grew and grew.
I'm just gonna take the hit.
Prior to Limbus Company's release, Project Moon's highest ever player count for a game was in 2021 when Library of Ruina briefly saw a peak player count of roughly 7,000 players. By April of 2023, Limbus Company reported roughly 260,000 players and a revenue of $1.8 million within just 2 months of release, as per MMOByte.tv. MMOByte goes on to say that Limbus Company's launch was only a modest one, coming in at 15% of what Eversoul, another gacha game, launched to just 3 months prior. But Eversoul was published by Kakao Games, which is a subsidiary of Kakao, a South Korean internet giant that reported an annual revenue of $5.89 billion in 2022. Limbus Company taking home 15% of what Eversoul launched to is an extraordinary achievement for an entity as small as Project Moon. However, this smallness, this relative inexperience,
I mean, he took the
came
hit,
at a
which is
cost
fine.
for
At
Project
least he didn't
Moon.
die.
Their diehard fans, the ones that had promoted Limbus Company everywhere, knew the score. Their expectations were tempered with the knowledge that Project Moon is a small indie dev, and that problems with the game would be resolved slower than a larger, more experienced dev team might manage. The new players, though, well, they were much less understanding. Gacha devs are usually from big companies, and those dev teams can gauge the expectations of players more accurately and respond to complaints more quickly than a small, inexperienced indie team like
What
Project
happens if
Moon
I hit
can.
this?
The new players, missing the context that the old players had, were upset that their expectations were unmet, and that balance changes.
Well, how do
were
you
slow.
look at the
But there is
effect?
another thing that these older players knew that these newer players didn't about Project Moon. Project Moon, you see, has an unstated anti-lewd stance. Their characters can be attractively designed, sure, but they make
Wait,
it a
so
point
hold
to
on,
avoid
you convert
egregious
opponent's morale
fan
boost into
service,
tipsy.
meaning
So you have to
sexualization.
like actually break this.
And so, when Project Moon announced that Limbus Company would be adding 2
I'm
swimsuit
assuming.
characters for the summer season, the older players weren't expecting anything lewd. But the new players, the overwhelming majority of players, were expecting what every gacha offers for summer swimsuit characters. Fan service. Lots and lots of highly provocative, prurient fan service. One of the 2 summer characters was a male character named Summer Sinclair. He wore swim trunks, a collar, and not much else. Whereas the female character released was Summer Ishmael, and she wore a skin-tight diving wetsuit. Ishmael's usual outfit is a suit and tie, and so the wetsuit is quite fan-servicey. The skin-tight nature of a wetsuit, the focus on the character's body, it's all heavily sexualized.
Cool,
And this is
cool.
for a company which has a history of avoiding such sexualization. But this wetsuit was not revealing enough for the new players, who were expecting the usual. What happened next shook the entire Korea gacha game industry to its very core, and the aftershock reverberated into wider Korean society. It started small, just some grumblings on various Korean forums by disgruntled players. But these grumblings, like a tiny snowball at the top of a snow-covered mountain, rolled along, collecting additional grievances as
Ish
they
is cuter and
each
modest,
week,
just like
compounding the
Kathy's.
severity of the last. The wetsuit being insufficiently sexy wasn't just Project Moon keeping to some policy of anti-fan service, no. It was intentional. And it wasn't just intentional, it was malicious. And who was the malicious actor? Who was acting in bad faith to
Wait, am I winning this?
desexualize their gacha games? Well, it must have been a feminist. A radical feminist. Someone purposefully designed Swimsuit Ishmael and the Korean gacha gamers. Would find out who. The spark is lit. The powder keg is lit.
Is it because I booked the
infamously
wine
known as the
and now I'm
Ishmael
winning?
incident.
Was I supposed to book the wine before?
On August 5th, 1997, Korean Air Flight 801 took off from Seoul en route to Guam. The aircraft, a Boeing 747-300.
Wait, I beat it!
in good
Oh wait, was I supposed to break the wine bottle? I mean wine glass?
working order. The pilot was Captain Park Young-chul, age 42. Captain Park was previously a pilot in the Korean Air Force and had accumulated a total of
I wasn't supposed to break it.
8,932
It
hours.
doesn't
of
matter
flight,
now, I got it.
roughly 2/3 of which were as a civilian pilot. His first officer was Song Kyung-ho, age 40. He too was previously a pilot in the Korean
I know
Air
about
Force,
technically,
and
yeah.
with over 4,000 hours of flight time under his belt, roughly half of which were as a civilian pilot, First Officer Song was no greenhorn. The journey across the Pacific Ocean progressed without any apparent issue. As the flight approached Guam, however, it encountered a storm, which obscured the plane's final destination, Antonio B. Wonpat International Airport, from sight. In aviation lingo, these weather-related problems are called IMCs, Instrument Meteorological Conditions.
Shut up, I beat it
Conditions
by
in which
myself.
One has to fly by flight instruments instead of utilizing one's sight. You may be familiar with the incident that follows. Perhaps you've already read a version of this story
I think
in
I was
Malcolm
supposed to make
Gladwell's
anything
book,
else.
Outliers. Well, instead of reading anyone else's words to you, let's read the pilot's words together and do a play-by-play. This is the intra-cockpit communication transcript taken from Appendix B of the National Transportation Safety Board's Aircraft Accident Report. At 1521 UTC, the first officer notifies the captain that the condition at Guam is no good. The captain acknowledges this by stating that it rains a lot. As the descent continues, the first officer asks the captain, "Don't you think it rains more in this area here?" The captain doesn't respond to the questions. He makes further statements, and the first officer answers simply, "Yes." At 1526, just 5 minutes later, the flight engineer notices that something is wrong. He asks about Guam's condition. At 1527, the flight engineer then states that the weather radar has helped us a lot, to which the pilot responds, "Yes, they are very useful." At 1529, the captain states, "We should be getting onto the route," to which the flight engineer responds, "It is rising instead." The captain answers in the affirmative, "Yeah, you are right." 10 minutes later,
I don't
the
understand what's
first
happening here.
officer discovers that their incoming runway's glide slope instrument landing system appears unresponsive. He appears to make a statement about it, which is then corroborated by the flight engineer, who asks aloud about 30 seconds later, "Is the glide slope working?" "Glide slope, yeah?" The captain replies, "Yes, yes, it's working." The flight engineer can only utter in response a baffled ah. So. Another voice interrupts, but it's unclear who it is. We can presume it was the captain. He asks if the glide slope is working, to which the first officer replies, not usable. Finally, the captain acknowledges that since today's glide slope condition is not good, we need to maintain 1,440. Please set it. An unknown voice, presumably the first officer, replies with a simple yes. The flight engineer jokes that the guy working here probably was a GI in Korea before. Remember this line for later. The captain responds with a simple affirmation. The crew then goes through their landing checks, but about 1 minute later, the captain asks again, isn't glide slope working? And then notes, wiper on. Nobody responds to his query this time. The flight engineer merely replies, yes, wipers on. Not even a minute later, the first officer asks, not in sight? The captain replies, oh, yes. The first officer...
Clashing some of the Fat 2 skill will give you a buff that increases damage. One of the skill 100% win the clash of the buff because he can to himself. Instead, if you change the buff into tipsy by making the unit destroy the glass.
Then states, let's make a missed approach. The flight engineer confirms, not in sight. The first officer reciprocates the statement, not in sight, missed approach. The flight engineer says, go around. The captain says, go around. And then there's silence. Save for
what's
the
going
ground
on?
proximity warning system. Calling out numbers.
Chat logs.
50, 40, 30, 20. At 1:42 Guam local time, Korean Air 801 slams into the side of Nimitz Hill, just 3.5 miles away from the airport. Of the 254 people aboard, 229 perish. Let me ask you something about what we just read. Does that conversation seem fitting for an imminent plane crash?
No.
Why doesn't the first officer take more direct action? Why doesn't anyone tell air traffic control what is going on? How is it possible that the first officer and flight engineer can directly see what is happening and yet apparently fail to even utter a protest as the captain charges the plane directly into a hillside? The words in the transcript are translated into plain English, but there is an additional layer of context required to understand how this
I don't understand this
plane crash happened, and that is cultural context. Korean culture is extremely hierarchical, more so than China, more so than even Japan. When the first officer asks the captain, don't you think it rains more in this area here? He is trying to respectfully communicate to his superior, an elder in age with more flight hours, that the area they're in has more rain, and that they should try to avoid it. When the flight engineer chimes in later, stating that the weather radar has helped us a lot, this flight engineer is also trying to relay a suggestion to change course and avoid the weather conditions. When the first officer and flight engineer discover the glide slope isn't operational, the first officer mutters something about it, and the flight engineer asks the captain if the glide slope is working. This is a suggestion to the captain that the glide slope is, in fact, not working and that he should check it. But the captain responds that it is working, which is his statement to the flight engineer that the flight engineer
What the fuck, really?
needs to keep to his role and have some respect. The flight engineer replies with a baffled so, knowing that the captain has realized his disrespect, has issued a condemnation, and has declined to check the glide slope instrument as a measured response to insubordination. The captain, satisfied with the behavior of the first officer and flight engineer, finally checks the glide slope instrument, noting that the condition isn't good, acknowledging the concerns brought up as an order. This communicates that the decision to work around the glide slope is his decision. The flight engineer then makes
There's a lot of linguistics going on here. What the fuck?
It's a joke. The guy working here probably was a GI in Korea before. The flight engineer then makes a joke. The guy working here probably was a GI in Korea before. A grunt. It's a joke punching down the ladder. The glide slope instruments are broken because someone lower in the hierarchy has done lower hierarchy things, typical of their status. The captain asks once again if the glide slope is working. Nobody answers, but the situation is growing more and more dire by the moment. Breaking with social protocol and understanding that there will be social consequences, the first officer makes the bold statement, "Let's make a missed approach," a direct suggestion and not a question. The flight engineer offers his support of the first officer by stating, "Not in sight." The first officer confirms, "Not in sight, missed approach." Just before the plane crashes, the flight engineer says, "Go around," and the captain, finally cracking, acknowledges that he will indeed go around. But it is too late. There is no panic. There are no...
Holy shit, the Eagles fucked them over.
Further words spoken, the aircraft crashes into Nimitz Hill. If you speak, we'll say, fluent East Asian or belong to a cultural group that communicates indirectly like this, all of this talk may have already made sense to you the first time around. And for those of you who are disturbed by my translation and find it
Wait, dude, I'm not doing shit. I'm watching this. So the reason why the plane crashed was because of egoing and hierarchies. And instead of saying what you mean, they beat around the bush. Well, that's cringe as fuck. So they could have avoided the plane crash if they set their egos aside and like literally said, "Oh, we're gonna crash if we don't turn this plane around." And instead they're like, "Oh yes, can you please check the whatever the fuck." Holy shit, that's insane.
Directly like this, all of this talk may have already made sense to you the first time around.
It did not make sense to me at all. I didn't know people was beating around the bush like that. They don't say what they mean. They talking synonyms, which is like dog shit.
And for those of you who are disturbed by my translation and find it troublesome, consider this. The NTSB in its executive summary of the incident determined that the probable cause of the Korean Air Flight 801 accident was the captain's failure to adequately brief and execute the non-precision approach. And
so it really was the captain's fault then.
The first officer's and flight engineer's failure to effectively monitor and cross-check the captain's execution of...
Yeah, well, the captain pulled rank, so, you know, what you gonna do?
Approach. I told you that story in order to illustrate how Korean men treat each other. South Korea is an extremely hierarchical...
Yeah, if Korean men treat other Korean men of lower station like dog shit, how they gonna treat women? Oh, I guess I know.
Society. More so than in Japan, more so than in China. One's age, status, family, and gender determine one's role in society. Although Korea offers the appearance of a politically progressive, modernized country, underneath the veneer of glitz and glam, beneath the Innisfree toner,
you wanna be Korean? You wanna be talked down to by another Korean man, Yunichi?
Exists a deeply conservative society. You might be familiar with the Japanese system of honorifics. In Japan, the more neutral honorific san is commonly used to address a hierarchical equal, or an individual whom you are not yet familiar with, akin to Mr. or Miss. You say their name followed by san, Muni-san. Sama is used when you're addressing someone of a higher status than you, akin vaguely to sir.
This was actually a good video.
Sensei is used for teachers or people of scholarly...
No, I'll be the one talking down. No, you wouldn't, because you're a student. You would literally be the one talking down.
Learning. I sometimes jokingly call my youngest sister Pearly Saba. Saba in this case meaning mackerel. Although honorifics are widely used, there are many informal situations in which Japanese people don't use honorifics. A teacher addressing a student, for example, is a social dynamic in which one sometimes might not use an honorific. In your own group of close friends or towards your immediate family, you might also elect not to use honorifics as it feels natural to do so amongst the people you're most comfortable with. But it is not this way in Korea. In South Korea, the use of honorifics even in informal situations is quite normal. If you spend any amount of time living in Korea and getting to know Korean people, inevitably you will be asked how old you are, as your age is critically important in determining the deference you are expected to provide to other people and the deference you receive, even amongst your friends. You might not even use a person's first name out of deference. In a friend group, every older
at
male
12, you'd be literally on the lowest rank.
Of deference. In a friend group,
how to address other people.
Every older male is hyung if you are male or oppa if you are female. Both words translate roughly to older brother. If you have any Korean friends who have moved from Korea to your non-Korean country, you might have noticed that it's very hard to get them to break the habit of hyunging and oppaing. The expectations of hierarchy in Korea are very strict, even by East.
This makes a lot of sense, because I know some Koreans who used to do this. It's really deep-seated, huh? I didn't know it went that deep. I didn't know it went that deep. Oh.
Asian standards. Why is that? How did this...
I've heard a lot of Appa Hyung a lot from like actual other Koreans here in the States, in the United States, but it's like I didn't know. I thought it was like just like their way of talking. I mean, it is their way of talking, but like I thought it was like their slang. I guess it's not.
Happen. And what does any of this have to do with gender wars in gacha games? Well, my friends, this has everything to do with gender wars in gacha games. But before we dive further into the history,
That's
and context,
insane. It went that deep.
To our gacha drama.
You be good this since you are 40. I'm not 40. Shut the fuck up.
Was completely contrary to the expectations of the.
Huh?
Ishmael's wetsuit was completely contrary to the expectations of the Korean gacha game community. This is not a true summer skin, they said. This is a joke. This is a prank. This is a malicious act. It has to be. The wetsuit design couldn't possibly be the work of a man. After all, no self-respecting Korean man would make something this subservient to the interests of feminists, especially not an artist who works on gacha art, right? As such, this artist must be a woman, and unlike other gacha artist women who happily draw what they are told to draw, or better yet, are expected to draw, this woman has bucked the status quo. We are on the lookout for a feminist. And not just a feminist, but a radical, a revolutionary. How else could this wetsuit art have ever happened? Each allegation was more severe than the last. And
wait, what? I'm confused.
No self-respecting Korean man design couldn't possibly be the work of a man, after all. No self-respecting Korean man would make something this subservient to the
Velmori only do CG scene. Which was a CG scene? This wasn't CG, was it?
Interests of feminists, especially not an artist who works on gacha art, right? As such, this...
So this thing wasn't lewd enough, and it gives rise to it being a feminist.
Artist must be a woman.
Because it wasn't lewd enough.
Other gacha artist
They're
women
fucking stupid
who
as fuck.
happily draw what they are told to draw, or better yet, are expected to draw. This woman has bucked the status quo. We are on the lookout for a feminist. And not just a feminist, but a radical, a revolutionary. How else could this wetsuit art have ever happened? Each allegation was more severe than the last, and blown out of proportion, often with the intention merely to troll. And none of the accusations were backed up by any evidence other than assumption. The players demanded action against this radical feminist, and so they sought her out. Who is the artist in charge of these character CGs? Where is she? Well, she turned out...
So, someone lost their job because people were trolling.
...to be a he. The designer of wetsuit Ishmael and the artist were both men. Disillusioned and perhaps slightly embarrassed, the angry mob dissolved. The artist in question isn't a woman and thereby isn't a feminist. He's just some guy with bad taste. But this was not the end, as people were still angry about the outfit itself. It was about who the developers...
Yeah, it was a dude. I remember this. It was a dude that did this shit.
...to be prioritizing. The outfit itself. It was about who the developers seemed to be prioritizing. They were listening to women on Twitter and not to the men who were actually playing their game and giving them money. The incident had been caught up in the larger Korean gender war. Well, if the mob could not find a witch, they would make one. And their target was a different Limbus Company artist who goes by the alias Velmori. Velmori was a story illustrator at Limbus Company, but she did not design wetsuit Ishmael. In fact, by all accounts, Velmori had absolutely nothing to do with wetsuit Ishmael whatsoever. But Velmori is a woman, and Velmori had some history. Deleted retweets of a half-decade-old archive from long before she had started working for Project Moon. So the angry mob had found its target, a vent for their frustrations, a cog in the machine not performing as it's supposed to. A woman who happened to be an artist, working for Limbus Company, who had many years prior retweeted and then subsequently deleted.
So her only crime was because she was a woman. Because if this was a guy, they wouldn't have go after her. It was a guy who did the art. Yeah, I know it's a guy who did the art. Literally, her only crime was she was a woman. It's not even a crime, but like to dub that was a crime.
A handful of feminist tweets. Even if she had nothing to do with the wetsuit, the mob argued, her radical feminism warranted her termination as per Project Moon's own stated policies. The usual internet witch hunt behavior ensued. Project Moon developers received death threats and their games were review bombed into oblivion. But the situation escalated. More accusations poured in concerning Velmori's involvement in radical feminism, and as the anger boiled over, a group of Limbus Company players went to Project Moon's physical offices and issued their demands, refusing to leave until they were able to talk directly to the developers themselves. And for reasons unknown, Project Moon's developers caved and allowed the protesters into their physical offices. It was there that the protesters allegedly gave the Project Moon team a list of their demands, and allegedly also issued threats of physical violence. Not long after the angry mob departed, Project Moon released a statement on Twitter apologizing to its players for many different issues, including technical errors, performance bugs, unintended nerfs, and more. The initial statement received a follow-up statement from Project Moon's director, which appeared to fire Velmori due to her ideology, and confirmed that Velmori's artwork would no longer be featured in the game. A victory for the boys. We got everything we wanted out of our Capitol riot, including the burning of our witch. Sure, we have to endure that wetsuit skin, but maybe in the future we'll get some looter skins now that the devs know who is in charge. But alas, this was no victory. The firing of Velmori changed everything.
Oh boy, can't wait to make it getting because updating Library of Runa was so fun. And to get money for our player prices, getting the attention of worst crowd that gravitates to gacha games. Yeah.
The wider world became exposed to this story and was not at all sympathetic. The wider world became
Do you have anything you want to say to women? I'm sorry, woman.
Exposed to this story and was not at all sympathetic. This was no victory. The firing of Velmori changed everything. The wider world became exposed to this story.
Oh, he means the rest of the world. We found out.
And was not at all sympathetic to the plight of the Korean male gacha gamers.
The Amazon is generally nothing but a turn witch hunt. Yes, I agree.
Even when the situation was presented in sympathetic to the plight of the Korean male gacha gamers. Even this story, and was not at all sympathetic to the plight of the Korean male gacha gamers. Even when the situation was presented in its most favorable light to casual observers, their behavior seemed preposterous, immature, and entitled. In enforcing their behavior seemed preposterous. Immature, and entitled. In enforcing
There was a bunch of horny ass motherfuckers who wanted lewd skins, basically.
Their demands on Project Moon, the gacha gamer men had fallen into a trap. Velmori became a martyr.
Yeah. I hope she found better work, to be honest. She really got she paid the price for being a woman in Limbus Company, essentially, in Project Moon's workplace, I suppose. She became a made-up witch.
Hierarchical systems in Korea that exist today have ancient roots. These hierarchical systems began, arguably, as Confucianism crept into Korean politics and culture vis-a-vis China, starting as early
Is
as
Maple Story music playing in the background?
372 AD with the founding of the Confucian Taehak school in the kingdom of Goguryeo, and continuing through the unified Silla period in the year 682, which saw the founding of the Gukhak school. Confucian schools like these became the preeminent places of learning in Korea, and Confucianism established itself as a dominant philosophy in Korea, second only at the time to Buddhism. The influence of Buddhism in Korea reached its apex during the Goryeo dynasty, not to be confused with Goguryeo. But later Goryeo kings, such as King Sunjong, seeing Confucianism's centralizing power, suppressed the practice of Buddhism in favor of Confucianism. This trend then exploded during the Joseon dynasty, where Confucianism was elevated to the official ideology of the state. But the Confucianism that the Joseon dynasty adopted was of a very specific school known as Neo-Confucianism. Now, Neo-Confucianism developed in part as a retort to Buddhism, which had also become the dominant ideology in Tang China, just as it was in Korea and Japan. This is going to be an extreme simplification, but where Buddhism teaches self-cultivation for the individual purpose of enlightenment, Neo-Confucianism purports that self-cultivation should not merely be a means to individual enlightenment, but also a mechanic by which one can contribute to a harmonious
There's Genshin music
society.
being played.
It's not just you, it's not just me, it's us. And we
From
must
Lantern
achieve
Light.
harmony together. Now, Neo-Confucianism had a lot of benefits for China and Korea. It was a more rational ideology than Buddhism, and its focus on the practical matter of statesmanship as opposed to personal spiritual enlightenment led to the establishment of more schools of learning as opposed to temples of worship, and the uplifting of ethics as a guiding principle of family and government. But Neo-Confucianism was not without its drawbacks, and issues in the underlying philosophy of Neo-Confucianism led to
Did Drum on the first Chinese event on Genshin? No, there wasn't.
reformist thinkers such as Yang Mingzi, who developed, for example, the philosophical
The only drama was a Zhongli drama.
principle of I think, therefore I am, over a century prior to René Descartes. Yang Mingzi is considered one of the great masters of Confucianism in China and Japan. It's even been said that Yang Mingzi's teachings heavily inspired the Japanese philosophy of Bushido. But these reforms never really made it to Korea, and Yang Mingzi does not hold the same prestige in Korea as he does in China or Japan. Why? Well, it's because the Korean state threw itself wholeheartedly into Neo-Confucianism, so much so that it developed its own independent schools of Neo-Confucian thought, separate from what was emerging in China. Where China had Yang Mingzi, Korea had Yi Huang, known better perhaps as Togye, and Yi Yi, also known as Yogo. Togye and Yang Mingzi were contemporaries. They lived at the same time period, the early 1500s. If you watch the video I made on Christian games, do you recall how American Calvinists, Puritans, were so deeply entrenched in their beliefs that their Calvinism failed to develop as Dutch Calvinism did? How American Protestantism branched away from Protestantism at large and thus failed to develop Neo-Calvinist theology as a counterweight to Calvinist Puritanism. Korean Neo-Confucianism developed very much in that same vein, as Ming Dynasty China evolved its Neo-Confucianism, thereby arguably softening the strict hierarchical systems that come with Neo-Confucianism. Korea doubled down.
Damn.
Lee, a lecturer at the Department
So Korea went backwards while China went forwards. Got it.
of Philosophy at Seoul National University, states in his work, Yi Huang and Yi Yi's interpretation of the Taiji Tusu, focusing on their theories of Li Qi, quoting the traditional work Annals of the Joseon Dynasty. Yi Huang took to heart that China lost its tradition of Dohak or authentic.
Japan took the same philosophies as China though, because Japan came from China, so it makes sense that they also went to Neo-Confucianism and then evolved.
Neo-Confucianism.
While Korea doubled down and went backwards.
In other words, Yi Huang, the preeminent Korean Neo-Confucianist scholar, utterly rejected Chinese developments in ideology in
There you
favor
go.
of a pure Neo-Confucianism. You may have noticed that I never described what Neo-Confucianists actually believe outside of their emphasis on hierarchy, and I haven't done this because it wouldn't make any sense to you at all. It's like trying to read and understand Hegel before reading Kant, but worse by a factor of centuries. Let me read you a snippet from the article we just discussed to give you an example. Zushi claims that the Wuji and the Taiji are not separate things. He interprets the above phrase as formless but with a li, and describes it as the substance, what is above form. Skipping ahead. Whereas the Wuji and the Taiji mean the same thing, the Taiji and the Yin-Yang are to be clearly distinguished. In other words, they are explained as belonging, respectively, to Li and Qi. I'll stop there.
I have no idea what you just said.
I haven't explained Neo-Confucianism in full because I can't. But what I can tell you is that Neo-Confucianism puts an enormous emphasis on hierarchy as a stabilizing force of societal harmony. Yi Huang, the Korean master we discussed, who felt that Ming China had lost true Neo-Confucianism, was himself critiqued by Yi Yi, also known as Yulgok. Yi Yi felt that a more physical, more material approach to Confucianism was necessary. Self-cultivation, knowing oneself, one's place, one's capacities, are directly relevant to proper administration. In other words, Yi Yi's teachings deepened the physical bonds between the state and Confucianism.
Like the Limbus gameplay is like a brainwash Subway Surfer for me.
In Japan and China, a rigid social hierarchy emerged
in
Korea, a caste system of sorts, in which the king sat on top, followed by civil leaders and military officers, then learned peoples, laborers, etc. Unlike China and Japan, however, this system was more rigid in its execution. This formal system was abolished in 1894, but the underlying hierarchical nature of Korean society was deeply embedded into the Korean psyche, and unlike in China or Japan, there would be no uprooting of this hierarchical system through a century of conflict with the West. China had the Opium Wars and the Self-Strengthening Movement and the Boxer Rebellion and much more, which did a lot to reduce the influence of Confucianism over China. And much of that on the Chinese side was intentional attempts to westernize. Likewise in Japan, you had Commodore...
Just put three more Limbus videos on the stream, then you have Ultra Brainbot. I'm actually playing Limbus though. I'm actually playing Limbus. What do you mean? This is not a video. The top right hand corner here is not a video. As you can see, the game stopped because I alt tapped to watch the video. You're joking? Did you think this was a video on the right hand corner? It's not a video. The video's over here on the left side. Yeah. I just suck at this. There's nothing here that looks good. I will sell some gifts though. I will sell some gifts. Maybe not. I don't know. Sell some T1 gifts. Yeah. And then we'll do some fusions. Charge. We get the wrist guard. What's the wrist guard? Shield. What else can we make for charge? That's Slash Eagle. Why? Why did I just get a Slash Eagle? Excuse me? A Slash Eagle, why? Someone want to explain? Max charge count plus 10. On all eyes game 5. Ooh, I got whatever the fuck this is. Charge type gloves. Wasn't there like another fusion? There's a mimicry mod for 2077. You don't know what that is. Wasn't there like another fusion thingy? I forgot what it was. Like there was a new fusion shit. I'm gonna take a look at the Olympus chat real quick. I could have sworn. Oh, here it was. Bio-regenerative bat. Oh, I don't know how to get. I don't know how to get this though. Is it by T1s? Is it do T1 fusions? Prosthetic joint. I do need this. And then what? I can do it. I do need joint servos. Prosthetic joint servos. How do I get biogenerative battery or cardiovascular module? Is that T1 or T3? Because I got one part of it, right? But I need the other parts, which I don't know how to get. Surely it's T3, right, guys? I gotta burn ego instead. Well then. Oh, whatever. I messed up whatever fusion it was. I don't care. I guess we can hope. What is this? Floor 5? It is. I guess we can hope whatever this is not dog shit.
Perry, the Boshin War, the Meiji Restoration, etc., which eroded the influence of Confucianism in Japan. But you will note, of course, that Confucianism was never eradicated. Strict adherence to Confucian hierarchy and customs remains in both China and Japan to this day. One of these countries is literally communist, and yet still has Confucian hierarchical values built into its society. Korea is both the most historically Confucian state, while also having had the least erosion of that Confucianism through external or internal intervention. And it was Japan, and not a Western power, that interfered most in Korea's modern cultural development. Although Korea itself was arguably forced out of its isolationism by, surprise surprise, the United States. Let me explain. The Koreans call it Shinmyeongyo, the Western disturbance during the Shimi year. In 1866, an American merchant ship called the SS General Sherman steamed up the Taedong River and attempted to illegally force the Koreans to trade. After some miscommunication and ignored demands, the Koreans dispatched a naval contingent to destroy the American ship and execute the sailors aboard in a punitive mission, as the Koreans thought that the American ship was actually a French ship. Look, it's a long story. The naval contingent was like something out of Age of Empires 2. 9 fire ships and a turtle ship. This fleet successfully brought down the SS General Sherman, and the sailors were captured by civilians
somehow
on
learning.
shore and
I like how I'm learning gacha drama and Korean drama, and now we're learning history. I got baited into learning history.
Executed. A few years later, in 1871, the Americans dispatched a small fleet to investigate the missing SS General Sherman. The Koreans had a strict law at the time that no foreign ships could sail up the Han River. The Americans requested access to the Han River to ostensibly investigate the General Sherman, and when the Koreans said no, the Americans peacefully and cooperatively turned around and left. No, just kidding. Of course, the Americans ignored the order and steamed up the Han River. The Koreans opened fire but didn't do much damage, perhaps intentionally so. The US then demanded an apology for violating Korea's sovereignty, as is tradition. The United States gave the Koreans 10 days to apologize, and when they didn't, because why would they, the Americans opened fire and moved to capture the fortress of Gwanseong garrison. After a substantial naval bombardment, the Americans deposited roughly 650 sailors and Marines who marched on the fortress, capturing it. The Americans fielded the Remington rolling block carbine. The Koreans fought back with primitive matchlocks. At the end of the conflict, the Americans...
God damn! Remingtons versus matchlocks. Oh no. That's like going against a fucking laser. And if laser guns were real. With a fucking bow and arrow. Essentially, that was the difference.
Americans had suffered 3 killed with primitive matchlocks. At the end of the conflict, the Americans had suffered 3 killed and 10 wounded, and had killed 243 people by the American estimate, and around 350 people by the Korean estimate. The Americans then attempted to
The Americans literally decimated them. Too long, didn't watch.
Persuade the Koreans to negotiate again for trade, which the Americans then attempted to persuade the Koreans to negotiate again for trade, which they naturally declined. As Korean reinforcements began to arrive, the US fleet, realizing it was outgunned, left for China on July 3rd. But the brazen American attack had inspired a nearby rising power. A power that was trying to copy Western tactics and technology and ideology as much as it possibly could. That power being Japan. Japan, inspired by the American attack and remembering how their own isolation was forcibly ended by American warships, approached Ganghwa Island with its military in 1876 in order to purposefully provoke a Korean response, before then issuing a blockade of the region with their navy and demanding an unequal trade treaty under these familiar terms, ones that they learned from their own encounter with the United States. Give us what we want or be subject to incredible violence. And the Koreans complied, signing the first of many unequal treaties with Japan.
God damn.
This unequal treaty paved the way for other nations to force trade upon Korea, and before long, just like in China, just like in Japan, modernization in Korea came into direct conflict with traditional Confucian systems of government. But unlike in China or Japan, that process was cut fatally short. Tensions were rising between China and Japan, and the consequences of massive trade inflow through unequal treaties in Korea had led to political turmoil and famine. In Korea proper, the conflict between Neo-Confucians and the uncontrolled influx of Western values and technology was also reaching a fever pitch, which erupted into the Donghak Peasant Revolution. Donghak means Eastern learning. It was part religion, part Neo-Confucianist school, and it directly opposed Seohak, meaning Western learning. King Gojong, the last king of the Joseon dynasty, requested aid from China to suppress the rebellion. The Japanese, fearing that they would lose influence, sent their own soldiers without Korea's consent. As the rebellion came to an end, Korea demanded the immediate departure of Japanese soldiers, which the Japanese refused. In July of 1894, Japan made its move, occupying the royal palace in Seoul and taking King Gojong prisoner. Before July had even ended, the Japanese had replaced members of the Korean government with pro-Japanese puppets. The Sino-Japanese War was about to begin, and the Russo-Japanese War loomed over the horizon. But the annexation of Korea by Imperial Japan was already underway. Korea did not get to experience a Meiji restoration or a self-strengthening movement from beginning to end, as it simply didn't have the time. The American attack occurred in 1871. The Japanese forcing open Korea occurred in 1876. And by 1894, less than 20 years after being forced open for trade, Korea was already under threat of annexation by Japan. In the year 1910, Japan formalized its annexation of Korea with the signing of the Japan-Korea Annexation Treaty. The Japanese occupation of Korea was brutal. The suffering of the Korean people, unimaginable. The horrors of the occupation are beyond the scope of this video, but I'll leave some reading in the description for you if you'd like to learn more. One of the most grotesque of Japan's inflictions upon
Where's the
Korea
part where women
was
equals
the
bad?
systematic eradication of...
I assume they mean like Korean hierarchies. Like they put because most of the video is focusing on, because I am a higher status or station, I get to talk shit or talk down upon you, and they do it to other men, right? And they already view women lesser than men naturally, right? So they'll talk even more shit to the woman. So it's like, it's
Korean
implied.
culture. The Japanese banned the Korean language, replacing it with Japanese. They attempted to eliminate the use of Korean names. They tried to change the very fabric of Korean history, so as to assimilate the Korean people more easily. But as is evident, the Japanese did not succeed in eradicating Korean culture.
Yeah,
The
that's
Japanese
kinda
attempt
fucked.
at cultural eradication actually caused the Koreans to entrench their culture, to preserve it by any means necessary. As such, Korean culture thrives to this very day, brighter than ever, with each Korean generally quite proud of his or her cultural heritage and eager to share it with the world. Just as Korean culture at large survived Japanese annexation, however, so too did Korean Neo-Confucianism. And although the influence of this Neo-Confucianism deteriorated very substantially under Japanese rule, it was never completely quashed. For all of their imperialism and westernization, the Japanese imperial government was deeply hierarchical, with its own legitimacy tied inseparably to Bushido. You will recall that Neo-Confucianist philosophy had a lot of influence on Bushido. Bushido built upon the foundation...
So wait, are you saying they doubled down on Neo-Confucianism and then they doubled down on Bushido? Yo, it's actually fucked over there. Oh no.
Of Neo-Confucianism and Imperial Japan.
Why do they take all the bad parts of China to Japan, but they don't take the good parts of China to Japan? What is this? It's like China and Japan was a bad influence, and while China was able to move away from it, so was Japan. Korea is stuck in the past.
Was built on Bushido.
What good part? I mean, China also moved away from Neo-Confucianism, and they softened, you know, the hierarchical roles with the interaction with the West. Meanwhile, it just made Korea just way more insular. Insular. You know what I mean? Insular, to be like more closed off. I expect from Japan, but I didn't expect from Korea.
Neo-Confucianism, and specifically Korean Puritan Neo-Confucianism, became deeply internalized in Korea to a much greater extent than it did in China or Japan. Citing here the Routledge Handbook on East Asian Politics, South Koreans believe their country not only as closer to China than Japan.
South Koreans believe their country is not only as closer to China and Japan, but in mature culture and feminism more Confucian than China. Well, no shit, because China moved away from Neo-Confucianism. No fucking shit. You mean you're closer to old China, but not new China.
But in administrative culture and familism, more Confucian than China. And indeed, in post-war Korea, this strict adherence to hierarchy was utilized in a big way to rein in the people and resolve the chaos of the post-war era. Quoting here from the...
I mean, it makes sense. It makes things easier to control your people if you make them respect rank and status. It's a good way to control the people.
Economic development.
Instead of over fear, you do it over respect of like rank and status.
Development in the Republic of Korea. Proper order between senior and junior, and loyalty to the state was used to be utility for the maintenance of parks.
What gotcha anything to do with this?
President Park Chung-hee's autocratic.
So like, to preface this, originally, there was this one drama from one of the gacha games like Limbus Company, where it was a summer event, and they would how you know how other gacha games release loot summer skins usually like bikinis and shit, but Limbus Company as a gacha game is not loot at all. In essence, they're not a loot gacha game company. They release like dark, grim horror shit. And so the one time they released a little fan service, the gacha player base got upset that it wasn't loot enough and thought that there was no way no self-respecting Korean man will release such bad looking fan service, because like what they released was like some girl in a swimsuit, in a wetsuit, in like, you know, those diving suits you go on scuba diving. And so they were out on a witch hunt, and they found out the person who drew the art was a man. It was actually in fact a man and not a woman, because they assumed it was a feminist woman. And so half of their drama like deflated. Then just like so they needed to find justification for their mobbing, right? And so they went on a witch hunt and made their own witch, quote unquote witch. They found a female worker in said Limbus company, right? Who had no involvement in the summer art or whatever, right? Said she was a feminist. Found out she was a feminist when she was like a teenager, like half a decade ago, because they put up old tweets that she has long deleted already. Said, why is she working there? She's a feminist. Fire her. And like, they didn't get their, you know, riots or drama heard from the company, so they literally went to the physical location of the company until they were let in and got the woman fired. And so to prefix why that even happened is because like in Korean, in the Korean space, rank and status matter a lot more than anything else. So the guy explains like an exchange of a video, right, of a plane crash that happened in Korea, where the commanding captain, right, didn't take any like suggestions well from his co-pilot or his air traffic controller, because he had more seniority, because he was the captain of the plane. And then there's like, so they talk in a roundabout way to like not piss off the captain, and not trying to pull rank or whatever. And the captain didn't take the suggestions, but then one of them was like trying to shit on themselves, you know, make a joke of themselves to make the suggestion seem better, like obviously we'll lower rank, what the fuck, but I do suggest we still look at the air controls or whatever, the wave slope, or else we might crash. And then the captain was like, I have checked the air slope or whatever. It is indeed not working. I order that we make this turnaround or whatever, even though that was already suggested in the beginning. So what that was trying to preface was that the Korean society, even when talking from men to men, men of lower station still get talked down upon by men of higher station. So can you even imagine how worse it'd be for Korean women to talk to men? Feudalism kind of shit. Yeah, basically. So like, I mean, you know what? I can just go over here. Where is it? The Korean Air Story.
Working order.
You can just
pilot
look at this
was
part.
Captain Park Young-chul, age 42. Captain
This
Park
part.
was previously a pilot in the Korean Air Force and had accumulated a total of 8,932 hours of flight.
He thought he knew best, and then wanted to take the suggestions of lower-ranking pilots in his airplane, and that's why the airplane crashed.
Roughly 2/3 of which.
And so, if this kind of behavior can be taken between fellow Korean men, granted of different statuses, can you imagine how worse it'd be for Korean women, essentially? Because they are already looked down upon for being women, inferior.
Civilian pilot. His first officer was Song Kyung-ho, age 40. He too was previously a pilot in the Korean Air Force, and with over 4,000 hours of flight time under his belt, roughly half of which were as a civilian pilot. First Officer Song was no greenhorn. The journey across the Pacific Ocean
This is a good
progressed without any
explanation,
apparent
or
issue.
it's a good prefix
As
of
the
why.
flight approached Guam, however, it encountered a storm, which obscured the plane's final destination, Antonio B. Wonpat International Airport, from sight. In aviation lingo, these weather-related problems are called IMCs, Instrument Meteorological Conditions, conditions in which one has to fly by flight instruments instead of utilizing one's sight. You may be familiar with the incident that follows. Perhaps you've already read a version of this story in Malcolm Gladwell's book, Outliers. Well, instead of reading anyone else's words to you, let's read the pilot's words together and do a play-by-play. This
The pilot's
is
words before the crash.
inter-cockpit communication transcript taken
This is
from
literally right before the crash happened.
Appendix B of the National Transportation Safety Board's Aircraft Accident Report. At 1521 UTC, the first officer notifies the captain that the condition at Guam is no good. The captain acknowledges this by stating that it rains a lot. As the descent continues, the first officer asks the captain, "Don't you think it rains more in this area here?" The captain doesn't respond to the questions. He makes further statements, and the first officer answers simply, "Yes." At 1526, just 5 minutes later, the flight engineer notices that something is wrong. He asks about Guam's condition. At 1527, the flight engineer then states that the weather radar has helped us a lot, to which the pilot responds, "Yes, they are very useful." At 1529, the captain states, "We should be getting onto the route," to which the flight engineer responds, "It is rising," instead. The captain answers in the affirmative, "Yeah, you are right." 10 minutes later, the first officer discovers that their incoming runway's glide slope instrument landing system appears unresponsive. He appears to make a statement about it, which is then corroborated by the flight engineer, who asks aloud about 30 seconds later, "Is the glide slope working?" "Glide slope, yeah?" The captain replies, "Yes, yes, it's working." The flight engineer can only utter in response a baffled "ah." So, another
It's so
voice
confusing.
interrupts, but it's unclear.
So these logs are so confusing unless you understand like the nuance behind those words, and which he's gonna explain later.
Who it is. We can presume it was the captain. He asks if the glide slope is working, to which the first officer replies, "Not usable." Finally, the captain acknowledges that since today's glide slope condition is not good, we need to maintain 1,440. Please set. An unknown voice, presumably the first officer, replies with a simple yes. The flight engineer jokes that the guy working here probably was a GI in Korea before. Remember this line for later. The captain responds with a simple affirmation. The crew then goes through their landing checks, but about 1 minute later, the captain asks again, "Isn't glide slope working?" And then notes, "Wiper on." Nobody responds to his query this time. The flight engineer merely replies, "Yes, wipers on." Not even a minute later, the first officer asks, "Not in sight?" The captain replies, "Oh, yes." The first officer then states, "Let's make a missed approach." The flight engineer confirms, "Not in sight." The first officer reciprocates the statement, "Not in sight," missed approach. The flight engineer says, go around. The captain says, go around. And then there is silence, save for the ground proximity warning system, calling out numbers. 50, 40, 30, 20. At 1:42 Guam local time, Korean Air 801 slams into the side of Nimitz Hill, just 3.5 miles away.
And now he's
from
gonna
the
explain
airport.
what those logs meant.
Of the 254 people aboard, 229 perish. Let me ask you something about what we just read. Does that conversation seem fitting for an imminent plane crash?
Nope.
Why doesn't the first officer take more direct action? Why doesn't anyone tell air traffic control what is going on? How is it possible that the first officer and flight engineer can directly see what is happening and yet apparently fail to even utter a
Yeah, they were not franked as
the
fuck.
captain charges the plane directly into a hillside. The words in the transcript are translated into plain English, but there is an additional layer of context required to understand how this plane crash happened, and that is cultural context. Korean culture is extremely hierarchical, more so than China, more so than even Japan. When the first officer asks the captain, don't you think it rains more in this area here? He
This
is
is where he
trying
explains
to
it.
respectfully communicate to his superior, an elder in age with more flight hours, that the area they're in has more rain, and that they should try to avoid it. When the flight engineer chimes in later, stating that the weather radar has helped us a lot, this flight engineer is also trying to relay a suggestion to change course and avoid the weather conditions. When the first officer and flight engineer discover the glide slope isn't operational, the first officer mutters something about it, and the flight engineer asks the captain if the glide slope is working. This is a suggestion to the captain that the glide slope is, in fact, not working and that he should check it. But the captain responds that it is working, which is his statement.
So the captain didn't even check. He's like, yes, it's working. I know from my long years of experience. He's assuming it's working.
To the flight engineer that the flight engineer needs to keep to his role and have some respect. The flight engineer replies with a baffled, so. Knowing that the captain has realized his disrespect, has issued a condemnation, and has declined to check the glide slope instrument as a measured response to insubordination. The captain, satisfied with the behavior of the first officer and flight engineer, finally checks the glide slope instrument, noting that the condition isn't good, acknowledging the—
Hold on, let me close the game because I just finished the game. Give me a second. You can watch the video, but let me resize it. Where is it? The fuck? Did I fuck it up? I flipped it vertical. That's what I did. Let me close this real quick. Go back to the video.
The concerns brought up as an order. This communicates that the decision to work around the glide slope is his decision. The flight engineer then makes a joke. The acknowledging the concerns, he checks the glide slope instrument, noting that the condition isn't good, acknowledging the concerns brought up as an order. This communicates—
So he's making like he turned the suggestions that were given to him earlier as if it was his own suggestion and is now an order instead.
The decision to work around the glide slope is his decision. The flight engineer then makes a joke. The guy working here probably was a GI in Korea before, a grunt. It's a joke punching down the ladder. The glide slope instruments are broken because someone lower in the hierarchy has done lower hierarchy things, typical of their status. The captain asks once again if the glide slope is working. Nobody answers, but the situation is growing more and more dire by the moment. Breaking with social protocol and understanding that there will be social consequences, the first officer makes the bold statement, let's make a missed approach, a direct suggestion and not a question. The flight engineer offers his support of the first officer by stating, not in sight. The first officer confirms, not in sight, missed approach. Just before the plane crashes, the flight engineer says go around, and the captain, finally cracking, acknowledges that he will indeed go around. But it is too late. There is no panic, there are no further words spoken. The aircraft crashes into Nimitz Hill. If you speak—
No, yeah, basically they crashed because the guy was like, oh, I have more hours than you, I'm way more experienced. Who are you to like tell me how to do things around here or something like that? Because Korea apparently Glaze's rank and status way more than they do like like good advice or skill, whatever. I don't know.
We'll say fluent East Asian or belong to a cultural group that communicates indirectly like this. We'll say fluent
High
East
versus
Asian
low context culture, a comparison of Chinese, Korean, and American cultures.
belong to a cultural group that communicates indirectly.
So like they have to talk around each other in order to like get their point across. While like in America, it's like way more blunt. If it makes any sense. The high context and low context type of shit.
All of this talk may have already made sense to you the first time around. And for those of you who are disturbed by my translation and find it troublesome, consider this. The NTSB in its executive summary of the incident determined that the probable cause of the Korean Air Flight 801 accident was the captain's failure to adequately brief and execute the non-precision approach, and the first officer...
Yeah, even the air safety blamed it on the captain in the end after the investigation.
And flight engineers' failure to effectively monitor and cross-check the captain's execution of approach. I told you that story in order to illustrate how Korean men treat each other. South Korea is an extremely hierarchical society. More so than in Japan, more so than in China. One's age, status, family, and gender determine one's role in society. Although Korea...
So how does this correlate to gacha games? Well, so apparently they got an innocent female worker fired for shit that she wasn't even involved in, for shit that she posted in a tweet a long time ago, all because they was on a witch hunt and they were not satisfied with the lewd skins. These were the lewd skins, by the way. Let me see if I can find it. This was supposed to be the lewd skin. Like it is the lewd skin, but like some were like, this is not lewd enough or whatever. Like this seems like censorship or whatever the fuck. It seems like they're censoring her instead of like making it more lewder. This was the original art, and it's still the current art form. But the person who drew this was a man, not a female. And the female had no participation in this. And so, let me see if I can find it. Here we go.
Ishmael's wetsuit was completely contrary to the expectations of the Korean gacha game community. This is not a true summer skin, they said. This is a joke. This is a prank. This is a malicious act. It has to be. The wetsuit design couldn't possibly be the work of a man. After all, no self-respecting Korean man would make something this subservient to the interests of feminists, especially not an artist who works on gacha art, right? As such, this artist must be a woman, and unlike other gacha artist women who happily draw what they are told to draw, or better yet, are expected to draw, this woman has bucked the status quo. We are on the lookout for a feminist.
I'm glad she's doing well. I'm glad she's doing well.
A revolutionary. How else could this wetsuit
I guess it was like
ever happen?
the art was never made by a man.
allegation
Yeah,
was
exactly.
more
The video talks about how the art was made by a man, not by Val Mori, essentially. So like they made a witch hunt and made their own witch essentially.
Bigger than the last and blown out of proportion, often with the intention merely to troll. And none of the accusations were backed up by any evidence other than assumption. The players demanded action against this.
They really
radical
thought it was a
feminist until
female
they
that
sought
made
her
the
out.
art.
Who is the artist in charge of these character CGs? Where is she? Well, she turned out to be a he. The designer of Wetsuit Ishmael and the artist were both men. Disillusioned and perhaps slightly embarrassed, the angry mob dissolved.
I'm glad that she got a large severance pay though, like straight up. Like this is actually unfair. She literally got flack for shit she wasn't involved in, and then like she essentially lost her job. I mean, whether she resigned by herself voluntarily or not, you gotta think of it this way: if none of this came up, she wouldn't have resigned at all. If none of this whole incident would have happened, she wouldn't have had to resign voluntarily.
The artist in question isn't a woman and thereby isn't a feminist. He's just some guy with bad taste. But this was not the end, as people were still angry about the outfit itself. It was about who the developers seemed to be prioritizing. They were listening to women on Twitter and not to the men who were actually playing their game and giving them money. The incident had been caught up in the larger Korean gender war. Well, if the mob could not find a witch, they would make one. And their target was a different Limbus Company artist who goes by the alias Val Mori. Val Mori was a story illustrator at Limbus Company, but she did not design Wetsuit Ishmael. In fact, by all accounts, Val Mori had absolutely nothing to do with Wetsuit Ishmael whatsoever. But Val Mori is a woman, and Val Mori had some history. deleted retweets of a half-decade-old archive from long before she had started working for Project
Yeah,
Moon.
these weren't even her own tweets. These were just retweets. And this was made like when she was like a fucking teenager or some shit. You really gonna like try to cancel some decisions made by a fucking young kid in their teens? Like, that's wild. I'm sure most of us have said some dumb shit when we were teenagers.
So the angry mob had found its target, a vent for their frustrations, a cog in the machine not performing as it's supposed to. A woman who happened to be...
So what happened to the guy, the one that actually works in this... He still has his job. He still has his job. They got the female to leave the company. Leave. Voluntarily leave. But you know what they did to get her to leave, right? They showed up at the physical location.
This company, who had many years prior retweeted and then subsequently deleted a handful of feminist tweets.
The guy got to keep his job here.
Even if she had nothing to do with the wetsuit, the mob argued, her radical feminism warranted her termination as per...
Literally, that's what happened. Because she did some retweets when she was a teenager, her radical feminism, they label her as a rat femme, she has to be terminated.
Project Moon's own stated policies. The usual internet witch hunt behavior ensued. Project Moon developers received death threats and their games were review bombed into oblivion. But the situation escalated. More accusations...
I think the reason why Miyumichi said that though, Cruz, is because like, if that incident had never happened, this incident right here, right, had never would have happened, Velmori would still be working with Olympus Company. If you think about it like that. Like, did she even have an inclination of resigning before this incident had happened? I don't think so, but because this incident happened, she was kind of pressured to resign. I mean, granted, it was voluntarily, but she was left with no other choice, in my opinion. She could have stayed. I mean, obviously, she could have stayed, but, like, at this point, the mob was, like, just out for blood. Philosophically speaking. Not really actually out for blood, but yeah. She pressured herself. Obviously, but if this incident would have never happened, you think she would have left her job? Like, if this incident never happened and those Koreans weren't like, you know, fucking crazy incel behavior type shit, would she have actually willingly left her job? It's a stable income. Like, having a job working on a game that you might in the game industry while having a stable income is like a godsend. I don't think she would have like left, especially because Limbus is a successful gacha game. They're making a lot. They're chilling. I don't think she would have left. And I think many people also agree with that sentiment that she wouldn't have left if this would never like happen or popped off like as bad as it did.
Concerning Velmori's involvement in radical feminism, and as the anger boiled over, a group of Limbus Company players went to Project Moon's physical offices and issued their...
Yeah, this was unhinged as fuck. So like, at the end of the day, they went to this location physically because they were upset the skins weren't loot enough. Okay, true. She wasn't fired. She voluntarily resigned due external pressure from degenerate incel Korean gacha players. Is that better? Technically, that is more accurate. She was pressured by external factors outside of the company. It did hurt Olympus because after this got out to the West and people found out, people shit on Olympus Company for like even like kowtowing or like, you know, giving into the demands of the crazy Korean gacha players. Like, goddamn, really? You let this happen or some shit like that? Like, I get it. This also hurt Olympus in the long run as well because like you ended up giving into the demands of these players essentially. Is what it looks like to the West.
Demands, refusing to leave until they were able to talk directly to the developers themselves. And for reasons unknown, Project Moon's developers caved and allowed the protesters into their physical offices. It was there that the protesters allegedly gave the Project Moon team a list of their demands, and allegedly also issued threats of physical violence. Not long after the angry mob departed, Project Moon released a statement on Twitter apologizing to its players for many different issues, including technical errors, performance bugs, unintended nerfs, and more. The initial statement received a follow-up statement from Project Moon's director.
Wait, what do you mean? Huh? Wait, there's new drama? The only time they went out of their way to leave their house is just to harass innocent female workers. Yes, Pierre! It is actually that bad in Korea! That's right. The male female gender war in Korea is like a whole nother level compared to like America or China or Japan or any other country. Oh yeah, that. This is what happens. Like when I say devs shouldn't listen to their players outside of like actual broken issues, like if the game is breaking, whatever, they should not take their player feedback. Honestly, I genuinely believe devs should just keep cooking what they're kicking, and the only time they should take feedback is like when their game is in dire straits or if it's like there's actual issues. This is not an actual issue. This is like a personal issue with the players themselves.
Appeared to fire Velmori due to her ideology and confirmed that Velmori's artwork would no longer be featured in the game. A victory for the boys. We got everything we wanted out of our capital riot, including the burning of our witch.
Korea is fucked.
We have to endure that.
Korea is fucked.
That wetsuit skin, but maybe in the future we'll get some looter skins now that the devs know who is in charge. But alas, this was no victory. The firing of Velmori changed everything. The wider world became exposed to this story and was not at all sympathetic to the
the Western world found out, and then we all started shitting on Korea, essentially.
Korean male gacha gamers. Even when the situation was presented in its
You know what's funny, Pierre? Because this also happened recently. Let me show you something. Let me see if I can find it. I don't know if you read the League of Legends drama. The Akali emote was changed. To the right was the original Akali emote. To the left is the new one. Do you know why it was changed? Because the Korean gamers said this hand symbol was a dog whistle to rat femme, and it got changed. This happened like the other day. You barely see. That's exact. The hand. It's like this because it's saying like you have a small penis or some shit. And it was like talking shit to Korean men or whatever. So this got changed. Officially, this emote got changed. And like everyone in the comments are talking about the because it was the Korean and it became the Korean players like reported or whatever. Yeah. So this also recently happened. So the reason why that got changed is because I guess some Korean feminists back then in their rallies or whatever did that same symbol, but like not that close. It was more like the pinching sign. It was more like this, right, instead of like this. But they're gonna say this is the same as this or whatever the fuck, right? Because this means small penis as well, like, but they're saying this is also a small penis sign, so it's like okay. The OK hand is also a small penis sign, just to the Korean males.
Most favorable light to casual observers, their behavior seemed preposterous, immature, and entitled. In enforcing their demands on Project Moon, the gacha gamer men had fallen into a trap. Velmori became a martyr. The hierarchical systems in Korea that exist today have ancient roots.
It's all about ego and pride and status. And like, oh, I'm better than you. And shit like that. And that's why this shit is one rampant. If they can treat their fellow Korean men like that, can you imagine how worse they treat the Korean women? And we saw this part. Let's go back to, where was it? Where were we? Where did we leave off at? Was it here?
This formal system was abolished was China's the attempts to westernize. Likewise in Japan, you had Commodore Perry, the Boshin War, the Meiji hierarchy. This is literally communist. The Korean.
Where did we left off on? I forgot.
Taedong River and attempted to illegally force the Koreans to trade. The missing SS General Sherman. The Americans said who marched on the fortress, capturing it. The Americans fielded the Remington rolling block carbine.
Oh, they got farmed here. Yeah, this is the part where they literally got farmed. No offense, they literally got farmed though.
Influx of Western states.
Fucking light loving Korean K-pop because most of them are little skeletal figures. Yeah.
Us what we want or be subject to incredible violence. The time, China or Japan, the modern hierarchy of Korean society, and the consequences this has had on the Korean people. Korea today is very different than how it used to be.
Wait. Did I miss something?
If we all had one, a neo-Confucian value, autocratic, political, the senior and quoting to reign in the people
Oh, here we go. I think
and
this is the part.
resolve the chaos of the post-war era. Quoting here from the book Economic Development in the Republic of Korea, proper order between senior and junior and loyalty to the state was used to be utility for the maintenance of Park's, referring to South Korean
I love when
President
they
Park
shut up,
Chung-hee's
Yuji.
autocratic political regime. To summarize what we've just discussed succinctly, citing again from Economic Development in the Republic of Korea, despite their efforts at modernization, this movement, referring to modernizing, was cut short by Japan's expansion into the peninsula, which ended with Korea becoming a colony of Japan. Only during the second half of the 20th century were leaders such as President Park Chung-hee able to put into practice on a massive scale some of these practical values inherent in Confucian ethics. In this body of Neo-Confucian ethics, anchored as
I just find it wild that the original people who made Neo-Confucianism China was able to move past it. And the people who adopted Neo-Confucianism doubled down on it and can't move past it. It's kind of wild, Korea. Korea just is like stuck in the past.
Fully utilized by these.
Even though they look like they're a high-tech company, they are high-tech as fuck. It's just like their cultural standing within each other is just kind of fucked. It's backwards. It's like here we are in 2024. Some people respect women. Obviously, some don't. Obviously, racism is still a thing, but like more or less, we tolerate it, right? Even if you don't respect other people's races, people tolerate it, and like yeah, we're more open. We're not as narrow-minded. Then you have Korea, and it's like we still in the 1740s.
Korean government to unify and harmonize the people of South Korea, there are two crucial elements we need to extract in order to understand the Korean
You respect your mom. You
gender
should
war.
respect your mom.
We've already discussed them in passing, but let's make them as clear as possible. Number one is the firm adherence to a system of hierarchy, and number two is an
Here's a
emphasis
category.
on uniformity and harmony. The system works and is harmonious if we all adhere to the system of hierarchy and we each do our part in the functioning of the state. The key to understanding Korea's gender war is in
I
how
forgot I
the
have nothing
post-war
Limbus,
South Korean
so I was
government
supposed to change the category.
leveraged these two elements of Neo-Confucianism to build the modern hierarchy of Korean society and the consequences this has had on the Korean people. Korea today is very different than how it used to be. There's no more emperor and no more imperial court. Korea technically still has an imperial royal family, but they have no power and no formal title. The hierarchy is fundamentally different, and we'll see how the post-war South Korean government, with a little help, fundamentally different, and we'll see
General Staff, Associate, Team Leader. Oh damn, they're like the lowest of the pecking order. Deputy Manager, Deputy Manager, Department Manager, Director, Managing Director. Wait, what? It goes higher? Senior Managing Director. I feel like this is kind of superfluous. You could fire the department manager and the deputy manager, keep the director, fire the managing director, keep the senior managing director, and make him the director. You got president. You got secretary. The secretary is above everybody else here? And then you got chairman. Wait, the secretary is above? That's wild.
see how the post-war South Korean government,
Okay,
with a little help from the United States, built a new hierarchy with a new emperor at the top.
that's cool. Secretary kind of like
On
it's like
Twitter, on
omniscient,
Tumblr, on Reddit,
apparently.
and beyond, the call to war rang out. Once again, Project Moon on Reddit and
Wait, what is
beyond,
this? They need to be shamed globally. Korean netizens fears about Olympus companies controversially firing a designer due to feminist accusations. Just Korean men living up to their name. Damn! None of them actually contribute to the works other than the staff. That's what I'm saying. Like, half of that team could be fired. Why is there a managing director, a director, and then a senior managing director? Why are there 3 different directors? Like, what's the point of that? Just have one director. Motherfucker said senior managing director and then managing director. Are they not the same thing? Why do you need 2 people to manage the director and you're all It's superfluous. It is literally superfluous. Also, damn, that's a huge ass insult. The quote, just Korean men living up to their name.
Call to war rang out. Once again, Project Moon received threats. Their games were review bombed, and Valmori's defenders poured out of the woodwork. They came from the east and from the west, from the north and from the south, from America and Brazil and Japan.
Damn, everybody shit on Korea. What the fuck? More than anything, it's just translated for Japanese. More than anything, I was more disappointed that they gave in to power. If there's something they don't like, they will continue to do the same thing over and over. That's true. From now on, they're gonna continue doing this shit. I said that before too. I said that when this drama first arrived, like a couple months back. Now that it works, the next time they're pissed about something, these Korean gadget players, these incels, will do the same shit again. From Ukrainian comment, I'm very sad. I don't understand. It was 6 years. Did she delete these photos? And now you're devaluing her work because, like this, because of some more ones who first got laid, not even because of her. I still love PM projects, but it really sucks to see a picture like this.
A local union
organization, Russia was in this.
The Young Youth Union published a statement denouncing Project Moon, calling the firing unjust disciplinary action via censorship. A statement which also served as a veiled legal threat. The union also published a firing organization, the Gyeonggi Youth Union, America and Brazil and Japan. A local union organization, the Gyeonggi Youth Union, published a statement denouncing Project Moon, calling the firing unjust disciplinary action via censorship. A statement which also served as a veiled legal threat. The union also published separate statements addressed to the governor of Gyeonggi, where Project Moon is based, and yet another statement to Project Moon's investors, Dev Sisters Ventures. The IT union, a different union, also issued statements condemning Project Moon. Interested parties staged signage truck protests, in which trucks bearing brightly lit LED signs drove nonstop around Project Moon's physical headquarters during business hours, with messages demanding answers and justice.
At least not all the Koreans are fucked. If they're doing this, at least not all the Koreans are fucked, which I'm glad.
Justice for Valmori. So fierce, in fact, was the backlash to
Justice
Project
for
Moon's
Valmori,
decision that the story even made its way to the Korean national news.
Damn! Really? I didn't know this happened.
Things were moving quickly and snowballing out of control. The Project Moon announcement occurred on July 25th.
Is that what you meant, though, Cruz? But it hurt the Project Moon company a lot of this incident as well, because everybody was shitting on them, even the West, and apparently the North, and the East, and the South.
Youth Union's statement was issued on July 26th, the very next day. The story broke the national news on July 28th, just 3 days later, and by August 3rd, not even 1 week later, the Youth Union held a press conference in which it urged government action against Project Moon and viciously condemned their decision. On that same...
That's wild. Looting, CN director almost decided without looting in chaos, getting raided. Yeah!
Day, August 3rd, Project Moon broke its silence and issued another statement. In that statement, director Kim Ji-hoon apologizes to the worker who was harmed and issues himself a carefully worded statement, pursuant to very apparent legal consultation. Kim states that this was not a case of ideological investigation or unjust firing. The decision was made based on legal judgment and advice. The statement then went on to claim that various organizations, the media, and people were spreading and repeating false information based on circumstantial evidence, and that no such ideological investigation or unjust firing occurred. The statement also appears to threaten defamation lawsuits if such rumor-mongering continued. The conflict escalated further, but largely out of the public eye. Valmori, it turns out, may not have actually been fired at all. It was just a ploy to protect her, or so the rumors went. But then, on September 18th, 2023, Project Moon issued a statement claiming that Valmori voluntarily left as per her own wishes and in her preferred manner. That same day, the Gyeonggi Youth Union published its own statement, retracting its prior statements denouncing Project Moon's unfair dismissal and all of its protests against their investors. They had allegedly confirmed via communications with Project Moon that Valmori was not, in fact, unjustly fired, and that Project Moon did indeed take the appropriate actions. In other words, no labor laws were allegedly broken.
Allegedly.
The swimsuit incident faded into obscurity, the initial parties all too confused about what happened to actually care enough to continue fighting. There were other battlefields anyhow. That
more gender wars. More gender wars.
The situation as of this video is ongoing, but rather quiet. On November 8, 2023, Project Moon allegedly filed criminal charges against the PM User Association, labor unions, and their representatives related to this controversy. The PM User Association was a player-run organization.
Oh yeah, I remember this. This is the one with the Korean incels made a PM User Association to like make the demands. I remember this shit.
Made to protest the ideological policing of Project Moon, which has since dissolved and reorganized as the Korea Game Consumers Association. The results of these charges have yet to be realized. The Ishmael wetsuit incident ended without a conclusive, decisive battle. There was no resolution, nor will there be one. Maybe the former PM User Association will be nuked from orbit by Project Moon's lawyers, but maybe not. The Youth Union will probably settle. Everyone's moved on, but absolutely no progress was made. Ishmael's wetsuit still exists. Her outfits remain conservative. The game remains less lewd by design.
Yeah, the game was always, in essence, not a lewd game.
Velmori was.
I don't know what I don't know what they were expecting.
Either fired or departed on her own terms, which we know from the Japan video also often just simply means fired. There was yelling, accusing, screaming, trucks driving in circles, morning news broadcasts, and now lawsuits. For what? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. But social harmony has been restored, at least for a time, and ultimately, it is social harmony that matters most.
It's wild that there's a part 2 of this, and it's twice as long.
A 2-part video on the Korean gacha drama and gender war. We discussed.
I don't know if I should watch this because I have a wedding dinner to go to at like 10. Let's see. We have time.
A lot of history in this video and set the stage of understanding.
An hour and 4, so an hour 50.
The gacha stakes get higher as an old wound and existing tensions ignites an even greater crisis. We'll also take a closer look in the next video at how
75% of younger South Koreans want to leave the country. Women more anxious about life and future than men. Damn, is that bad? And this looks like it's from a Korean site, hankoya.co.kr. This guy talks me watch it at 2x speed. Are we really watching part 2, bro? It's 5 a.m. I got a wedding dinner to attend to in like 5, 6. Like 5 to 6 hours. The wedding dinner doesn't sound important. It is not. It really is not. I don't want to go. I have to go because my parents are not going, so I have to present. Another fun fact: the director of the union is 21 years old. I mean, I feel like the younger generation are probably less about the hierarchy roles than the newer, like than the older generation. I feel like it's more like the boomers who are still trying to like be mass sexist as fuck or hierarchical as fuck, or like, you know, respect your elders, or like respect your status, or like these women need to like, you know, adhere to our demands and shit like that. Say you got work. They know I don't have work. It's fucking summer. I'm chilling on my summer vacation.
Miserable both women and men are in South.
Wait, the men are also miserable? Yeah, I guess if you have lower station, you get talked down to by your higher station men.
South Korea, how this came to be, and finally, why the Korean gender war is fought so bitterly in the gacha game community in particular.
Chuck meta gets power creep. Blimp meta.
I've been your host, Mooney. Thank you for watching Moon Channel, and please stay tuned for part 2.
If part 2 is an hour and 50 minutes long, it might as well be 2 hours. If we put it at 2x speed, theoretically, we should be done in an hour, right? And then I could take a nap and then wake up for my wedding dinner. Maybe?
This is part 2 of a 2-part series.
Does this channel do like a fuck ton of these documentaries? Oh, he does! Holy shit! Alright, let's put a 2x speed. And then, like, you know. After that, I'm gonna go to bed. 2x speed. Well, not even 2x speed. 1.25. Because then we don't understand, right?
If you haven't watched part 1 yet, please do so, or this video might not make very much sense to you. In part 1 of this video, we laid the foundation for understanding the Korean gender war. We discussed the nature of hierarchy in South Korea and how it derives from adherence to Neo-Confucianism, and an entrenchment of Neo-Confucianism as a response to Japanese imperialism. We also examined the Ishmael swimsuit incident wherein male fans of the gacha game Limbus Company got a female artist who goes by Vel Mori either fired or bullied out of the workplace due to allegedly misandrist tweets she retweeted when she was merely 16 years old. The drama surrounding Limbus Company has gone quiet, and developer Project Moon is off the hook for now. But like the tide pulling out before a tsunami hits or the calm before the storm, this short period of quiet was not a lasting peace in the gacha gender war. It was merely an armistice. A new gacha drama was about to emerge, one far more ferocious and
I wonder if he's gonna make a video about the recent leak drama with the emote.
More pervasive than the last. A drama that has had lasting consequences and that continues to be fought bitterly to this very day. Before we get to this drama though, we have to talk history. I can see you shuddering through your screens. No, not real history, at least not yet. No, before we get into this second, more severe...
The hand! He is covering the hand shit! You remember how I was talking about the Akali emo earlier? Now he's covering it.
Gacha drama.
Well, I mean, like, the Akali emo was yesterday, but this is like older because this has been happening a lot. The hand shit. Not just in League, but in other games.
We have to start with some gacha drama history, and a word from our sponsor. Once again, this video is brought to you by returning sponsor Brilliant. If you enjoy Moon Channel's content with its mix of video games and education, then I suspect that Brilliant will also be a great fit for you. Imagine if you could play fun puzzle games and at the same time also learn computer science or math. Sounds too good to be true, doesn't that 15 minutes
I'm good.
Fun as the option of this video, or by visiting brilliant.org/moonchannel.
If I want to think, I'll go do some Sudokus.
You'll even get 20% off when you could be brilliant. Before we can get into the most recent gender gacha drama, we must understand the roots of the conflict in the gacha space. And to do that, we have to identify some of the key players in this performance.
I will show a video where someone interviewed the Union Man himself, but man, I can't. It's cringe beyond belief and incomprehensible mic quality. What did he say? Like, summarize it.
The first of which is DC Inside. DC Inside is a Korean forum of sorts that functions like an unholy marriage between 4chan and Reddit.
So it's Reddit, but worse.
Much like 4chan, DC has a tradition of anonymity, and many of the Korean internet's favorite memes and inside jokes come from DC's memetic forges. And much like Reddit's subreddits or 4chan's boards, the site hosts many different communities called galleries, each of which talks about any number of different topics at any given time. A lot of the coordination of, we'll generously call them, information campaigns surrounding the Ishmael swimsuit incident, for example, came from DC Inside.
Yeah, the fucking complaints were like dog shit, basically.
But it would be completely inaccurate to say that DC Inside as a whole was responsible for those campaigns. Now, DC has been around for a very long time. It was founded back in 1999 and has only grown since then. Although DC has a bit of a reputation for being a right-leaning forum, this isn't necessarily the case. DC has many galleries representing many different political perspectives, as well as numerous non-political topics, and they all tenuously coexist on the website. Back in the long-forgotten year of 2015, one such a gallery was made concerning the then hot-button topic of Middle East Respiratory Syndrome, or MERS. You may yet remember a time when more minor outbreaks like bird flu or swine flu were the worst pandemics the world had to worry about. Well, MERS, also called camel flu, was one of those outbreaks, and it was responsible for the death of almost 1,000 people. Now, in the MERS gallery, a rumor emerged that 2 women who had contracted MERS chose not to quarantine as instructed, and instead went to go shopping in Hong Kong, ostensibly spreading this dangerous virus. Although this rumor appeared to be false, the outrage was nonetheless palpable, and the MERS gallery users were quick to insult these hypothetical super spreaders.
So it was false.
By calling them kimchinyo, kimchi women, a derogatory term for undesirable, gold-digging / empty-headed Korean women, which is contrasted, ironically perhaps, against sushinyo, referring to allegedly more desirable and submissive Japanese women. Which just goes to show you that Miyazaki was right and anime was a mistake.
God damn, they have a word for everything in Korean, huh? I really can't summarize it better than anything that we say is to the fame here are just assumptions. Probably saying this because, well, can't really say shit when they're currently in court against PM. Yeah, I mean, that's what they call allegations and not actual claims. That's why the word allegation exists for like most of these people. They're just allegations.
That was a joke. By the way, I thought I should make that clear, just in case. Please don't drive a protest truck around my office. Where was I? Right. Well, the use of these offensive terms and the proliferation of this apparently fallacious story of 2 selfish women led to some backlash amongst the female users of DC Inside, who came into this MERS gallery and began trolling. But
okay, this is too fast. Actually,
amongst the female users of DC Inside.
I'm gonna repeat this.
Who came into this mayor's gallery and began trolling. But because the mayor's gallery was relatively small and there were so many women pouring into this gallery to troll, something rather unusual happened. Women outnumbered men in a gallery on DC Inside and were able
to
seize control, however briefly, of the narrative. The women's trolling included making degrading statements.
The women outnumbered the men for once? In the forum? And the men dominated the forum.
Statements intended to provoke men. They made bait-and-switch posts in the gallery that appeared at first to be supporting the male position, only for users to click through and discover a chart, for example, showing that 94% of felonies in South Korea are committed by men. The women also reversed common male chauvinist memes in a tongue-in-cheek way, taking kimchi women, for example, and turning it into kimchi men. Memes in a tongue-in-cheek way, taking kimchi women, for example.
It's like all the years of women oppression, they shit it back onto the men. Hold on, we should probably slow this part back. I want to see this actually. Women are all kimchi meals. Guys, you need to go out with sushi meals. If you get bossy kimchi girlfriend, she will ruin your life. Women need to be beaten once in 3 days. LOL. What the fuck did I just read? If a woman doesn't pay for dating expense in exact half of it, she is the kimchi meal. LOL. Girls, you pay the exact half. You loser psychopaths admire Japanese women, Caucasian women all the time, whom you've never dated. Then you are convinced. Then you are convulsed when you find a Korean woman goes out with a foreign guy. The only thing you can do is picking out. Then you want to pay only half of the expense.
And turning it into kimchi men in order to.
The kimchi-nyos always are lashing out at men who should be respected like gods. Bossy kimchi-nyos needs to be beaten once in 3 days because this thing happens. What the fuck am I reading? He only reacts to the size of the penis. Oh, I'm reading it from left to right. I should be reading it from right to left. Right, because when we're in Eastern countries, we read from right to left. My bad. Aren't dicks wear short trousers because they want to show the testicles? Once I stared those things and feel he really made a fuss. The ones who have little things make bigger fuss, you know. I didn't do anything misogynist, but look so ignorant that you respond to hatred by hatred. Well, it's time for me to go. Yeah, okay, I get it.
Anger their male counterparts, a technique that would later become known as mirroring. This brief moment of control, of empowerment if you want to call it that, had a ripple effect. The vastly outnumbered and generally voiceless community of women on the Korean internet now had a tool, a successful way to troll.
So they were trolling men the same way men would troll women in these Korean forums. Got it.
And seek catharsis, albeit in an arguably rather toxic manner. And they took what they learned from the Maersk Gallery into the rest of the Korean internet, bringing with them their trollish tactics and a decidedly feminist slant. This informal organization of trolling women called themselves the Megalians. A combination of Maersk Gallery and Egalia's Daughters, a book by Norwegian author Gerd Mjøen Brantenberg, where women rule the world and men have the more subordinate role. I find this to be a rather ironic decision, given that the book asks the reader whether or not the problem is gender in and of itself or whether the problem is power, is control. But I digress. We'll get to that topic later in the video. These Megalians, now tentatively
Megalians? I've never
trolled
read it.
DC Inside harder than ever. Misogynist terms and memes were turned into misandrist memes. Misogynist galleries were spammed with bait-and-switch posts, and as anger grew over the trolling, the DC Inside mods took action, banning a lot of these mirrored misandrist memes without similarly banning the original offensive phrases they came from. The Megalians themselves started to be banned en masse, and so they took to Facebook and organized there, before thereafter starting their own forum website, Megalian.com. Megalia was highly controversial in South Korea, Their mirroring memes disrupted the status quo and pushed back against the strict confines of Korean hierarchy in ways that are considered irredeemable within the context of Korean culture. On the one hand, Megalia's protests and fundraisers did assist in various women's rights causes and gave. On the one hand, Megalia's protests.
I didn't realize I was looking at Blue Archive in the background.
Protests and fundraisers did assist in various women's rights causes and gave women in Korea a powerful, influential voice on the internet for arguably the first time in Korean internet history. But on the other hand, Megalia's culture came from DC Inside, which again is like 4chan, and the humor and language of such a culture translates extremely poorly into
So 4chan Korean men versus 4chan Korean women. Degenerates on both sides.
Real life. DC Inside might be trollish and crude, but it isn't the face of the men in this conflict. Korean society as a whole is the face of men, so to speak. The feminists being largely represented by Megalia in the eyes of the public, that didn't necessarily go over quite so well. But as is typically the case with anything built out of the anarchic whims of a site like 4chan or DC Inside, Megalia's worst enemy was itself. And infighting in that community tore it apart, causing the Megalia Facebook group to go quiet in 2016 and the Megalia website itself to close in 2017. Megalia may have only existed for 2 years, but the legacy of those 2 years has been burned into the psyche of the Korean internet.
September petition appeared on Cheonghwa Day's website requesting law revisions be made to subject women to mandatory military service. God damn. It wasn't a joke, however, as the petition earned support from over 83,000 people, making it the second most supported petition on the presidential office website. Don't women assert gender equality, saying that women possesses equal or superior abilities to men? Then shouldn't women also serve mandatory military service, the petition said? If revisions mandating military service by women are not passed, then recruitment of female officers in the military and police forces should be halted, it said. A week later, another petition appeared, earning over 43,000 supporters. It requested the abolition of the ultra-conservative website eBay, which is known for its offensive content targeting women. This is good. They went going to war against each other instead of making their own echo chamber like in the West. Yeah, unfortunately, it shut down though, Pierre. Unfortunately, their women's website shut down, apparently.
Many of Megalia's memes and jokes and slogans still inspire feelings of frustration and hurt amongst many internet-going Korean men.
I feel like unless you change how the government addresses these issues, this is never going to change the gender wars in Korea. Because even the government in Korea is fucked because they perpetuate these gender wars among the common masses of male and female simply because it's better if they pay attention to that than them paying attention to like the wrongdoings of the government, because the government is obviously just like being bought up by like chaebos or like, you know, high CEO companies that have money and buys off the government with their company money. So it's more or less not the government that's in control, but the rich generational wealth companies like, you know, Nokia, Samsung, and all that shit. They're in control, not the government. And the less you think about that, and the more you think about the Korean gender wars, it's like it's easy to like facilitate that. Why be angry at the rich people when you can make the peasants be angry at each other? And so you perpetuate this kind of hate between the genders, so you get all the heat off yourself.
Particularly those who are inclined to using websites like DC Inside. But none of these...
So it's not just the gender wars or the least of the problems, but also like... Obviously, having companies control the government is also a big-ass issue.
None of the mirrored phrases. Nothing else bothers these Korean men more than this symbol. The Great Seal of Megalia.
And essentially, this symbol is what got, you know, the recent League emote change and all the other gacha games who have like a symbol resembling this, simply because it has that. Like, so now no one can use this art or whatever the fuck. This symbol in particular, even if you're not referencing Megalia.
The little C, the pinch. What does it stand for, you might ask? Well, the little C represents a little P. It's a comment on the ostensible size of one's genitalia. In both this symbol and Megalia as a whole, became internet boogeymen.
Why a hand gesture has South Korean companies on edge?
To the
Yeah.
Korean misogynist, the little c is Australia as a whole.
It took 3 years for players to notice offensive hand gesture lurking in one of South Korea's most popular multiplayer games. When players made their avatars laugh, talk, or get the OK sign in Lost Ark, they click an icon featuring a gesture that might have appeared benign to many, an index finger nearly touching the thumb. But some of Lost Ark's users began claiming in arguments that the gesture was a sexist insult against men, and they demanded its removal. I didn't even know this happened in Lost Ark, but apparently it did. What happened next underscores a trend in South Korea among anti-feminists who have been increasingly pushing companies to repent for what they see as a conspiracy within the government and private companies to promote feminist agenda. Smilegate, the creator of Lost Ark and one of South Korea's biggest video gaming developers, quickly complied with the request for removal. The company removed the icon from the game and vowed to be more vigilant about policing game-unrelated controversies in their products. A gender war has been unfolding in South Korea for years, pitting feminists against angry young men who feel they're being left behind as the country seeks to address gender inequality.
Became internet boogeymen. To the Korean misogynist, the little c is everywhere and became of one's genitalia. And both this symbol and Megalia as a whole became internet boogeymen. To the Korean misogynist, the little c is everywhere and wherever it...
Yeah, they think this chicken ad is them talking about Korean men with small dicks. To them, the C symbol was everywhere, essentially. Even in the Akali emo in League. Even in gacha games.
Can be seen. So too must there be radical feminists, attempting to both provoke them and upend.
Yeah, this goes crazy. They think this hand symbol here of someone clasping a chess piece is them talking about like, oh, small penis sign. This, all this. Like, the lengths they go to saying this is feminist propaganda is wild. Even this one here, it's like, I guess you guys can't see it, but like even this one right here, like, it's not doing this, it's doing this, right? Like an L sign, but now it's a C sign.
Korean society. On September 2nd, 1945, Japanese General Yoshijiro Umezu signed the Instrument of Surrender in Tokyo Bay aboard the USS Missouri.
It goes
World
deep
War II
here. It goes
was
deep.
Finally over. Korea had been liberated by the Allies, and now it was time to turn the governance of Korea back over to the Korean people. However, with the Axis finally defeated, the remaining Allies had already begun vying for power in the emerging New World Order. Korea, as has so often been the case throughout its history, found itself caught between two major powers, each with an interest in bringing Korea into its sphere of influence. While the work of ostensibly restoring Korean sovereignty was underway, the United States and the Soviet Union both agreed to divide Korea at the 38th parallel, creating in effect two temporary states that were meant to be joined as soon as Korean self-rule was feasible. But we all know what happened next.
Oh, yeah, North Korea and
The northern
South
side
Korea.
of Korea was brought into the Soviet fold, becoming increasingly Soviet in ideology, and the southern side of Korea was brought into the American fold, becoming increasingly American in ideology. Negotiations to unify Korea repeatedly failed, and as mistrust grew between the United States and the Soviet Union, tensions started ratcheting up. By 1948, with no apparent solution to the Korean question in sight, the matter was brought before the United Nations, which also failed to produce a solution that was amenable to the Soviet Union, and thus, it was decided that at least Korean
I like how this guy literally sneaked in a history lesson amidst the Korean gacha gender war drama.
Rule could be restored to the territory that the UN still had the power to effect, meaning US-occupied South Korea. In May of 1948, South Korea held its first elections under the supervision of the United Nations. Voter turnout was allegedly 95%. And on July 20th, 1948, Syngman Rhee was elected as the first president of the Republic of Korea, winning with 92.3% of the vote. If those numbers are to be believed, 88% of eligible voting age people in South Korea voted for Syngman Rhee. Understanding the trajectory of South Korea requires an understanding of its so-called founding father. Syngman Rhee was born in 1875. He received a traditional Confucian education in a private school and became involved in Korean politics when he was only 20. Only a few years after getting involved in politics, Ri was imprisoned for allegedly supporting a coup to remove King Gojong, the last king of the Joseon dynasty, from power. Ri was released from prison in 1904, and shortly thereafter he fled to the United States. In 1905, Ri met face-to-face with none other than President Theodore Roosevelt, during which he tried and failed to convince the president to intervene in the imminent Japanese victory in the Russo-Japanese War. Ri then went to college at George Washington University, graduating in 1907. He received his Master of Arts degree from Harvard in 1908. And finally, he obtained a PhD from Princeton in 1910. His doctoral thesis was titled Neutrality as Influenced by the United States. Ri spent the next 40 years of his life in the United States and only returned to Korea after the Japanese surrender in 1945, in hopes of reintegrating himself into Korean politics. Ri had lived in the United States longer than he had ever lived in Korea, and thus was, in many respects, almost a foreigner to the Koreans who had just suffered through World War II at the hands of Japanese occupation. But Ri had ended.
Yeah, at this part I could understand for like the Koreans to like hate the Japanese with a passion. And they still do to this day. This part I couldn't understand. There was a lot of fucked up shit that happened in the Korean-Japanese War.
Advantage that no other Korean
a lot of unfair treaties were also signed.
Politician had a command of the English language and the backing of the United States. And it was staunch American support that allowed Syngman Rhee to consolidate the Korean conservatives and build a new mandate of heaven for Korea. Quoting now British diplomat Roger Makins on Syngman Rhee, Americans have always liked the idea of dealing with a foreign leader who can be identified as their man. Rhee, upon taking power, with the backing and support of the United States as their guy in the chair, set about creating a new hierarchy, the consequences of which reach into Korean society, even today.
Oh yeah.
At the top of that new hierarchy was, of course, Syngman Rhee. But the second chair in the hierarchy, the scepter of power, was capital, a new liberal system built in the American image by a Korean president who was picked by and essentially was an American. Syngman Rhee just so happened to also be the man with all of the capital, and he never intended to give up his hold on the scepter.
Give me the loot, the notorious Rhee. What?
Upon taking control of the government, Rhee purged his political rivals and consolidated his power.
As President Rhee assumed dictatorial powers, tolerating little domestic opposition to his program, Rhee purged the National Assembly of members who opposed him and outlawed the opposition Progressive Party, whose leader Cho Bong-am was executed for treason. He controlled the appointment of mayors, village headmen, and chief of police. He even defied the United Nations during the Korean War. Oh no, y'all made a monster. And that's why Korea's fucked.
Power, securing the support of moneyed interests, powerful and wealthy families.
Bro got power straight to his head and became a dictator, essentially. Why? Because he went to school in America, right? And like he went to Harvard, and he turned it like this. Power really changed a man.
Many of whom had made their wealth collaborating with the Japanese, known as the Chaebols. He had a vision, a unified Korea.
Yeah, the Chaebols are what controls the government, not the government. The Chaebols are basically big, high-powered companies.
Yeah, under these, many of whom had made their wealth collaborating with the Japanese, known as the Chaebols.
Basically, the government gave the companies money to like start up, make profit, and whatever shit. They grew too powerful, and now they're expected to always get money from the government to expand. And that's why you have Samsung today and other companies.
He had a vision, a unified Korea under one leader wielding the scepter of capital with the backing of the United States should anything go awry. Rhee's time in power is remembered for both its extensive human rights violations and its extraordinary economic inequality. His government was infamous for its corruption.
Yeah, human rights violation, economic inequality, and dictatorship. Damn.
Every layer on the hierarchy.
He got everything.
Inequality. His government was infamous for its corruption. Every layer on the hierarchy stole from the layer beneath it. But believe it or not, when one considers the whole story of history, Rhee may have been the better of two evils. For
Really?
you see, on the other side of the 38th parallel,
Oh yeah,
the
North
Soviet
Korea.
Union's strong
Right.
while
I almost
Kim
forgot about
Il-sung
North Korea.
had aspirations of his own. He too had a vision, a dream of a unified Korea, and he too had built a new hierarchy with himself at the top. Now look, there's a lot of nuance here that I don't have time to get
Not the first case US top what they just to swap it with another hit but favor the US. Not wrong. Not wrong. It's just that this time it really went to his head. My man studied about freedom in the US in a highly good school like Harvard and thought, let's not do democracy or freedom. Let's make me the dictator. Let me have all the loot. What were all those years in the US for?
North Korea wasn't always the way that it is today, but Kim Il-sung and his family remain at the top of the hierarchy in North Korea, which is the important takeaway. In South Korea, if you walk around the big cities and the places of greatest global importance, you will see what represents the top of the modern South Korean hierarchy.
Yeah, Samsung.
Signs and billboards and pictures of things to buy, of things you need, of the companies that you work
Yeah,
for.
Samsung!
In
He's.
North Korea,
I told
do
you!
the same, walking around important...
It's wild how Korea is also South Korea specifically. It's like the opposite of like China. Like you know how China, the companies work for the government, while in Korea, the government works for the companies. I mean, it's also the same in America. The government also works for the companies in America as well. So there is that.
Places, if you're allowed to do that, you will see pictures of Kim Il-sung and his descendants. The Kim family remains at the top of the Confucian North Korean hierarchy, wrapped in a blanket of plausible deniability Juche ideology. And it is, in part, Korea's Neo-Confucian legacy that enables the Kim family to maintain its chokehold on North Korea to this day. In any case, on June 25, 1950, the North Korean military crossed the 38th parallel and began its invasion of South Korea. Syngman Rhee declared in a brave address that every cabinet member, including myself, will protect the government and parliament has decided to remain in Seoul.
What, US is invading Syngman Rhee's reign? Color me surprised.
Citizens should not worry and remain in their workplaces. In truth, Syngman Rhee had already fled south to Busan and he had
10 biggest yeah. The third most unforgivable lie was Korea's first president Syngman Rhee announcement at the state of the Korean War. In 1950, recording 4.83, he said every cabinet member, including myself, will protect the government and parliament has decided to remain in Seoul, since should not remain in their workplace. Actually, Lee had already fled to the southern part of the nation. He also ordered the military to blow up Han River Bridge to prevent the invading North Korean army from marching through, which in turn trapped civilians inside the war zones. Dude was fucked up.
Even ordered the military to blow up the Han River Bridge in order to prevent the North Koreans from following him. In so doing, he had trapped much of the remaining civilian population in Seoul. Throughout the Korean War, Rhee and his government acted as an anchor on the UN war effort. Consider, for example, the infamous National Defense Corps incident, where funds that were supposed to go towards military supplies were embezzled by the Rhee government, leading to the deaths of 50 to 90,000 conscripted soldiers and the incapacitation of another 200,000.
Wait, so he yoinked from the U.S. supplies that were meant for the war, but he just took them for himself? Damn, color me surprised.
Conscripts to frostbite. Rhee was also heavily opposed to the armistice which
Frostbite!
To frostbite. Rhee
was
also heavily opposed to the armistice which ended armed conflict between North and South Korea.
So, it's kind of similar to like the Israel-Palestine conflict right now, is it not? Because Israel is getting all that money from America currently, and they are also heavily opposed to the armed war efforts to end. Very, very similar parallels, if you ask me.
So far to the armistice, 1,000 conscripts to frostbite. Rhee was also heavily opposed to the armistice which ended armed conflict between North and South Korea, going so far as to deliberately sabotage peace negotiations. After the war, Rhee...
Very, very similar to the Israel-Palestine conflict right now. Actually, very, very similar.
Was quite unpopular amongst the legislature and was therefore almost certain to be voted out of power. Ri, however, quashed his political opposition using force, including threats and arrests, which then allowed him to pass a constitutional amendment allowing for the public to directly vote for the president. He then ran without real opposition and very naturally won. Under Ri's regime, South Korea was a democracy in name only. To Syngman Rhee, since he sat at the top of the hierarchy, Korea was not the country of his people, it was his country, his property. And everyone underneath him in the hierarchy existed only to hold his chair up. For example, when General Douglas MacArthur was sacked by President Truman, Rhee was furious. MacArthur's ideas were insane. He wanted to go for an all-out nuclear war against China, which would likely have invited a Soviet nuclear response. But Rhee didn't care. If nuclear war against China brought all of Korea back under his control, the ends justified the means. When MacArthur was sacked, Rhee blamed the British. Take a look at this once top secret, now declassified CIA dossier, wherein Rhee was reported to have stated to an Australian official of the UN that British troops have outstayed their welcome in my country. Tell that to your government. Australian, Canadian, New Zealand, and British troops all represent governments now sabotaging brave American efforts to liberate and unify my unhappy nation. My country, says Rhee. My nation. But Syngman Rhee did not end up like Kim Il-sung, an eternal president. On April 26, 1960, not long after Rhee's fourth term in office, the student-led April Revolution overthrew his deeply corrupt regime.
Don't make Korea like China.
And 2 days later, on April 28th, as protesters closed in around Rhee's presidential palace, the CIA snuck Rhee out of South Korea and brought him back to the United States, where he lived thereafter in Honolulu. Rhee was succeeded by Yun Po-sun, who served as the president of the very short-lived Second Republic of Korea. The Second Republic of Korea lasted for only a little over a year, but factional infighting and an economic death spiral led to the rise of one of South Korea's most controversial and important leaders, a figure that we in the West barely even learn about if we learn about him at all. The third president of South Korea, Park Chung-hee. Park Chung-hee seized power from the Second Republic through a military coup and was elected president in 1963. Park, like Rhee, was an authoritarian through and through. His government was noted for its very extensive human rights violations and for the Yushin Constitution of 1972, which made him essentially dictator for life. And Park, also like Rhee, saw the value in both utilizing the Confucian hierarchical programming of Korean society, but also in placing capital at the top of that hierarchy. Park ostensibly wanted to do away with tradition, but some traditions could still serve his purposes. Capital would grant Park legitimacy, the legitimacy he needed to be the dictator of South Korea. But unlike Syngman Rhee, Park Chung-hee was both shrewd and ambitious. Instead of merely hoarding wealth via corruption like a dragon, Park Chung-hee knew that the true power of capital is not in hoarding it for oneself, but in using it to control others. Perhaps it was national pride, perhaps it was a genuine love of his people, or perhaps he just wanted the benefits of ruling over a more prosperous nation. Whatever the motives, the facts remain. Park Chung-hee was critical in changing the trajectory of the South Korean economy, pulling it out of the malaise of war and into the economic limelight. To that end, Park combined many different economic theories and models to develop a path that fit the Korean context. For example, Park copied the Soviet Union's 5-year plans as a means of spurring rapid industrialization, and to fulfill those 5-year plans, Park looked to the Japanese model of development, which intertwined industry and government in order to create and develop native industries that could compete globally after a time of development. Accomplishing this feat would require more than just absolute control over the government, however, and so Park Chung-hee built up the power of the number 2 in the hierarchy just as his predecessor did. He empowered the chaebols. If you watched the JRPG video, you may recall how powerful and wealthy families known as the Zaibatsu were leveraged by the post-war Japanese government.
Yeah, so Zaibatsus are basically the same as chaebols, but in Japanese. Powerful companies empowered by the government.
And thereafter metamorphized into the modern keiretsu, massive conglomerates that rule Japan's.
I guess there actually are conglomerates and not actually companies. They evolve from companies to conglomerates, yeah. Toyota, Mitsubishi. A lot of them was actually Toyota, actually.
Well, just as Korean Confucianism is more extreme than Japanese Confucianism, the chaebols are like the keiretsu, but even more influential in South Korea.
Yeah, 10 trillion won, 9 trillion won, 11 to 16 trillion won. The deep state. Samsung Biology, what, how the fuck you say this? Biologics, Hyundai Oil Bank, Lotte, T-Brew, Dalam CNS. So literally, chaebols are like the same thing as the Japanese equivalent for companies, all empowered by the government.
And even more exclusive in nature. A chaebol is like a financial conglomerate that is generally controlled by a very small number of people, typically a single family or a few powerful families working together. Some of these chaebols were preferential partners, we'll call them.
Preferential partners, basically people who were gifted money to like juice the Korean economy by making more jobs and making the companies bigger by the government.
Corrupt re-government. And as we had mentioned, some chaebols even derived their early wealth from collaborating with the Japanese during their occupation of Korea. The Park regime promised to abolish the corruption of the Ri era, arresting many of the industrialists behind the chaebols, only to then reduce the charges to mere fines behind closed doors in exchange for their cooperation. The plan was simple. The government empowered the chaebols by subsidizing their development, guaranteeing their foreign loans, and protecting them as they grew, until their goods and output reached a point where they could compete in export markets, a plan of export-led industrialization. Park was happy to empower the chaebols as they reinforced his position at the top of the hierarchy. The growing Korean economy lent his otherwise brutal authoritarian rule substantial legitimacy. And as dictator for life, it would be simple for him to keep his hand on the scepter of capital, wielding that legitimacy when needed. But therein lies the problem. One can only be dictator for life as long as one's life is. And the problem with putting capital in the second chair of the hierarchy is that people live only for a short time, while ideas can potentially live forever.
Yeah?
The Megalia movement, being a product of the anarchy of DC Inside, was not internally stable. There was no unifying statement of beliefs. Some Megalians cared most about pushing for women's rights, and others cared more about venting their frustrations with men. Some Megalians wanted to troll, and some wanted to protest. Some Megalians were against all men, and thereby found gay men the most detestable of all for being men who loved men. Those Megalians allegedly outed gay men in straight relationships or harassed trans women. Other Megalians were progressives who wanted to unify the Megalian women's rights movement with the smaller Korean LGBT movement. Let's call a spade a spade. Megalians have done some genuinely heinous things.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't get it as worse as like wishing death upon other men, which is like not understandable at all. And then, you know, shitting on the LGBT community as well. It's like, well, at that point, Jesus Christ, you're trying to legitimize your idea, basically, while shitting on other people's ideas.
But it has always been a decentralized movement, pulling in many different directions. This internal instability caused Megalia to explode into many smaller websites, with one in particular, a forum called WoMad, being the largest and also allegedly the most extreme.
I don't even know what this is.
In 2016, Megalia was already on the way out the door. It was already in the throes of
collapse. What? I don't know either.
But this did not stop Korean male gamers from seeing the specter of Megalia behind every shadow. On July 18th, 2016, voice actress Kim Jae-on, who was voicing a character in the popular Korean game Closers, tweeted a picture of a t-shirt. The shirt's design was a simple slogan written in English: "Girls do not need a prince." This is hardly a controversial statement in the West. In fact, it's been the plot of like every single Disney movie since Tangled came out in 2010.
True!
The tweet was accompanied by another English statement, a quote from the cartoon Star vs. the Forces of Evil. "I don't need a hero, I need a friend." 12 hours after posting this tweet, Kim Jae-on was fired from her voice acting job for Closers. That
Yeah, you can see how this is gonna turn out.
shirt you see was produced by Megalia, and male gamers were furious at Kim Jae-on for supporting what they called an anti-man hate group. When Kim thereafter refused to take the tweet down, the men went to the publisher of Closers, Nexon, and within those 12 hours, Kim's position had been terminated. Both Nexon and Kim later issued statements explaining that the departure was, and I quote, a mutual understanding. And
He
Nexon
was
said,
voluntarily
"We had already paid for her
resigned."
contract, and the actress amicably agreed to leave. Does that sound familiar to you at all? It should. We've discussed how Japanese companies lay off employees in prior videos, and we saw how Vel Mori in the previous video was let go in this same way. They aren't fired, they've left amicably, of their own accord. In any case, after Kim Jae-on left Nexon, the angry mob turned its attention to other women, artists and voice actresses and musicians. NPR cites Lee Jun-heng, a South Korean computer programmer and columnist who states that over 80 people were badgered into issuing public apologies. Park In-ah, a professor at Chun
Korean gamers go wild. Some of them are good at games, but some of them just are like, I feel like you guys gotta go thicker skin. My honest opinion. You guys gotta go thicker skin. This should not offend you. Unless you actually have a small penis. Then that just speaks volumes that this actually affects you. It should not offend you. If it's not true, don't make it true by retaliating like this.
Kong College of Cultural Industries is also cited by NPR. He stated on July 24th via Facebook that many people are accusing him and his institution of being Megalia sympathizers for his previous social media posts in support of feminism. Women were scared into silence, and very few elected to speak up in defense of Megalia. The few who did would quickly come to regret their decision. The tsunami of anger moved very quickly. The tweet occurred
They would
on July
amicably
18th,
leave
2016.
their job.
The firing occurred 12 hours later, and the 80-plus public apologies for supporting feminism had already occurred by July 29th. The anger and division over this t-shirt and the subsequent firing were so deep and so vast that real-life political consequences emerged. The Justice Party, a left-wing political party in South Korea that was founded in 2012 and that has a few seats in the National Assembly, issued a statement criticizing Nexon for the firing of Kim Jae-on. One might expect a left-leaning political party to be in support of feminist causes, but the party's support of Kim Jae-on proved to be very internally controversial. The party's seniors, who remember have all the power in the hierarchy, were in support of Kim Jae-on, but not all of the junior members were, and some of those members defected from the Justice Party and went on strike. Korea Jongan Daily cites the then Justice Party.
Yeah, because they were older and they had all the power and they can talk shit to you. And you can't talk shit back.
Party spokesperson Han Chang-min, who stated that Korea has not witnessed such an incident since the pro-North Korea dispute that caused the Democratic Labour Party, a predecessor of the Justice Party, to split up in 2008. You heard that right. The t-shirt with the plot of Frozen on it and the tweet quoting the American children's cartoon were equal in political consequence to relations with North Korea.
Oh,
and this was just the beginning. For you see, sometimes support of Megalia is more direct, like buying and displaying a t-shirt. But after this incident, supporters of Megalia and ostensibly of feminism had to be more discreet in their support. What these supporters, these artists and creators did then is they allegedly began to incorporate the Megalia symbol, the
allegedly,
pinch, the little c, into media that they were producing. It's like the world's saddest game of Where's Waldo. And yes, Brits, that is indeed what we call Where's Wally, but we're not going to get into that.
Where's the C? Where's the
C?
C?
Is made, and a feminist will allegedly sneak in a Megalia pinch symbol. Although there is limited to no proof that any feminist has actually purposefully done this, the men will nevertheless then scour various media, find the symbol, and demand an apology and retribution for the hate speech. Here's the problem, though. The Megalia symbol, the pinch, is also just a very common hand gesture. Look
Obviously.
at this advertisement for fried chicken, for example, or this advertisement for sausage, or this photo of YouTuber JJ eating a piece of chocolate. Each of these were targeted by Korean men as being radical feminist, misandrist hate speech. Look at the comments in the last video. There are many Korean men who genuinely felt deeply hurt and offended by—
Oh, this is from a previous video. Magali is not a feminist. They are male haters who mock the country soldiers who are forcing them and causing anyone even a child to die with them. They're crazy people who call insult lava because they're men, but they call themselves feminists. This is absolutely not a symbol for human rights. It is a horrible, ugly thing like a kind of Nazi symbol. Blue archive with offensive rat femme symbols thankfully removed. Nope. This bad blood wouldn't exist if women banded together with men to fight against bad psychotic behavior from a human. Just look at that hand sign symbol. They just can't help themselves. Every time you launch a campaign to fight for women's rights, it must contain some sort of ridicule, antagonistic term or whatever against men. Otherwise, women don't get behind it with any enthusiasm at all. They despise men not for beat and murder, but for superficial gender conflict bullshit. They are more similar to the incel ilk than they like to admit. Damn, these Korean comments kind of heating up, huh?
By this symbol appearing on the thumbnail. It's a symbol of hatred to them, akin to a slur. Drama surrounding this Megalia symbol making its way into media, intentionally or otherwise.
This one isn't even close! Come on, they're doing this! They're not even doing this! They wild for that, man. That ass. This one isn't even this, though!
Has become a relatively common issue in South Korea. A company publishes some advertisement or music video or animation, a pinch is discovered, the men demand an explanation, and the hand gesture then gets censored and someone apologizes, gets fired, or both. But all of this historical drama surrounding the Little C pales in comparison to what's coming. A dramatic eruption like no other, fueled by a half-decade of Megalian paranoia and fresh off the back of the Ishmael swimsuit incident. A drama tsunami that has touched upon virtually every single gacha game coming out of Korea. And it all started with a single frame of animation in an animated trailer for a game that isn't even a gacha game.
Oh no. Next, yo, he needs to make a follow-up with the recent League drama. Because that shit was like yesterday. So that happened recently. This is like a 6-month-old video. They have a very good assumption of eyesight.
Tonight in South Korea, Park Chung-hee, who ruled the country for more than 18 years, is dead. The new government announced that President Park was killed by a shot fired accidentally by the head of South Korea's Central Intelligence Agency at a dinner party Friday night in downtown Seoul. However, there are other reports that indicate the shooting may not have been accidental, and Park's chief bodyguard and 4 others were also killed.
As long as the economy thrived, so too could Park Chung-hee get away with his autocratic rule. But as the South Korean economy slowed in the 70s, discontent quickly grew, and without the legitimacy of growth, of wealth, the repressive actions of Park's government became increasingly intolerable to the people. On October 16, 1979, students from Busan National University organized protests against the Park regime, which quickly grew into a mass protest and spread from Busan to nearby Masan and Changwon. This mass protest became known as the Buma Uprising, and it culminated with Park Chung-hee declaring martial law and conducting mass arrests. By October 20th, the uprising had been quelled, and the Korean military patrolled the streets of their own country in defense of their dictator. But in a surprise turn of events, just 6 days after the uprising had been quelled, Park Chung-hee was assassinated by his own director of intelligence, Kim Jae-gyu, while having dinner at a safe house. The motives for the assassination are still debated to this very day, but we needn't conjecture. Kim himself, in his final statement at trial, provided his motives outright. In his own words, he wished to restore free democracy, to prevent further bloodshed of Korean people, to prevent North Korean aggression, to completely restore the close relationship Korea had with its strong ally in the United States. And finally,
was he a good guy? He shot his own president to free it from whatever the fuck was happening? Wait, really? The head of the Korean Central Intelligence shot his own president.
To restore Korea's honor in the international community by cleansing it of a dictatorship. Whatever the motives.
Wait,
dictator for life, was dead.
He shot his own dictator president. He was the head of the CIA. Damn. Anyone who shot politicians is a whore. Yeah, but he shot the president. A dictator president at that, but like, it's like, oh, you mean a hero? Oh, a hero. I thought you meant horror. Okay. He shot the dictator. Damn. That's pretty base. And honestly, he didn't even have to. He was the head of the CIA for the Korean government, the secret Central Intelligence Agency, whatever, right? For Koreans, he had a cushy ass job. He could have just chilled, and like, he could have stayed quiet. But like, yeah, let me just enjoy my money, my wealth. But nah, he did it for freedom. That's actually honorable.
The period of protests and attempts at democratic liberalization that followed immediately after Park's death was called the Seoul Spring, and it lasted from October 26th, the date of the assassination, to May 17th, 1980.
Wow.
The date on which Major General Chun Doo-hwan seized power in another military coup. But the significance of May 17th in Korean history is eclipsed by the events that would follow, the very next day. Upon seizing power, Chun Doo-hwan immediately implemented martial law.
Oh no, don't tell me another dictator took over this shit. They shouldn't have executed the guy that off the previous president. They should have put him in the presidency then. Come on.
Prohibiting any political activities and arresting opposition leaders. In response to this abuse of power, students at Cheongnam National University staged a protest, which Chun Doo-hwan called the Gwangju Riot, and he ordered his military to violently suppress the protests. The resulting massacre is known in Korea simply as May 18th. The true death toll of the massacre, as many things are in Korea's modern history, is still debated to this very day.
Damn.
In spite of this massacre and how deeply unpopular Chun Doo-hwan was neither assassinated nor overthrown. The Korean economy, you see, escaped the doldrums of the 70s and began to grow again with the help of cheap oil and American support of the Chun regime, which bolstered Chun's legitimacy. You don't have to take my word for it. Consider the words of none other than our friend the CIA, again, which writes in this different once secret but now declassified dossier.
The CIA.
Following. Chun's prospects for getting through the next few years without serious trouble are good. First, Chun has gained the reluctant acceptance of the general public. Many working-class Koreans attribute the long economic recession to the loss of strong leadership after the assassination of Park, and seem willing to give Chun a chance. Later in the same report, the CIA Park and seem
so far the public has not been willing to support attempts by students and other dissenting to foment of unrest. Chun, moreover, continues to make skillful use of the media to portray an image of himself as an internationally respected leader, a patriot, and the only person capable of coping with the country's political economic problems. Chun will continue to stress his efforts to deal with the North Korean threat in part by pursuing a dialogue with Pyongyang.
Willing to give Chun a chance. Later in the same report, the CIA determines that the public expects Chun to solve the country's economic woes. The fate of the economy will thus be a key factor in Chun's ability to maintain confidence in his leadership. The path to victory is a key factor in Chun's ability
he must
to maintain
drastically reduce last year's 30% inflation rate, cut unemployment, and perhaps most important, convince the populace there has been improvement. So the Americans solved it for him. Is that what happened?
Maintain confidence in his leadership. The path to victory seemed obvious then. Chun must wield the scepter of capital at least as well as Park did, and better than Ri did. And he succeeded in doing just that, arguably with a little bit of help. Despite seizing power in a coup, despite massacring his people in the streets, the legitimacy granted to him by his cooperation with capital interests and the United States was enough to keep him in power.
So it was the United States backing him up.
Yet in so doing, by relying on capital interests, the power of the chaebols increased once again.
Oh yeah, you're right. America and the chaebols. I should be right in giving them credit as well, because now the conglomerate companies grow stronger.
In what was dubbed the trial of the century by local media, Chun was later found guilty of mutiny, treason, and bribery, and sentenced to death. In their verdict, judges said Chun's rise to power came through illegal means which inflicted enormous damage on the people. The ruling was, however, commuted by Seoul's High Court, in recognition of Chon's role in the fast-paced economic development of the country.
Chon abdicated his position after just one 7-year term in office as per the rules of the 1981 Constitution, and the presidency passed to Chon's chosen successor, Roh Tae-woo, the first democratically elected president of South Korea. That's right. South Korean democracy as we know it today began as
what did Putin do
recently
today,
as
Tablet?
1989. And Roh continued the...
What did Putin do? You can link it to me if you want. I don't know what Putin did. I don't keep up with Putin. What did he
legacy
do?
of Chun Du-hwan, who himself in many ways borrowed from Park Chung-hee, who borrowed from Syngman Rhee. Wield the scepter, build the chaebols, use the chaebols to build the economy and skim a bit of money off the top via corruption and
You can
chaebol
skim him a bit of money off the top.
to illegal slush funds. Only with the passing of each leader, the power of the chaebols grew and the power of the government waned. And as the government was now a democracy,
yeah, see, this is exactly what I mean by the companies control the government in Korea.
so too did the power of the people wane relative to the power of capital. As we slowly approach the present day, we see a pattern emerging in modern Korean politics. A leader takes power promising to reform the economy and uses a combination of force and capital to maintain his legitimacy in the strict Confucian hierarchy of society. The discontent and anger of the people grows to the point where the leader is replaced or pressured to step down or assassinated, as the case may be. The leader steps down and the next leader picks up the scepter of capital, hoping to achieve what his predecessors could not, while surrendering a bit of position in the hierarchy each time to the increasingly powerful chaebols. Roh Tae-woo served
Samsung, Hyundai, LG, SK Group, other. The other.
his one term as per the
See the dark
constitutional limit and was sentenced
in the banana?
to 22 and a half.
Is the tablet? Hold up. I can check it out later, but like, probably after this video, I'm probably gonna like head off. You mean this? The evil business of banana? You mean this? This one? I'll watch it like next stream because like I have to go later. I have to go soon-ish because this video is long already. This one? Have I seen this before? It says it says I watched this. Is it this one? Yes. All right. We'll watch it next stream. Next stream I'll watch it. Just remind me.
Half years in jail after stepping down. He was pardoned in December of 1997. The arrest
I'll watch it
and
next stream.
pardon
That's
both
wild.
coming from Roh's successor Kim Young-sam. Kim Young-sam came to power on a platform of anti-corruption. He saw the emerging problem in Korean politics and was able to capture that zeitgeist. The chaebols had gone from scepter to kingmaker and were quickly becoming king. It was no longer clear who sat at the top of the hierarchy.
I wasn't joking when I said them big ass companies are in charge now in Korea. They're filthy rich. They are literally filthy rich. The government works for them now.
And Kim intended to resolve that issue, but the roots of the chaebols were too deep into the government already. And despite running on a platform to reform the chaebols and purge corruption, Kim's government and indeed his own son were caught up in bribery and corruption scandals in what would become known as the Hanbo scandal, wherein South Korea's then 14th largest chaebol, Hanbo Iron and Steel, allegedly used kickbacks and bribes to get officials in the Kim government to put pressure on banks to lend money to Hanbo. As such, despite having only $100 million in capital, Hanbo received nearly $6 billion in loans that it could not and arguably never intended to pay back. Adjusted for inflation, that's nearly $12 billion as of January 2024.
That was in 1997.
Hanbo, unable to pay
God
back the loans
damn.
and unable to secure cash from even larger loans, collapsed into bankruptcy, which triggered a cascade of other chaebol bankruptcies and the discovery of more corruption scandals, plummeting Korea into economic crisis just as the greater 1997 Asian financial crisis reared its ugly head. Kim Young-sam's time in office concluded on February 24th, 1998 with a rock bottom approval rating of 6%. His attempt to reform the chaebols didn't just backfire, it exploded in his face and dragged him under. Kim Young-sam was followed by two reformers, Kim Dae-jung and Roh Moo-hyun, each of which also attempted to rein in the chaebols, and each of which also left office in the wake of corruption scandals. Now don't get me wrong.
All because the conglomerates wanted to get rich. The rich wanted to get richer, and now this shit is worthless. Well, the citizens' shits are worthless. They're still filthy rich. It don't matter to them.
Kim Dae-jung and Roh Moo-hyun are generally considered amongst the best of Korea's presidents, but they were each, in their own ways, undone by the tendrils of corruption.
Yeah, they all got bribed. Everybody got bribed.
Between North and South Korea. He was also responsible for substantial economic reforms which helped to right the Korean economy after the Asian financial crisis. He wielded the scepter of capital very well, but in doing so, also substantially empowered the chaebols. Since the economy was built on the backs of the chaebols, saving the economy meant conceding and shoveling money into the very organizations responsible for derailing the economy to begin with. Kim Dae-jung didn't have much of a choice though. It was that or have the economy deteriorate further, and the latter was unthinkable. Kim Dae-jung himself was not directly involved in any corruption scandal, but his son, Kim Hong-gul, was arrested for receiving millions of dollars in bribes from a number of different chaebols, including Hyundai and Samsung.
Hyundai and
Kim
Samsung.
Dae-jung's successor, Roh Moo-hyun, is a sad one. He also ran on a platform of progressive reform and anti-corruption. He ambitiously sought to balance national development to assist poorer regions.
It cannot be fixed unless you tell those companies to fuck right off. It is a deep-rooted problem. It is a deep-seated problem. Going back to like the Japanese-Korean War, it is that far gone.
Stabilize relations with North Korea, reform the education and tax system, and also end the government's pervasive corruption and intermingling with the chaebols. But he was fought tooth and nail by the anti-reformist opposition, who went so far as to attempt a spurious impeachment, which had the opposite effect, actually boosting Roh's popularity instead of tanking it. Roh's attempts to rein in the chaebols also caused some economic distress. He was forced to make several unpopular decisions, which in the longer term may have corrected the course of the Korean economy, but in the short term damaged the profits.
Honestly, this guy is just baiting actually into learning about the whole social-cultural problem of Korean society. He did. Honestly, he did. I mean, to his credit, it is interesting. But also, in the larger grand scheme of things, he's explaining why it happens in gacha games as well. Like, you know how there's like a lot of people who go around saying, oh, you have men in your games? And not lewd, hot, naked women with big-ass titties that should be serving said men? No, your game will EOS. Or like, oh, you have these fully clothed women in your game's gonna EOS. You've seen those comments before, right, Pierre? It's largely mostly a Korean cultural phenomenon, weighted in like their past history. There's a lot of truth to it, essentially.
Of the wealthy and powerful. And despite being very anti-corruption and genuinely attempting to reform the system, Roh also failed to avoid corruption in his own government. Roh Moo-hyun's older brother, Roh Gun-pyong, was sentenced to 2.5 years imprisonment, having been indicted on charges.
Everybody got bribed. Everybody got kickbacks. That's wild. Even his little bro got kickbacks. Imagine being the younger brother of a president of Korea. God damn. You all getting bribes?
Federation, better known as Nongyup, take over Sejong Securities Co., amongst other allegations of corrupt behavior. Nowadays, Sejong Securities is better known as NH Investment and Securities Co., and despite still being tied to Nongyup,
I want
is
them
deeply
clothed.
intertwined with
Okay,
the chaebols in a
Yumichi.
way that is inscrutable to the
Okay,
average
I believe
person.
you.
Other
Surely.
members of Roh's staff and family were also investigated on charges of corruption, with Roh himself even accused of corruption, though those charges were of dubious.
Everybody get bribes if you're part of the family.
Was rather limited in comparison to
That's
Roh's
wild.
predecessors. The fact of the matter remained, even
That's
Roh, the
wild.
most serious, most idealistic reformer and anti-corruption advocate that South Korean politics had ever brought into power, was not immune to corruption and the insidious power.
Yeah, the guy who go figure, the guy who wanted to fight corruption was also secretly taking bribes. Oh my god, I am so very surprised that happened. Politicians, right?
Of the chaebols. Roh stepped down in 2007, and his chosen successor, Chun Dan-young, was defeated in a landslide by Lee Myung-bak, the former CEO of the Chaebol Hyundai Engineering and Construction.
Ro got beat by a chaebol. Oh no.
On May 23, 2009, Ro Moo-hyun, in retirement now at his home in rural Bongha, but still under investigation for corruption, took his own life, leaping off a 45-meter, 150-foot cliff to his death. He left a suicide note, which read, in part, "I am in debt to so many people. I have caused too great a burden to be placed upon them."
Just, wow, one corrupt guy really had a conscience and unalive himself because of that? That's a surprise. I thought everybody was like, keep it in the family, generational wealth, grow up your conglomerates. This guy had a conscience and took his own life? Damn. Color me surprised.
I can't begin to fathom the countless agonies down the road. The tragic suicide of Ro, pursuant to allegations of corruption, was sadly just one of many similar suicides. In just that period alone, between 2008 and 2009, South Korea also saw the corruption investigation-related government official suicides of Kim Yong-chul, a former secretary of a prime minister, An Sang-yong, the former mayor of Busan, Park Tae-young, the former government of Jeolla province, and Oh Gyun-sup, the then mayor of Yangsan City.
What, did the money not help? Why everybody committing unalive? Did everyone suddenly grew a consciousness? Like, what? Did they all grew a consciousness? Like, oh, what we're doing is way too fucked up. Really? Or unless these aren't actually real unaliving cases and someone actually murdered them. It might be conspiracy. If we look at it at that angle.
Ro's popularity shot up after his suicide, and today Ro Moo-hyun is remembered as a president who truly cared about the people, an idealist who worked a great deal to improve human rights in Korea, and who died an ignominious death after being subject to dubious allegations and investigations into corruption by, ironically, an opposition funded and empowered by the very chaebols responsible for said corruption. We are closing in now on the present day. But if you've been following along, I suspect that you can already see where this story is going.
Oh yeah, got
there
the games.
There is no such thing as power in South Korea without the involvement of chaebols. Capital is no longer merely the kingmaker. It is the king, the emperor, the top of the hierarchy. And not even the most idealistic reformers can hope to fight against it. The power of the chaebols, of capital, is so insidious, so pervasive, that even if one isn't corrupt themselves, one's cabinet, one's staff, one's friends, one's own family can still be turned with the right
They just corrupt everybody with the bribes.
Incentives. On or about November 23rd, 2023. Nexon, the developer
2023, last year. Okay, what happened last year?
And publisher of MapleStory, the very same Nexon who fired or otherwise let go of voice actress Kim Jae-yeon, released an animated trailer.
Well, Nexon's scummy anyways. Fuck Nexon. Let's be real. Fuck Nexon.
Promoting an important new patch which remastered the game's angelic Buster class. The trailer
is
I heard about this. Animated and terribly cute. But it would soon find itself.
I remember because like people was booting up MapleStory. I think was it last year? Like MapleStory had a resurgence in like a player base or some shit like that. I heard it was popping off.
At the very center of
as a former MapleStory player myself, that's good to hear. But fuck Nexon.
A new crisis. The Korean gacha men, still on high alert due to the recency of the Ishmael wetsuit incident, discovered a few frames of animation in which Angelic Buster appeared to be making the pinching symbol of Megalia, the little C. You can see it.
This? Don't tell me this is the pit. Oh, they really fighting the boogeyman here.
For one frame in the intro of the animation, and once more later as Angelic Buster is spinning. A firestorm erupts, and a similar song and dance occurs. This briefly visible pinching motion must be the work of a radical feminist, as only a radical feminist would include this dog whistle, this anti-male, hate speech, slur in an animation. All eyes were on the animation studio that created the trailer, Studio Potpourri, also known as Studio Root. And as the chauvinists dug deeper looking into Studio Potpourri's past animations, something became very clear. The hand pinch signs were everywhere, in Korean games ranging from MapleStory to Blue Archive, from Epic 7 to Dungeon Fighter.
Epic
Studio
7!
Pupuri was, there too was the pinch. The first target that the angry mob lashed out at was Nade, the vocalist for the song in the animation. She had retweeted old tweets that were in support of Kim Jae-young back in 2016, which was enough to paint her as a misandrist, a man-hater. But Nare didn't draw anything, she was a vocalist, not an animator. So someone else put the pinch into the animation, right? Well, the next target was a woman named Taeso.
They're just targeting all the women at this point.
Leader at Studio Pupuri.
They're just targeting all the women at this point.
She had an old tweet in which she stated that she would never stop being a feminist, even though she'd had her social media accounts blocked for being offensive towards men. She stated further that she will always continue to be a feminist, stealthily and subtly. Most damning of all, she also liked a tweet that was critical of Limbus Company's firing of Vel Mori. Nexon and Studio Pupuri were inundated with angry complaints, and as was the case with Nexon in 2016 and with Limbus Company, both Nexon and Studio Pupuri immediately capitulated. The Angelic Buster trailer was released on November 23rd, by 2 a.m. on November 25th. Just 2 days after the initial trailer was released, MapleStory, Dungeon Fighter, Blue Archive, and other implicated games each offered an apology, validating the claims being made that they had located inappropriate.
They didn't have to apologize for shit, and they should have been like, you guys are fucking crazy, y'all seeing things, you're fighting ghosts, you're fighting boogeyman's. They did not need to validate their criticism of fucking boogeymen, okay? The fact that they actually apologize just makes it worse. Telling the crazies that they're right is the last thing you want to do as a company. But go ahead. Give more power to your audience.
Expressions, and that they would take necessary action. Kim Chang-sop, the director of MapleStory at Nexon, held a live stream press conference in which he reassured the angry MapleStory players that we will never allow a culture that publicly expresses hatred towards others and those who enjoy such a culture to defame MapleStory. On November 26th, Studio Pupuri published its own apology, in which it appeared to admit fault and offered the angry mob exactly what it wished for: complete and utter capitulation and validation of their claims of foul play. The target of the mob's anger, Taeso, was forbidden from working on further promotional videos. This apology was deemed insufficient, though, as Taeso was not outright fired. Studio Pupuri was accused of a false placation. An angry mob allegedly went to their offices, taking pictures and spying on their employees.
They actually went to their physical location, just like they did with Olympus. Actually crazies. This is why you do not negotiate with crazies. If America does not negotiate with terrorists, why would you negotiate with insane, mentally unstable gacha players? Korean gacha players at that.
The situation was getting dangerous, and Studio Pupuri could do no more without risking their safety. On November 27th, Studio Pupuri issued a second apology and stated that the animator in question, Taeso, would not be fired but would instead resign. This apology and the firing was quickly retracted, but it was too late. The damage was done.
Yeah, she resigned. She was not fired, she was resigned voluntarily.
You can imagine what happened next.
게임 홍보 영상에서
Oh no, let me guess, it made national news.
혐오를 상징하는 표현이 들어갔다는 논란이 불거졌습니다.
한 애니메이션 스튜디오가 제작한 게임 영상을 두고
주로 알려진 혹은 저희가 파악한
Because it's their player base.
여성 단체들은
They censored it, LOL.
하는 거죠. 그 회사의 물건을 사지 않아야 이렇게 되고 회복이 불가능한 경우도 있거든요.
의 경제적 기반을 위협당하고 있다고 주장했습니다. 또 게임 문화 속 페미니즘 혐오 몰이를 규탄하긴 다른 게임
I hate to say it, but Korean gamers and gacha gamers alike need to be oppressed. They all need to be oppressed. As a gacha gamer myself, they all need to be oppressed.
제작진도 진상
제작사의 영상을 맡긴 넥슨의
게임 업계가 논란
친이즘 검증이야말로
성혐오 논란에 휩싸였습니다.
게임사와 영상 제작사 모두 적극 사과를 했지만 여성계는 억지 논란이라고 반발하고 있습니다. 오늘 여성단체의 기자회견을 앞두고 살인 예고글이 올라오기도 했습니다. 백승우 기자가 전하겠습니다.
Once again, the controversy was so severe that it made Korean national news with a much more in-depth segment this time. On November 30th, a week after the Angelic Buster trailer was released, 3 days after Tae-so's resignation, an incredibly unsurprising discovery was made. After a media investigation, it was reported that the animator who drew the controversial Angelic Buster scenes was a man in his 40s. Quoting now a major newspaper, Gyeongyang Shinmun's article, Maple Index Finger Storyboard Drawn by a Man, as a result of coverage by the Gyeongyang Shinmun on the 30th.
It was made by a
confirmed that
man.
The original storyboard for the video in question was handled by Mr. A male animator in his 40s from a company other than Studio Popuri.
So it wasn't even from the studio!
An additional manpower sought due to the urgent deadline presented by Nexon. Basically, everyone involved in this animation, it turns out, was male, and industry officials found that it was impossible for a malicious edit to have occurred, adding a controversial frame. But that didn't stop the harassment, and the Gyeongyang Shinmun confirms that Mr. A, the artist, and Mr. B, the male supervisor in his 50s, were both harassed over their involvement. But just like with Velmori, it didn't matter anymore to the men that Tae-so had nothing to do with the finger pinch in the Angelic Buster trailer.
Yeah, because
If
they're
Studio
fucking
Popuri
idiots.
has a feminist working in their midst, one who has a stated intention to do feminist things, nothing that they say can be trusted. The women staged protests in front of Nexon's offices, and the men retaliated with threats of violence on social media. Studio Pupuri's employees were harassed endlessly, with threats of violence on
While Nexon was fighting his fingers, women were fighting death threats. Yeah, damn. That really hits different now that you know.
on social media. Studio Pupuri's employees were harassed endlessly, allegedly receiving threats and hate messages and even having their personal information shared online. Dae-so herself also had her personal information and phone number leaked to the public by angry men. She became a victim of cyberbullying in the form of sexual harassment and death threats, all over some retweets and allegations surrounding art she didn't actually draw. Once again, an innocent woman had been targeted, and an entire company had been brought to heel over something painfully trivial, a few frames of a hand gesture in an animated trailer with no bad intentions behind it. But unlike the Ishmael swimsuit incident, this time,
Digital
the drama
Forensics
broke
Lab.
Containment. The angry men turned their attention to other games, and as many of them came from the gacha game community, their targets were disproportionately gacha games. They began tearing apart every single animated trailer, every frame of art, searching for the Megalia pinch. And very naturally, they found many such pinches. The dev teams of those games were subjected to similar harassment until they too capitulated, editing or removing any
God, Brown
instance
does
of art
too.
with a possible finger pinch
God
from the
damn.
Korean versions of their games, making concessions
Korea, Global, Japan. Global and Japan don't give a fuck. Koreans are the ones that give a fuck.
in order to avoid further harassment
Such fragile egos.
and violence. Some dev teams, such as the one at NeoWiz's Brown Dust 2, even acted preemptively, removing any art that could even potentially resemble the Megalian Sea before negative attention found them. I know what most of you are thinking. This is insane. This is crazy.
This is a mask.
First,
It's a moment.
these men
It
rioted
is.
over a wetsuit, and now they're forcing dev team after dev team, corporation after corporation to apologize and capitulate over anything even vaguely resembling an index finger and thumb forming a C. A position
And now
which,
leaked
I
to-
remind you, is the resting position of the hand and is thereby virtually unavoidable. It's easy to look at a situation like this and feel dumbfounded, as we will see even other gacha-playing men sharing similar prurient interests, and culturally adjacent countries like China and Japan are mystified by the extremism of the
Yo, you know your country is fucked when Japan and China are like, what the fuck is going on over there? Y'all seen Boogeyman?
Korean men. But in truth, mystified by the extremism of the Korean men. But in truth, the anger being vented, the frustrations being expressed towards Project Moon and Velmori and Studio Popuri and Tae-so, they aren't really about swimsuits, or finger pinches, or hate symbols. Before we wrap
it's
up
about their
our
gender
gacha
wars.
drama story,
It's
Let's
about gender
finally
wars.
talk about what life is like in modern South Korea.
Uh-oh. Not
In
the gender
Confucianism,
wars.
but especially Neo-Confucianism.
Oh,
if
no.
society is dysfunctional, if society is unharmonious, if it is discordant, some part of the system, some level of the hierarchy must be responsible for that discord. Think back to our Korean Airlines story from part 1. If the glide slope instrument is broken, it must be a GI on the ground who is responsible. In Confucian society, if disharmony arises, ideally whichever level of the hierarchy is responsible for said disharmony is moved back to the righteous and harmonious course by the level of hierarchy directly above them. Employees are corrected by their bosses, children by their parents. If the higher level fails at doing that, the level above them then has the responsibility to take over. If each layer continues to fail, eventually the emperor steers the entire ship of society in the direction that can bring it back to harmony and order, hopefully integrating any necessary social change in the process. But in an extremely...
Is that Olympus BGM hymning in the background?
Neo-Confucian state, a status quo can emerge which so strongly emphasizes harmony
It
and
is.
order that it rejects social change, causing society to stagnate. When the top of the hierarchy is especially bureaucratic or incompetent or corrupt or self-serving, disorder gets enveloped by obfuscation, and the underlying problems never get fixed. The problem becomes enveloped, mired in nonsense and misinformation and moving goalposts and bureaucracy. At the end of all the fighting and mess, social harmony is pulled back into its place without the requisite social change, such that the underlying issues do not get solved. This behavior goes down the ladder from the top. The top of the hierarchy does this to the middle, and the middle does this to the bottom, each following the lead of the
We have like 40 minutes left of the video. Surely it doesn't get worse from here, right?
other in the Confucian manner. These issues don't go away though. They're still there. They merely build in tension. If each time a conflict arises, it is suppressed again without resolution, the tension and subsequent conflict grows larger and larger and larger, until it eventually breaks out of the control of the state, of the society entirely, of the top of the hierarchy, and into open civil war. South Korea has the highest suicide rate in the developed.
Wait. What's Lesotho? This is Lesotho has a... Is Lesotho in Korea?
World, as per the World Health Organization.
It's Lesotho... No, it's not, right? Oh!
29
Wait.
South Korea has the highest suicide rate in the developed world, as per...
Oh, developed world.
South Korea.
So do they mean like first world countries? We got deaths per... Oh, this is not by suicide, just deaths. Korea's at 28.6. Guyana is 40.3 and Lesotho's. So this is just by deaths, not by suicides, right? Or is it by suicides?
Suicide rate in the developed world, as per the World Health Organization's 2019 estimates.
Oh my god, I just realized what they meant. These are all the worse off countries. Lesotho, Guyana, like countries in Africa. South Korea is competing with the death tolls of worse off countries. You got Lesotho, Guyana, Eswatini, Kiribati, Micronesia, Suriname, Zimbabwe, South Africa, Mozambique, Central African Republic, Russia, and South Korea. Damn! South Korea, a first world country, is competing in the death toll with third world countries. I see. So you got females, very high. You got males, very high. Nothing higher than Lesotho, but like, third world countries, you can't help it. First world country.
If you look exclusively at the suicide rate amongst women, you will find that South Korea's suicide rate for women is the 4th worst of...
Oh, they sorted by women. 34, 17, 13. Ooh. Where's America on this? Hey! Say what you want about America, but it's not on the list. America W. I'm just saying. Now's not a good time to joke about this, but hey.
All countries in the world, surpassing even many struggling developing nations. Japan is somewhat notorious in the West for its problems surrounding depression and suicide, but in South Korea, women commit suicide at
That's double. Literally doubled.
Twice the rate of women in Japan. In 2019, keep in mind that
Hey. It speaks volumes when your suicide rate is higher than your kill count rate. Alright, no Cruz, I'm just saying. You right, we got a high kill count. Still not as bad as suicide, I'm just saying.
But this is before COVID.
You will see the
A
Korean
survey
woman?
conducted by Hankyoreh newspaper showed that amongst young Koreans between the ages of 19 and 34, 83% of young women
view South Korea as hell. Yikes.
And 78% of young men view South Korea as a living hell.
Oh, it includes men. Oh, okay. I guess not all of them like adhere to the hierarchy culture, I guess. According to a presentation, 8 out of 10 South Koreans aged 19 to 34 view South Korea as a hell, while 7.5 out of 10 said they hope to leave.
Nearly 80% of young women and 72% of young men want to leave South Korea. And this is because, putting aside any gender considerations for the moment, leave South Korea.
Wait, what? What was that? Why some North Korean defenders return to one of the world's most repressive regimes? Yo, that can't be right. There's no way North Korean defectors want to go back to North Korea. That's just... That has to be fake, right? That's fake. Nah. They're playing it up. They're playing it up. That has to be fake. There's no way. You defected from North Korea, you want to go back. There's no fucking shot. Like, oh, my life is better in North Korea than in South Korea. No, there's no way, right? I mean, you got some freedom in South Korea, surely. Obviously not a lot. At least in North Korea, they only get repressed by one man. True! They're all under one man, that is right! Kim Jong-un, or Kim Jong-il, whatever his name is. That's right!
Because, putting aside any gender considerations for the moment, the experiences of Korean young people are incredible.
Wait, what was that? Hell Joseon, aka Hell Korea. The reality of South Korea beyond K-pop and K-dramas.
The experiences of Korean
A hope in hell. Why do young people in South Korea refer to the country as hell? The answer depends on who you ask.
young people are incredibly soul-crushing. This article in the Korea Herald, Why Koreans Want to Leave Hell Joseon, quotes sociology professor Lee Byun-hoon, who states that the phenomenon is a reflection of South Koreans of all ages struggling to survive amid a lack of jobs and unstable livelihoods. There is an inequality of opportunity. They feel like the playing field is uneven in the first place, and their efforts will not pay off.
To be fair, America's the same situation. Most first world countries, inflation is a thing. You kind of need 2 jobs. Inequality in jobs. Yeah, that's a common occurrence, though. It gotta be more than that. Because you come in America, it's the same thing. I'm just telling you right now.
Competition in Korea is so tough, so grueling, that what 20 years ago one might have considered the bare minimum is now hyper-competitive. And one who is lower on the hierarchy, which in Confucianism should be, most people, have to overcome both that competition and the enormous advantages of the privileged people in Korean society to get anywhere or be anyone.
Is it that much
if you
worse?
watch the JRPG video, you might recall that Japan's economy is controlled in large part by mega conglomerates with enormous political power called the Keiretsu. In South Korea, the situation is even more severe.
Oh, so it
the
is
chaebols
even
are very
worse.
much like the Keiretsu. They are thick webs of interwoven business relationships, but even more exclusive, as many of them are families built quite literally in the Confucian style. The top 10 chaebols in South Korea account for nearly 60% of the country's GDP. Another
Ooh.
nearly 25% is accounted for by the remaining 50 some odd chaebols.
So essentially, the Korean economy is carried literally on the back by the rich conglomerates. Oh, you're fucked.
Altogether, 80 to 85.
So you literally cannot move up unless you were born into the family of these chaebols.
% of South Korea's.
I think about it, you could probably make it. You could probably progress more in America. Because at least in America, it's not like my son gets to inherit this company. You get to sleep with the son and then marry into the company.
GDP is controlled by about 64 families. To give you an idea of how preposterous these numbers are, when the United States broke up Standard Oil, you know, Rockefeller the octopus?
Yeah?
Well, Standard Oil accounted for only 1.7% of the US GDP at the time of its breakup. In 2022, Samsung's revenue by itself was a little over 20% of South Korea's GDP. The margin of error in the estimate
Samsung
is
is
larger than Standard
soloing.
Oil's entire percentage, and in spite of the vast wealth here, the money is not trickling down. For most young people, there is simply not enough opportunity to go around.
It's kept
and the
in the
best that one
family.
can look forward to is to work at a chaebol, perhaps, and be treated like a wage slave. The system is untenable and unsustainable. You have to have the best grades, the most handsome or beautiful appearance, the most socially correct demeanor in order to compete for an ever-shrinking slice of the pie. The common people are desperate. As we've seen, prior governments
It
have
literally
promised
is kept in the
crackdowns
family.
on the chaebol,
Generational
have
wealth.
promised economic
Generational
reform, which never
companies.
materialized in a meaningful way due to how deeply the chaebols have sunk their roots into the South Korean political apparatus. Attempting to so much as touch those roots has had massive economic consequences, and meaningfully disarming the chaebols at this point could hoist all of South Korean society along with them. Worse yet, consider Korea's problem with age. Remember what I said in part 1 about how hierarchy is powerfully determined by your age? How you'll be asked how old you are to determine where you belong in the pecking order?
Yeah.
Have you ever worked in a company where 3 managers are in charge of micromanaging 1 employee? Well, young Koreans don't just have to put up with that dynamic at work. They have to endure it in every facet of their lives. Korea has fewer and fewer young people and an enormous elderly population that places massive
I thought it was Japan, but it's Korea too. Damn. Beating Japan in the suicide rates and in the fertility rates.
expectations, often in conflicting ways, on young men and young women. Expectations that are impossible to meet given the current economic realities of South Korea and the governmental capture of the chaebols, endlessly siphoning the nation's wealth away from the populace and into exclusive, powerful chaebol families or corrupt politicians. And these young people must now also balance the cost of an aging society against their own limited avenues for opportunity or self-realization. Korean young people then have been thrust into an impossible situation. Their incredibly Confucianist society has been captured by the chaebols, an immortal emperor with roots that dig down very deep.
So chaebol is just like Rothschild. I see. What's a Rothschild? The chaebols are just like big companies. Mimichi. They're just conglomerates, like Samsung, right? It's in the family. Hyundai, Toyota. Well, Toyota's Japanese, so it's a Keiretsu, but it's the same shit, really. Rothschild's family. Oh, okay.
Each level, the hierarchy. Young people are fiercely competing with each other over ever-decreasing opportunity. They are becoming increasingly desperate, and the problems they face are incredibly difficult to even understand, never mind change, obfuscated as they are in that Confucian way. They are miserable, and the misery in their lives seems completely outside of their control. With this general primer on the experiences of young people in South Korea, let us also now break down what life is like for each gender in this gender war. Armed as we are now, with the context necessary to understand just how serious and deeply rooted these problems truly are. It's hard to be a man in Korea, but doubly so to be a young man. Society places enormous expectations upon you, and if you fail to live up to them, you are treated not as a human being with dreams and aspirations and hopes, but as a disgrace, a black sheep, a monster. The generations immediately before you managed to live up to expectations because expectations were both much lower then, and many of them experienced Korea's economic miracle. They experienced unparalleled growth, and so their expectations are both higher, and they were able themselves to carry the expectations of Korea's ultra-Confucianist demands upon their backs. But you are stuck in an era of stagnation. You are one cog in an enormous machine competing against countless other cogs for a pittance of coin, and ambitiously, a shred of respect, of self-worth, of belonging. But instead of respect, you are awarded with disrespect for your efforts, disrespect from your elders, disrespect from your peers, disrespect even from your subordinates. Every year, hundreds of thousands of Korean young men like yourself are conscripted against their will into the military. If you choose not to serve, you might face jail time. Future employers might refuse to hire you if they see you didn't do your time in the military. These 2 years are treated less like actual time in the military and more like a hazing ritual, cruel and grueling for absolutely no good reason. Once you get out of the military, you then have to return to civilian life and find jobs that can support a whole family on your own. You have to run the gauntlet and wear the suits and suffer the indignity of slave-like labor. And that's the best case scenario for you if you aren't born into a position of privilege. If you aren't born into such a position of privilege, where you can't leverage your family's resources or prestige or network.
Wait, what was that? Video appears to show wife of Korean Air CEO harassing employees.
Where you can't leverage your family's resources or prestige or network, then you must carry all of these expectations as well as a 10-ton weight of societal shame at having not been able to succeed. All of these expectations are levied on men, and none are levied on women. Women seem to...
Wait, what was that?
All of these expectations are levied on men.
Suicidal thoughts due to academic pressure. Suicidal thoughts due to anxiety over career. Yeah.
And none are levied on women. Women seem to have it so easy. They just have to look good and stay quiet and cook the meals. That's all that society expects of them. And they can't even do just that, while we men are expected to do everything else. To provide for the family, to build a generational wealth, to pay for the dates, to pay for the places the women live and the clothes they wear and the food they eat, to serve in the military against our will. All while being disrespected by everyone around us, by the elderly, who don't understand why we aren't doing as well as they did, by foreigners, who don't understand the expectations our society places on us, and by our own women, who seem to expect more from us than what we can provide, and accuse us of crimes that we aren't committing. Something must be wrong. The system is failing us because the pieces aren't in the right place. What could it be? The people are subordinate to the government, the sons are subordinate...
I mean, you're fighting the wrong people. First of all, you're fighting the female Koreans when you should be fighting your government and the chaebols. You have a misplaced hatred in the wrong fights you're picking. You should be fighting amongst yourselves. You should be fighting the very people who put these institutions and laws on you, which is the government and these powerful chaebols who are filthy rich as fuck. You wondering where all the money and job opportunities are. It's not these commonplace women that are taking your jobs away or not giving you success. It's the government and these chaebols. So, the reason why you're fighting this gender inequality war is because they want you to. The less focus on them, the more they get to siphon off your money, and the more helpless you feel. Very simple answer.
To their fathers, the younger are subordinate to their elders. But the women, they want more, they expect more, and they offer disrespect instead of appreciation for the suffering we must endure on their behalf. Why do the women insist on piling more onto us? We cannot take any more. Our backs are breaking. We are at the point of madness. We cannot tolerate a single straw further, not one more step. And so every step, every encroachment must be met with overwhelming force, must be pushed back into its place, to preserve society, to preserve our values, to preserve our sanity. It's not really about a wetsuit or anything else. It's about Twitter girls who don't even play the game having more say over its art and character development than we do, when we are the ones playing the games and contributing the funds, and not them. It's about being made subordinate to the whims of women.
When it happened, the chaebols will always prefer having gender war rather than class war. Obviously, of course. These people are obviously gonna fight a misplaced hated war because the chaebols have orchestrated it.
Even in our male safe spaces, it's not really about Megalia or a little pinch causing us some offense over genitalia. It's what the pinch represents. Disrespect at a point where we
Horizontal
are
over
already
vertical conflict.
disrespected to the maximum amount by everyone.
Fight the person
around.
you see immediately in front of you versus what's oppressing you from above.
It's about a nonsensical rebellion against the system by women who have the easiest role in the hierarchy, eroding the very strengths that empower Korean society and make its cultural exports the envy of the world. We're hurting and we're not being heard. Why can't women just understand that they have it easy and at the very least stay quiet if they can't be respectful?
Because they're in the same position as you. You have other people telling you to stay quiet. You should also sympathize with the women being told to stay quiet. Like, y'all getting treated the same as the woman. Y'all just don't know because you guys are men. So you are obviously one level higher than a woman in your society. You're just doing what they did to you to them instead.
It does suck to be a man in Korea.
It does.
Not to give away too much about myself.
I mean, literally, you're being conscripted to war, to join the army, against your will. That does suck, 100%. But that's misplaced hatred, putting on the females and not on the people who force you to go to the army or the war or whatever.
But my own culture is not that dissimilar to yours, and I get it. There are a lot of responsibilities that we must bear as men. There are expectations levied on us that we can't meet because the world prohibits us from meeting them, and then we are blamed for the world. Korean society is dehumanizing. You may think to yourself, you men, well, some of the actions we take are a bit over the top, but the ends justify the means. We can't take anymore. It's human nature to judge oneself by one's intentions and others by their actions. When we see a woman protesting the art of a game they don't even play or sneaking offensive hand gestures into art, we see their extremist actions. When we invade the offices of a developer, when we go after an artist on Twitter, we judge ourselves by our intentions. Sure, the artist is the wrong artist, but she's still a feminist, and our intentions matter, not our actions. I want you just for a moment to join me and look at the intentions of the young women in your society. Because just as Korean society places an enormous burden of expectations upon you, the men, your women also suffer from expectations, ones that you might not even be aware of. You say Korean girls have it easy because they don't have to make money, as that's the man's job. Well, they'd like to. But that itself is also a societal expectation that many of these women are trying to break free of. In South Korea, labor force participation by women is nearly the lowest among OECD countries. But the gender pay gap in South Korea is not amongst the worst. It is the actual worst amongst all OECD.
Oh, shit! I mean, America is on there, but like, not even half. God damn! It literally is the worst. It really must suck being a woman then, huh? I mean, it sucks being a man too, but then you just don't get paid the same.
OECD countries. Duke University's Journal of Korean Studies reports that in Korea, in 2020, the median earnings of women working full-time was 32% lower than men's, which is a much larger gap than...
I guess that's why they all went to K-pop, you know, so they can hopefully be famous, get clout, and then get more money than the average Korean woman. That's why you see these K-pop skinny-ass, skeletal-looking-ass Korean women shaking their ass for the music videos. I get it.
And the OECD
might as well go to OnlyFans. At this point, OnlyFans will earn you more money without having to ruin your body. I'm just saying.
0.5%. Women in Korea hold only 10% of managerial positions in the private sector, when the average for OECD countries is 30%. And perhaps most seriously of all, a disproportionately high number of women work in precarious jobs that pay low wages and provide few employee benefits, little job security, and limited labor rights, which you've seen firsthand as a result of your protests. When women protest your treatment of Velmore or taste,
they rather shake their ass on camera than work in these normal jobs because they ain't paying enough. It's better to farm the pay pigs, essentially.
So they aren't protesting a swimsuit or a hand signal either. They want the opportunity to work and receive equal pay and work in jobs that aren't so-called precarious jobs with low wages and limited labor rights. They want to be artists and developers without fear. They want to be able to engage in the same free speech that you do without being fired or forcibly resigned or harassed. Actions and intentions. And ultimately, The end result is, if the women are allowed to work and have labor protections and have a better, fairer wage, your burden, your expectations become lighter because you no longer have to be the sole breadwinner.
True.
You don't have to be the one that always gets a high-paying job to cover the cost of two people, because now the women can also get a job, and you can have two medium-paying jobs, reducing the burden on everyone. But I know it's not that simple.
No one's
That's
thinking
not
that.
really a solution at all, is it? What good is having two jobs if everyone still suffers? There are greater, far more insidious, systematic problems, socioeconomic.
Yeah. Once you get 2 million jobs and you get equality for the woman, then you guys can fight the chaebol and the government. Let's go. Start small and get to the top.
Problems that are at the core of what South Korea is, built into the country from the moment of its inception.
Yeah,
it won't be easy to solve these issues.
But then we got
There
girls
is no
citizens wanting
simple
guys who
fix,
have more money.
and anyone who tells you otherwise,
can you blame them? They make less than men in Korea. Makes sense.
Is lying to your face. But if there is a way to solve these issues, if there is some way to overcome these problems, you will have to do it together. Both of you have the same intentions, to lower the burdens of expectation that society places on you and to reassert some control over your lives. To have the liberty to be people with meaningful relationships and economic security and families, instead of being cogs in a machine that produces for others that what you cannot have for yourselves. In a survey conducted by Pew Research in 2016, it was found that about 7% of American women have received cosmetic surgery. Pew Research
Wait. Americans on solar and plasters, few have had their opinions mostly mixed. So, okay.
Found that about 7%.
I know where this is going because Korea has a fuck ton of Korean surgery, Korean plastic surgery.
Of American women have received cosmetic surgery.
U.S. adults, more women do it, and it's cosmetic, not like you actually need it. Gender by age, women 50 plus. Holy shit, women 18 to 49. And it's like not even people who are filthy, but just like normal people, because that's the income for average.
Percentage of American women who have had cosmetic surgery between the ages of 18 and 29 was only 3%. In a similar survey conducted by Gallup Korea in 2015, it was found that 1 in 3 Korean women between the ages of 19 and 29 have had cosmetic surgery. Why is this the case? Korean women are very naturally beautiful. You Korean men, more than anyone, know this to be true. You, the men, didn't ask this of the women, just as they didn't ask you to take the responsibility of being the sole breadwinners. You don't even want them to get cosmetic surgery or have to wear makeup. You think they're lovely just as they are. And they'd love to just be themselves and thereby be able to also lower their standards and reduce the pressure of being perfectly beautiful for everyone. There is so much that the so-called male chauvinists and so-called radical feminists agree on. For example, there's been a big deal made in Korea about illegal cameras being placed in bathrooms. Women are angry that it happened and they want to hold the men accountable, and the men are angry that all of them are being painted as perverts, that some of them have received retaliatory bathroom recordings, and are thus being subjected to the scorn of angry women for the actions of a few deviants. Every reasonable person agrees that this.
I heard about that. I actually heard about that. That was a big ass issue. With the camera recordings in the women's bathroom.
For the actions of a few deviants. Every reasonable person agrees that this behavior is wrong. It's wrong for women to do to men, it's wrong for men to do to women, and in a reasonable society, the solution should be to work towards the elimination of all illegal bathroom cameras instead of making it about gender conflict. Likewise, for our gacha drama, even the Chinese and Japanese gacha communities scratch their heads at the.
Wait, hold up. I'm gonna read this. I actually couldn't read this.
For our gacha drama, even the Chinese and Japanese.
As someone who is both active in Korean Chinese social media and even amongst people, it's basically known that Korean men are sexist. It may be surprising for non-Asian men, but this issue isn't just on gamers. Cho Do-san's case. Cho was released on December 12th. Read this book by Kim Jong-bon in 1980. It's a story mix of real-world statistics that's not included in the Wikipedia, but there's a lot that shows how detrimental South Korea's patriarchy has been towards women.
These gacha communities scratch their heads at the behavior of Koreans when they get angry at swimsuit skins or little pinches appearing in art. And they, like you perhaps, ask themselves, why is this behavior so irrational?
It can't get worse from here, right,
As
Chad?
we've
We got
seen,
like
South Korea
30
is a
minutes of
society that is both deeply
content left.
hierarchical and socially dysfunctional. One is
Surely
taught that
can't
they
get
have
worse from
power
here.
over those below them in the hierarchy, and that if society has disharmony, they should look beneath them in the hierarchy and try to correct the problem. The captain chastises the first officer who chastises the GI on the ground. The chaebols squeeze the government squeezes the middle class working dad beats his son, and the son beats his girlfriend. The angry girlfriend may even go one layer lower and lash out against the LGBT community. Each layer protests the poor treatment they receive from the layer above them. Each one seeks reform. The women seek equal rights from the men seek better treatment from society. Society demands a less corrupt government, and the government wishes to reform the chaebols. But each layer has determined that it is powerless to affect the trajectory of the layer above it, having experienced such firsthand. And so they do what they know how to do, what Neo-Confucianism has taught them, what has been drilled into their psyches. They punch down. This is the crux of the Korean gender war. This is the sad truth around which the entire edifice of this conflict is built. The chaebols rule Korea, and Korean livelihood depends on the continued existence and empowerment of the chaebols. They can control whomsoever they want, even government reformers, through bribes, corruption, or other manipulation. The experience for regular Korean people, and especially young people, is increasingly bitter. The young people, having lost hope in meaningful reform, desperately wish to escape Hell Joseon. Those who cannot physically escape will seek out other ways to mentally escape. They'll get super into movies or anime or books.
Or
They'll
gachas.
dedicate their lives to a new religious movement, or they'll obsess over their favorite pop stars, bread, and circuses. Or maybe, just maybe, if they're young men, they'll escape by playing gacha games.
Oh.
Games where the women are beautiful and fawn over them, where they can be powerful.
Or the women glaze their nuts and they're subservient as fuck because they're fictional 2D, 3D pixelated women.
Heroes and make a meaningful difference in a cruel, unfathomably hostile world. They can receive a glimpse, a taste of what society promises them, but what they never seem to receive. I'd even argue that this is partially why Korean games are so grindy. In a society where it seems impossible to find self-worth, where young men are spent like fuel for the chaebol furnace, it feels nice to grind for something that takes effort and yields a reward, even if that reward is small and the effort is substantial.
I don't know
When
about
that little
that.
bubble of escapism, that little mental haven is disrupted, even if that disruption isn't real, even if that disruption is just the outside world projecting a shadow onto the proverbial cave wall, the response is very severe. It's not necessarily about women's rights or skins or pinches, but about reasserting control over the very limited things these men actually feel they have control over. And the more control Korean society cedes to these angry men in this gacha gender war, the more control they crave. These young men, having lived their lives with so little control, so little agency, so little power, have both now a vent for their frustrations and an apparent enemy to blame for their suffering. This all seems like a bit of a stretch, Mooney, I can hear you say. Aren't you reaching a bit? Isn't it reductive to take all of the gender war issues going on and reduce the fault to just the insecurities of men and the hopeless state of South Korean society? That's not what I'm saying. The insecurity of men does play a major role, yes, but that insecurity has been very purposefully manipulated, very cynically directed. A house divided against itself cannot stand. A people divided against themselves cannot revolt. Let us finish our discussion of history then, and complete our understanding of the Korean gender war by giving you a glimpse into modern Korean politics. The president that came
I
after
mean, all that really is just like, even if you think it's okay to protect your gacha games from these feminists or whatever the fuck your plan is, you're still just running away from the core crux of the problem, which is society is punching down on you. And you're not punching up anymore. You're just running away and keeping to a little circle, not resolving anything. Nothing's gonna get resolved in this way.
Moo-hyun, you will recall, was the former CEO of Hyundai Engineering and Construction, which nowadays has been absorbed by Hyundai Motor Group, the core of the many spin-off companies that together compose the complex web which constitutes the Hyundai chaebol. Lee Myung-bak was no political newcomer. He had served as the mayor of Seoul in 2002, and given Roh Moo-hyun's unpopularity at the time and the ongoing investigations into alleged corruption, Lee Myung-bak was able to take the presidency in a landslide. His platform was simple. He promised to reform and reinvigorate the economy, to strengthen relations with the United States, and to deal with North Korea. Almost immediately after taking power, though, Lee proceeded to negotiate a controversial free trade agreement with the United States and pushed for privatization of public companies. Like his predecessors, he conceded ground to the chaebols and to the United States and built his power off of economic legitimacy. But Lee was no reformer at heart. He was of the chaebols and by the chaebols and for the chaebols. He was their man in the chair. Now look, I know I've simplified Korean politics to an extraordinary extent. These leaders are more than just walking corruption scandals. There's a ton of political nuance that I'm not touching upon because they're outside of the scope of this video. But as you will see, corruption runs very deep in the South Korean government and continues to do so to this very day. Lee's presidency came and went, and though allegations of corruption emerged, they never went anywhere. It wasn't until 2018, in the wake of another corruption scandal, which we'll soon get to, that
Oh yeah,
Lee
the
Myung-bak
daughter
was investigated and eventually arrested and sentenced to 15 years imprisonment on charges of corruption. Reuters reported at the time that the Seoul Central District Court found Lee guilty of embezzlement of about 24.6 billion Korean won, about $21.77 million, from a private auto parts maker headed by his brother. And he also accepted bribes from Korea's largest chaebol, Samsung, and from other capital interests as well. But Lee's corruption pales in comparison to that of his successor, the first female president of South Korea and the first female head of state in East Asia, Park Geun-hye.
South Korea has woken up to its first female president-elect, and some people here on the streets of Seoul think that she may be able to do a lot to try and help the lives of women.
No, she didn't. She did what her grandparents and her parents taught her. Keep the agenda. Keep the status quo.
Now, Park was already a well-known politician in South
She's a puppet.
Korea prior to her becoming president. She was defeated by Lee Myung-bak, the former president, in their party's last primaries, and so her name was already very well established amongst the voting public, and particularly in the conservative GNP party. If you don't recognize the name Park Geun-hye, if you don't know what happens next, then prepare yourself. The truth is sometimes kookier than any fiction can be. Park Geun-hye is the eldest daughter of Park Chung-hee, the dictator, the one who most masterfully wielded the chaebols.
Yep, that's what I said about the daughter.
And Park Chung-hee was once friends with one Choi Tae-min, the leader of a new religious movement called Yongsaegyo, the Church of the Spirit World, and an alleged Maitreya, or future Buddha. Choi Tae-min, in part through his friendship with Park Chung-hee, amassed an enormous amount of wealth and power in South Korea. Park Geun-hye's mother, the then wife of Park Chung-hee, Yuk Yong-soo, was assassinated on August 15, 1974, after a failed attempt at assassinating Park Chung-hee went awry. As Park Geun-hye grieved the loss of her mother, she was allegedly approached by Choi Tae-min, who claimed that he had seen her mother in a dream, an event which marked the start of a long, friendly relationship between Park and Choi. Choi Tae-min had many children, one of whom was Choi Soon-sil, a prominent and powerful businesswoman who served as Park Geun-hye's right-hand woman. And Choi Soon-sil had a daughter named Chung Yu-ra, who loved horses. She was a gold medalist at the 2014 Asian Games in dressage. In 2015, Chung was admitted to Awa Women's University, a highly prestigious school. The Korea Herald reported that the chief of admissions at the university ordered interviewers to, and I quote, select a person who brought an Asian Games gold medal. None of the other candidates were permitted to bring a medal, but Chung brought hers in violation of school policy and was selected. An audit later allegedly discovered that the interviewers purposefully gave other students lower scores to help Chung with her acceptance. It wasn't enough just to graft Chung into the school, they torpedoed the futures of regular young Koreans who had otherwise done everything right. During her time at university, Chung was marked as present for only 8 classes over 3 regular semesters. She never did her homework. She didn't take any exams or turn in assignments, and yet she reportedly received stellar grades. In one instance, one of Chung's professors was found to have done an important project for her, submitting his or her work as Chung's own. Students at this highly prestigious, extremely exclusive school, being amongst Korea's best and brightest, quickly noticed the preferential treatment that Chung was receiving, and they staged protests. Pursuant then to all of this negative attention, the Korean cable TV network JTBC opened investigations into both Chun and her mother Choi Soon-sil. By sheer luck, JTBC obtained a discarded tablet once owned by Choi Soon-sil, and on this tablet, JTBC discovered drafts of 44 different speeches and other statements that President Park had made. Choi received many of these speeches days or even hours prior to their delivery, and certain passages in those speeches were marked in red. This powerful businesswoman, this daughter of a cult leader, had access to extremely privileged information and was editing the speeches and directing the policy of the president. This discovery struck South Korea like a lightning bolt, and mass protests erupted, followed by investigations of both the president and her staff.
Wow. Oriental the person who would have guessed. It's the worst in Korea. Latin. It's the worst in Korea, apparently. God damn.
At the end of those investigations, a wide web of corruption was uncovered. A web so vast that we don't even have time to cover each instance of corruption in this video. Instead, we'll fast forward to the end. Park was successfully impeached, and both Choi and Park were brought before the Seoul Central District Court. Many of Park's associates, ranging from her personal aides to high-profile government officials to business tycoons, were jailed for corruption. Most notably, Shin Dong-bin, the chairman of the fifth largest chaebol in Korea, Lotte, was sentenced to 2.5 years in prison for offering a bribe of $6.5 million to Choi and Park. And Lee Jae-yong, the then vice chairman, now executive chairman of the largest chaebol, Samsung,
Just got money like that just to bribe everybody, huh? That's wild.
Was convicted of bribery, embezzlement, perjury, and other charges. Lee Jae-yong had made payments of over $36 million to foundations.
Yeah, I know. If this was China, he'd be dead. I'm just saying, like, it's the Korea is the opposite of China, where Korea values hierarchical order and the companies run the government, whereas China is like the government runs the companies, and they don't value hierarchical order as much, which is funny. It is fucking Korea.
By Choi had given a prize horse and several $1 million to Choi's daughter as well. He did this in order to secure government support for a major restructuring of Samsung, which just so happened to allow Lee to become the head of Samsung later down the road. Park herself was convicted of abusing her power to extort money from companies, of unlawfully pressuring Hyundai to sign a deal with a company owned by Choi and forcing them to run ads for her company, of soliciting that bribe for $6.5 million by Lotte, of forcing a telecom company to hire a close friend of Choi's, of leaking 47 confidential presidential documents to Choi, of various bribes surrounding Samsung, of receiving bribes from the National Intelligence Service, the Korean equivalent of the CIA, and more. Choi was sentenced to 20 years in prison and a fine equivalent to $16.6 million. Park was sentenced to 24 years in prison and a $16.6 million fine as well. Seems like a stunning victory for the Korean people, right? The corrupt president has been removed, the influence of the chaebols has been gouged out of the government, and now things will be better, won't they? The people are back at the top of the hierarchy now,
because they
aren't
can't
they?
afford to take care of them.
Well, no. I'm afraid not.
Elderly,
the next president was Moon Jae-in. He came from the opposing political party and was not a conservative but a progressive. He ran on a platform of reforming the chaebols. He raised the minimum wage by more than 16%. He lowered the so-called maximum work week from 68 hours to 52 hours, which I will note for the record doesn't actually mean one only works for 52 hours a week. He was also in power when COVID-19 struck Korea, and his leadership is credited with substantially reducing the impact of the virus on Korea.
It's such a disgusting statement that many die in those houses and takes days for someone to discover or more. Yeah, I heard Korea has like the highest suicide rate in the world. No, not in the world, but like in the developed world. Like obviously, like Africa and so on's higher, but like when you're competing with Africa for higher suicide rates, it's pretty fucking bad in the large scheme of things. When you're the only first world country in the list of third world countries with high suicide rates.
But despite his attempts at economic reform, the chaebols were far too powerful. Although Moon himself managed to avoid allegations of corruption, members of his government, including his direct appointees, were not so fortunate. Consider Cho Kook, Moon's appointed Minister of Justice, who allegedly conducted illicit business activities and was sentenced to 2 years in prison for falsifying documents showing his son had completed a prestigious internship that he never actually did, and for forging his daughter's academic credentials. You tell me, how is the average Korean supposed to compete with behavior like this? Moon Jae-in became president on May 10th, 2017 and served until May 9th, 2022.
Unfortunate. You mean
on February
by that,
13th, 2018,
because like apparently this one president wasn't like, you know, corrupt, but the people who he assigned to work like were corrupt. Like some of them got bribed, I guess. Like his prime minister or whatever the fuck, or his mayors or his secretaries. So people that were working under him were corrupt. So it just tarnished his image or whatever.
Dong-bin, the head of Lotte, was sentenced to 30 months in prison pursuant to the bribe issued to Choi Soon-sil
So
in
even if
exchange
the head
for
is not
licenses
corrupt,
which will allow
the
Lotte
body
to
is,
operate
because you
duty-free
got these
stores.
appointees
On October
who
5th,
were taking money
2018,
anyways.
a South Korean appeals court agreed to suspend his sentence to time already served, thus setting him free. He remains the CEO of Lotte to this very day. Lee Jae-yeon, head of Samsung, was convicted on August 25th, 2017 and sentenced to 5 years in prison. He was let out on parole by the Seoul High Court, pursuant to a suspended sentence after just 11 months. The Supreme Court reviewed the case and remanded it to the High Court in 2019, and Lee was sent back to jail briefly following a retrial. Yet he would be released again on parole shortly thereafter. On August 12, 2022, Lee Jae-yeon was pardoned by current Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol. Lee maintained control of Samsung throughout his brief time in and out of prison. PBS reports that business leaders and politicians had called for Lee's pardon. Justice Minister Han Dong-hoon stated at the time that the pardons were, and I quote, aimed at overcoming the economic crisis through encouraging business activity. It was just like what happened to the industrialists under Park Chung-hee, imprisoned, fined, and released in exchange for their cooperation. Wield the scepter, gain legitimacy, empower the chaebols, feed the beast. On December 23, 2021, President Moon Jae-in granted a special pardon to former President Park Geun-hye. This is what he said concerning the pardon. We should move into a new era by getting over the pains of the past. It's time to boldly pull together all our strengths for the future rather than fighting against each other while being
Alright, calm down. Ain't no people behind this, right? No way.
With the past. And believe it or not, even former President Lee Myung-bak received a pardon. Remember him? The president who was the former CEO of Hyundai and who took bribes from Samsung amongst other crimes of corruption? He too was pardoned 1 year later on December 27, 2022, by current President Yoon Suk-yeol. After all the smoke and mirrors, after all the pomp and circumstance, nothing changes. The hierarchy reasserts itself into the proper order, and the tensions grow. And this brings us to the very end of our history lesson with the aforementioned current President Yoon Suk-yeol, a very staunch conservative who has promised exactly the same thing that each of his predecessors has. He promised to fight inequality and unemployment, and fight corruption. But he has also promised economic deregulation and a hardline stance against feminism. We won't get into the political conversation surrounding Yoon Suk-yeol. This video, at the end of the day, is not about politics. Heck, it's not really even about gacha games. It's about the application of history in order to understand why the Korean gender war is so terrible and so pervasive. Korea's Neo-Confucian hierarchy has been hijacked by chaebols. Everyone in South Korea knows that the chaebols are an enormous problem in need of reform, but the issue is too deeply entrenched to reform in any obvious way. The nation's desperate and genuinely forsaken young men seek to resolve the insecurities in their lives by punching down. And the women, well, they suffer the weight and indignity of every layer above them, including that of the young men. The chaebol captured government, with its CEO princesses being given horses and university admission, its endless corruption scandals, and its corporate power brokers, has figured out too that deflecting the anger of society towards the lower levels of the hierarchy, directing the anger of these young men towards young women, is not only the easy way out, but the culturally organic choice. And all the while, the problems don't actually get fixed. The status quo reasserts itself over and over, and the tensions build. The corrupt officials are pardoned. The corrupt businessmen are let go with more power than they had before. The president is trying to raise the maximum working hours again. The society stagnates. With our long history lesson finally out of the way, it is time to return to gacha drama
Uh-oh.
One final time.
It gets worse?
As Korean gacha dev after Korean gacha dev conceded to the men, they became emboldened in their efforts. Virtually every single Korean gacha developer had caved. Art was changed en masse to remove finger pinches, apologies were issued, and the women who worked on these games were cowed into silence, fired, or otherwise reprimanded. But in the midst of these victories, there was one feminist controversy that did not pan out how the Korean men expected. Although Korean companies mired in the Korean gender war were quick to bend the knee, not every gacha game that is popular in Korea happens to be made by a Korean dev. On November 20th, 2023, the YouTube channel behind none other than Genshin Impact released a behind-the-scenes look at the creation of a character named Farina.
Genshin don't give a fuck, let's go!
Farina is an exceptionally popular character in Genshin, but especially so in Korea, where she won first place in a popularity vote amongst the Korean Genshin community. There was nothing feminist to discover in this video, but as we've already stated, if one hunts for witches, they will inevitably find them. And the Korean men discovered that Farina's character designer was a Korean artist living in Shanghai who goes by the alias Yomi. Yomi, like Velmori, like Taeso, like Kim Jaeon, had made a series of ostensibly feminist tweets on Twitter in the distant past. Yomi, however, was much more direct with her statements. She jokes about how it doesn't disturb her when women chew their food loudly, but that she'd actually kill guys who did so. And in another tweet, she jokes that they, meaning men, should all be purged in response to having just been stalked by a guy on the street. These tweets were enough though, and the angry men then went through all of the art that Yomi had drawn and discovered that she had worked not only on the art and design for Farina, but that she had also worked as an illustrator for the Korean-made game Arknights. Her art was immediately removed from Arknights and an apology was issued. But the anger persisted, and the men continued to hound Arknights until further capitulations were made. Just a week prior to the release of this video, Arknights developer Yostar deleted a different artist's work from their game and YouTube channel after the illustrator of said artwork was also revealed to be a feminist. What was her radical feminist crime, you may ask? Well, she retweeted the 2018 Google Doodle image for International Women's Day back in, well, 2018. That's it. That's the basis of the radical feminism claim. Arknights responded after those allegations came to light, deleting the offending artist's work within allegedly only half an hour after the feminism claims were made public. But let's go back to Yomi for a second and Genshin Impact, because something very curious happened when the Korean men turned their anger towards Genshin.
Yeah, because Genshin is Chinese, and Chinese people don't give a fuck about what you do over there. Let's be fucking real. You think they give a fuck? Matter of fact, I know for a fact the older generation of the Chinese are racist against Koreans. Not all of them, some of them. You ain't gonna change their minds. They're not gonna kowtow to your ass. Top of that, Genshin is the most popular gacha game of all time right now. So they don't give a fuck. They're making money doing what they want to do. They don't even listen to the Americans on company. You think they listen to Koreans? Not as easy, not even close. Not even close.
Genshin Impact, you see, is not published by a Korean company. It's published by MiHoYo, which is based in Shanghai, China. And Yomi is not in Korea, she is also physically located in Shanghai. The Korean men vented their outrage at MiHoYo. They threatened to boycott the game and levied accusation after—
Imagine boycotting Genshin, like that has never been done before and never ever fucking failed every single time.
Accusation on Twitter and beyond. They attempted to rile up the Chinese gacha playing male community whom—
They really tried. I saw this too. They tried to like bait the Chinese community to like join them in the efforts by misinterpreting what they were trying to do.
They believed would be sympathetic to—
Yeah, they basically did mad lies to just get the Chinese men to get called into action.
They attempted to rile up the Chinese gacha playing male community whom they believed would be sympathetic to their cause. They review bombed Chinese gacha
I just read it down here.
Community whom—
Korean men made this rumor to spread to the Chinese Genshin community that young women assaulted an old man, Korean women assaulted a Korean man and beheaded him, or Korean men did a live broadcast of dismembering and killing Korean men or some shit like that. Yeah.
They believed would be sympathetic to their cause.
All fake.
They review-bombed Genshin on the Google store. They allegedly hired protest trucks to drive around Seoul with messages critical of MiHoYo. They attempted to pressure Korean politicians into doing something. They allegedly reported Yomi to Chinese authorities for seditious activity. They even went so far as to reveal her personal information and threaten her. And do you know what MiHoYo did in response to these threats? To this anger? Nothing.
Yeah.
They just ignored the Korean men entirely.
That's what those Korean gacha companies should have done. The second you give power to your fucking player base is when you've done fucked up. Especially the crazed, degenerate, insane gacha players. You do not negotiate with terrorists. Especially the mentally unstable ones.
Yomi's art is still in Genshin. The Chinese gacha-playing men, a community that is itself not particularly feminist, received the Korean men's claims with horrified bemusement. China is in some feminist paradise quite far from it, but even for a Confucian society with similar paradise quite...
Dude, there's no hope in China. Are these the Koreans? Over century of constant Genshin.
Quite far from it, but even for a Confucian society...
They are... I see.
In some feminist paradise...
So they were singing in Chinese from the Koreans.
It's quite far...
And then one of them said, they are very funny though, I'll give them that.
From it, but even for a Confucian society with similar traditional views surrounding women, the extreme behavior of the Korean men seemed like nonsense. The context is lost on them, and the outrage therefore seems preposterous.
So what you're trying to tell me is that y'all look crazy even to the Chinese men.
The Korean men had one last idea, though. One final protest to end all protests. A display of anger and power meant to frighten MiHoYo and bring them to heel. In late December, the Korean gacha community raised a total of 16 million Korean won, around $12,200, to fly a protest blimp around MiHoYo's...
You don't understand, Ladlin. These Korean gacha player men are like, the rabbit dogs. Mentally unstable.
HQ in South Korea. This was the first protest of its kind, designed to strike fear into the hearts of MiHoYo's decision-makers. John Lopez of the Tech Times reports that the protesters had already staged truck protests for 5 days, which received no notice, and that the blimp was intended to be a message that nobody, not even Hoyo in China, could ignore. On December 21st, 2023, the blimp went up. It sailed victoriously, triumphantly over Taevat Tower. And then, on December 25th, 2023, it came down. $12,200 had been spent. The text on the balloon was too small to read. The only thing that could be legibly read from the ground was the
couldn't even see it!
Hoyoverse logo. The protesters had spent $12,200 on free advertising for MiHoYo. And rather humorously, but in a sad sort of way, the blimp protest organizer was suspected and accused of siphoning some of the funds contributed to the blimp protest in an act of corruption. The photo of the blimp floating sadly, almost pathetically, over MiHoYo's Korean offices became something of a minor meme on both Korean and Chinese social media. And the protests against Genshin died shortly thereafter. Not with a
damn, even the Korean incel cucks couldn't prevail against Genshin.
mighty bang, but with a sad, deflating whimper. The fighting, however, continues to this very day, elsewhere in the Korean gacha.
Base China! W China! What can I say? Base Genshin too. And base Hoyo. Let's go.
Space. We discussed the ongoing situation with Arknights, but it's only a matter of time before another gacha game is brought into the crosshairs. I'm going to stop my coverage of the Korean gacha drama here, although I'm sure there's much more to discuss. I'm certain that there will be people in the comments of this video armed with Google translated walls of text and links to various...
Oh yeah, cause they were shitting on the Koreans were shitting on him in the comments in the previous video, in part 1. Are there? Yeah, that's fucked up. Damn. Even the Koreans hate themselves, huh?
Tweets or pictures pointing to this thing or that thing that apparently provide some context to this or that behavior. But I encourage you, my audience, to look past these small things here, to look past the gacha drama, to see the forest for the trees. As you surely surmised by now, this video isn't really about reporting on the intricate details of gacha drama.
It was a good
Not
video.
really.
Both part 1
And
and part
as
2.
you now know,
I ain't gonna
this
front.
anger, these comments, this fighting, it also isn't really about gacha games. In
This
fact,
is a good
after
video.
we filter out all of the noise, the case can be made that the protests of
I realize now why, Doku's, remember when you used to link me those that one Korean animation video of the guy with the fucking Google and the YouTube icons and the muscly men? I understand a little bit of why they were doing that right now. It gives off a vibe or an air of the depressive or oppressive Korean culture over there, or societal norms over there. I see that they draw their depression into their art or into their animations. Like watching this video reminds me a lot of like that Korean video. Like, I'm still waiting for a new episode of that series. Yeah, like now I get it. A lot of their like depression or hatred of the Korean societal norms are in that animation, and it speaks to itself. Now that I understand a little bit more of Korean culture and why it's so fucked over there, I understand it. They have no outlet, so they put their outlet into drawings and animations. Power fantasy, yeah, but like the Koreans take it to a whole nother level. That's wild. It's just now I get it now. Like all their media is their outlet because it's so fucking suffocating over there. I get it. It's fucked. I now understand why over 80% of Korean females and 75% of Korean males aged 18 to 35, according to your statistics, want to leave Korea. That's bad.
Of these Korean men aren't actually about feminism at all. Hey, remember Limbus Company? The Ishmael swimsuit incident? It all seems so long ago now, doesn't it? Well, there is a point of irony here. A lot of South Korean media is quite critical of the current state of chaebol captured South Korea, but in that subtle Korean way. You might be familiar with Squid Game or Parasite as illustrative examples. Squid Game probably tells the story of this video better than I do.
Yeah, Power Fantasy is always a black-haired white dude, black-haired white dude that looks like human dude, plastic street, have no person whatsoever other than being a pile of edge, and every woman gushes over them. Yeah, it is the escapism talking.
Fun fact, the actor who played the salesman Gong Yu stated in 2017 that he is a 79th generation descendant of none other than Confucius himself. Funny how things come full circle like that, right? Film and cinema is one thing, but you might be surprised to hear that the story I've told you all today about the desperate state of South Korean society also features very heavily in gacha games. Korean gacha games from Counterside to Arknights and beyond often feature a post-apocalyptic cyber-dystopian city, some inscrutable bureaucracy, and a struggle to both figure out the truth amidst the confusion and save the day. Does Blue Archive also count as an example of this? I don't know, you let me know. In fact, at least one gacha game has a plot that touches directly on the topic of feminism, that game being the incredibly ornery and prurient game Nikke Goddess of Victory.
Oh no.
Moon Channel viewer at Valkyrie Tiara left this insightful post on part 1 of this video. On the surface, the game is 100% fan service, but there's a deeply emotional story. Nikke are cyborgs, human minds contained in mechanical bodies designed specifically to fight an invading force of alien robots. A quirk of the technology, though, is that only women can be turned into Nikke, and all Nikke have an outwardly feminine appearance. Tiara continues by stating that one of the main conceits of the game is that Nikke are generally distrusted and disliked by society, and they're always human, and it is implied always male officers treat them like property or animals due to the military leadership conducting what amounts to brainwashing, conditioning the trainees to treat Nikke as disposable machines rather than autonomous people. Your player character's superpower in Nikke, their unique characteristic, the aspect that makes them a hero, is that they do not treat Nikkei like objects, but as comrades, equals, and friends. And thus, the protagonist is able to command loyalty and respect from even the most powerful and most stubborn of the Nikkei. Nikkei is, at least from what I've seen, the most unabashedly raunchy, major gacha game. And yet, you know what fandom hasn't had a feminist witch hunt that I could find? The Nikkei fandom. The Nikkei team's most recent controversy was designing a character that resembled another artist's work too closely, as Hideo Kojima intended. Prurience and feminism can coexist. You can have your cake and eat it, too. There is, of course,
as long as they
gacha game.
as long as they address super scantily or sexually, obviously. What's the most funny thing about Korean comics and stuff is that it's always about coins that are garbage, have no talent, and the villains are always a mega corp of a powerful family. How do they beat that? By literally becoming the powerful family and having talents given to them by heaven. Yeah. Sounds like a Final Fantasy isekai to me.
More than any of the others, speaks directly about the problems in South Korean society, about corporate culture and the hyper-competitive nature of life and the strict social hierarchies and the impossibly labyrinthine bureaucracy reinforcing the tragic status quo. And that game is Limbus Company.
Oh god, Limbus mentioned.
If one actually pays attention to the plot of Limbus Company, if one looks past waifus and husbandos for a moment, Limbus Company is also a critique. I'm going to quote here one Jane John, a Korean developer who left Korea 15 years ago, who begged her mother to let her leave Korea to go anywhere else. She summarizes the plot of Limbus Company thusly. The games are set in a place known as the City, in which giant corporations have absolute control over their territories. All morals are thrown out the window in pursuit of profit, with people who are blind to the disgustingly ugly truths of the world, desperate to join the corporations and escape abject poverty, crime, and horrors that lie in the lower castes of society, perpetuating the cycle of misery, despair, and hatred. The world of Limbus Company is merely an interpretation of South Korean reality. For the Korean men watching this video, angry perhaps, frustrated with its content, let me ask you something. If your demands were met, if Korean women acted exactly how you wanted them to, would your situation improve?
Nope.
What are your demands? Respect? Fewer kimchi women and more sushi women? A return to a more polite, old-fashioned Korean society? Let's say you get exactly that. What now? Will subservient women get you a girlfriend or a wife? If the women choose to leave instead of marrying you, will you force them to stay? Will you take their passports away? Let's say that the situation for Korean women regresses to the point where arranged marriages become typical. Even then, will you have a wife? Will there be enough people left in South Korea? Because let me tell you something that you might not know. In the rest of East Asia, amongst the East Asian diaspora, and even in many Southeast Asian communities, parents often give their daughters the Korean talk. Mothers and fathers in Japan, in Taiwan, in mainland China, in Singapore, in Vietnam, and...
Oh yeah, okay, I know about this because my parents did it to my sister. Because my sister's currently dating a Korean man, and they were very suspicious of him, right? And I heard about this talk too. So, I'm not surprised.
And beyond, all tell their daughters the same thing. Be careful when you date, and do not marry mainland Korean men.
Yeah. My parents give the same talk to my sister. My sister's dating a Korean man, so I knew about this. I actually knew about this. I'm surprised that this guy also knew about it, because he doesn't sound Asian.
You will be treated like a possession. You will be abused and kept subservient. You will be set to labor by his family and subject to his expectations and whims. Don't marry Korean men. It's not fair to apply such a standard to all Korean men, of course, but this perception, this stereotype, does exist. If you have received the talk, share it in the comments, let them see. Something has got to give.
It's wild because like it goes beyond Korea, because like it's other Asians talking about too, like the Chinese, the Japanese, the Philippines, and so on. I'm assuming the Philippines do it too. I'm not sure. I know the Chinese do it. I know 100% the Chinese do it.
Will the domination of women raise your wages? Will it reduce your workload? Will it make your lives less competitive, less miserable, less unfair? Will it prevent you from getting conscripted? Will it prevent the sons and daughters of chaebol businessmen from cheating their way into universities and into prestigious careers? There is no question. You are treated unjustly. Absolutely. The situation in South Korea for men, but especially young men, is untenable, unbearable, and unfair. Life in Korea for a man is hellish. But it's not the women who are holding you down. They don't have the power to do that. And their experiences are just as hellacious as yours, if not more so.
Yeah, punch up, not down, Korean man.
Problems in your society
You
are
gotta
not
fight the chaebols
you,
and the
are
government.
above you. I cannot tell you how to resolve those problems, but I can tell you that acting like crabs in a bucket, pulling each other down, prevents anyone from escaping hell. But here's the thing. Although the situation seems hopeless, although you may feel powerless and without agency, the truth of the matter is this. You angry young men and angry young women have forced powerful companies to capitulate, to issue apologies, and to make concessions. Not unlike your gacha heroes, you have more power than you think to right society's wrongs. As such, the top of the hierarchy benefits from keeping you apart and fighting. Confucian society isn't evil, but it has its exploits. If you become aware of them and can fight against the utilization of these exploits by the powerful, you Korean men and Korean women can build a better society and a brighter future for everyone. The brighter future that the men and women of the land of the morning calm so rightfully deserve. I've been your host, Mooney. This episode was incredibly difficult to produce, but I hope the result has been worth it. A special thanks to Moon Channel's generous patrons, to thumbnail artists Larita Shine and Bobber WCC, to Piercing Sight, and to all of you viewers. Thank you for tuning in to Moon Channel.
A long, long time ago.
It's actually a pretty good video. Honestly. I'm actually surprised how good this video was.
Still remember how that music used to make me
Watch more, I'm good. Unless you change the dictatorial counter to the capitalist for the worker, nothing will change. Obviously not.
That I can make those people dance and maybe they be happy for a while. A February made me shiver. Really paper I deliver. Bad news on the doorstep. I couldn't take one more step. I can't remember if I tried when I read about his widow bride. Something touched me deep inside the day the music died.
Am I getting DSC copyrighted for this song? I wonder how many K-dramas where the female lead is to marry a CEO. Every single one of them. It was a good video, Chad. It was a good video. Okay, now I'm done. I have to go. Because I have shit to do today. So, I'll see you guys later tonight if I go home tonight. If not, then... I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I'm obviously going to come home tonight. But, like, we'll see if I'm tired or not. See ya. I got a wedding to attend. So, peace out. Bye.